for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a site like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
Step up, step up! Yeah! We clash! We clash! We clash! We clash! Yeah! Step in the arena, mind locked and loaded. Truth on my blade, every line's exploded. You swing your words, I counter with precision. Battle of reason, this is my mission. Raise your fist, let them know. No. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo! We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Step back, I'm a scholar and a fighter. Every claim you throw, I strike tighter. Logic and power, I never fold. In the war of words, I'm solid gold. Raise your fist, let them know. Whoa. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Every thought a fortress, every claim a storm. We forge a truth where chaos takes form. Ideas ignite like lightning through the night. In the war of minds, we bring the light. Step in, feel the heat. Truth is my weapon, never beat. Raise them high, break the ceiling. With a fire, with a feeling. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason.
Welcome, everybody, to Swords of Reason right here on the Speakeasy Show. Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. If you're new here, the format is simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for their opening statement, followed by 5 minutes of uninterrupted rebuttals. After that, we enter the arena for a full hour of back and forth debate. This is where the arguments clash and the iron can sharpen the iron. And then finally, each side delivers a 5-minute closing statement to lock in their case. When that's done, we move into a 30-minute Q&A. I'll drop the Q&A in the chat for you guys there, but keep in mind, Super Chats, PayPals, and Cash App questions, they will get priority. So if they fill up the entire 30 minutes, we may not get to the free chat questions. So if there's something you want guaranteed to be asked, make sure you send it through one of the priority options. Once the formal debate wraps up, we open the doors for the Chaos and Chill open panel. This is where the community can hop in, challenge the debaters, or ask follow-ups if the debaters choose to stick around, because that part is optional for them. But it's always where things get wild regardless. Today's debate prompt is: the Artemis mission was a legitimate space mission. And for the affirmative, we have Emmet, a familiar name across the open panel scene, known for not just showing up and jumping into debates, but also hosting his own panels as well. And if you've been around long enough, you already know this is also the man behind the forced karaoke show where the chat can literally pay for him to sing anything they can come up with. So whether it's a debate or entertainment, he's no stranger to being put on the spot, and you can find his link in the description below. And for the negative, making his debut on the Swords of Reason, we have Rowdy Gowdy, someone you might recognize from around the panel circuit, known for balancing a regular 9 to 5 with some creative takes over on Verbal Combat, plus the occasional random YouTube shorts he likes to upload. But beyond that, he's built a reputation for showing up, jumping into debates, and being open to learning new topics and sharpening his views in real time. And you can also find his link in the description below. With that being said, we're going to move into opening statements. We're going to be starting with you, Emmett. So, Emmett, whenever you are ready, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Okay. So it will be a short and sweet, I believe. Thank you very much to Speak Easy for allowing me to have this debate. Thank you to Rod Gaudi for accepting it. The topic was Artemis was a legitimate space mission. I was a little bit confused because I thought it was going to be more of whether or not was a real mission. But if we're talking about legitimate, I would say that there are many ways that I can say it was legitimate, even if it was completely faked, simply by the reason that the American government decided to make it legitimate and use whatever resources they wanted. Or else, I would say that that in and of itself makes it as legitimate as it can be. But in fairness and trying to be good faith, I will come to the conclusion, come to the idea of whether or not it was kind of fake. And thinking about that in that kind of logic, I would say it's completely legitimate simply because it was done thanks to the sacrifices and long life achievements of Christian engineers. This amazing endeavor that happened in the 60s, the end of the 60s, 69 and 70s, was done on the back of Christianity. All of the people who actually work, I'm not talking about the dumbasses at the top in the CIA, I'm talking about the guys that actually work on creating the rockets, which is not that complicated. It's just a little bit more complicated than, a car. But these guys were the guys who, thanks to their Christian ethics and thanks to their metaphysics and thanks to all of the capacity for them to be able to live as Christians and work in this world that has been given to us in a sense, they were able to go to the moon. So, in a sense, it's very interesting that I see a lot of people, especially Christians nowadays, that go against their own accomplishments. Like, God give us a world that we can explore. God give us a world that makes sense. God give us all of these different ideations, and instead of believing more in Him because of the miracles that we see every day, it's like we deny His power because apparently we have to be literal in every single view that we have of Him. So with that, I will ask him to let us know a little bit more about what it means about legitimacy. If we want to go about just the legitimate part, I think that's over. I think I won that already, simply because legitimate, I would say that by force it is. But if we want to talk about whether or not it was real, we can go into the metaphysics of it, and we can talk a little bit more about it. So as I said, it was going to be short and simple, but thank you very much, Izzy.
No problem. Thank you for that opening statement. With that, we're going to hand the mic over to Rowdy Gowdy. So, Rowdy, whenever you're ready for your opening statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
All right, can you hear me? Everybody good?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
All right, sweet. Well, as Emmett said, thank you, Emmett, for taking this debate. Super excited. Win or lose, easy. Thank you for hosting. This has been a favorite topic of mine ever since I was a kid. So never really to have some formal education or information on it, but always just been a huge fan of space travel. Same thing. Okay, I had an idea that this could go a million ways. So I picked the top two that I thought it would end up in. One being, where does the truth come from? How do we decide on belief, what we believe, trust, who do you trust, and how do you actually gain the knowledge to know if we went to space, if we went around the moon. I think both of us would. I think you would agree it would be a lot of incredulity. We would just be assuming, my video versus your video, my expert versus your expert. Probably end up just competing on who has the more believable points, or like you said, could convince an audience, even if it was with force. Then that would make that truth legitimate. The other one I thought maybe you would go down was the science and like the data, the math. Uh, so I'm going to try to cover a little bit of both of these. Easy, if you could pull up the PowerPoint presentation that I sent. Oh no, I'm just playing, bro. Ain't nobody got time for no PowerPoint presentation. All right, we're just gonna wing this shit as we go. First thing, do you trust the government? Is NASA affiliated with the government? Tuskegee experiment. We could go over, one of the worst atrocities I think most people would say from government lying to you standpoint. They're gonna say, why would they lie about this? Why would they make this all a secret? Just for funsies, I guess, because that's what it seems like due to other experiments. Those are the kind of things that I've seen in the past or heard from, right? I wasn't there. I couldn't actually tell you if that was a thing, just from the data that I've collected from the witnesses that had a part in it. We could go to the 9/11. What's the truth about 9/11? Oh, man, I think there's still like a wide debate about it. We could talk about Operation Mockingbird, who controls the media. How do we even gain this information? How do we even go about it? Operation Paperclip, MK Ultra, Oklahoma City, the Gulf of Tonkin, COVID-19. We could talk about all these examples of information or misinformation directly from the government or these people in charge of these programs, in charge of these industries, in charge of literally everything you think they're in charge of. So I was kind of excited. Maybe we could even touch on a little bit of those things. The science and the math, obviously, I'm totally uneducated. I'm a cook, if that gives anybody an idea of where my, career has led me. Doing good, support a family, got a wife, 2 kids, and we're doing all right, paying our bills on time. So I'm going to give myself a pat on the back for that. W's in the chat for those that know what I'm talking about. So I guess if that's the point, we're going to go about it. I'll concede the rest of my time as well, and look forward to the rebuttals and opening the panel, the floor.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement, and that is going to wrap up opening statements. So we're going to get into the rebuttal round. So this is where each will have 5 minutes to respond directly to the opponent's openings. So not interjections yet. And then after the 5 minutes goes to the next person, then we'll get to open floor. So with that, we're going to hand the mic back to Emmett. Emmett, whenever you're ready for your 5-minute rebuttal, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah, well, he said about the 2 things, right? The first one was, if I'm not mistaken, we could go into what is the truth. I believe we have kind of the same epistemology when it comes to the truth. He listens to Jim Bob. I have the same idea of epistemology. It comes from the church. It comes from God. So we can both agree on that as the basic idea, right? When it comes to the government, I always find this very interesting, especially with people who are kind of libertarian-minded. Because whenever I see that they say, oh my God, how is it possible? We can't trust the government. Also, there's a crime going on. Let's call 911. So it's a big contradiction that we see most of the time. It's very unlikely that you're going to see somebody that sees anything going that is, against the law, and they will not act, appealing to the authority. In this case, it will be the government. So I understand that it's very fun. I enjoy my Jerry Springer, and if my Jerry Springer has a little bit of JFK involved in it, it's even better. And the cool thing about those kind of conspiracies is that it doesn't even matter if it's true or not. Yesterday I was listening to one guy from NASA, most unlikable motherfucker ever. I wish he would just shut the fuck up and never open his mouth again, because he sounded like he literally sounded like the worst person. Like you just want to give him a swirly. He opened his mouth. It's like, nerd, you're going into the surreal pod because whatever you say, it doesn't matter. You're fucking annoying. But that doesn't mean that what they're doing when it comes to space exploration or when it comes to how physics actually work is wrong. In fact, it just shows it's a phrase that I've been thinking about. Right? There's people that look at the stars and they marvel at the miracles in the stars, and then they deny God. And there's people that look at the world, look at the Bible. They profess to love God, and then they look at the miracles on the stars and they deny them. Like, we cannot do that. We have to be able, especially as Christians, to understand that there is a regularity in nature, that we can actually have those ways of understanding reality. And I think it's very likely, and the fact that I don't trust some men doesn't mean that what they do and what we've learned and what we have been incapable of doing, especially on the backs of Christian engineers and ingenuity, is false. With that, I end my rebuttal.
All right. Thank you for that rebuttal. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Rowdy. Rowdy, when you're ready for your 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
All right. Yeah, I kind of hear you on the contradiction part, where you have distrust in the government for running NASA and creating this space exploration program where we flying around the moon to prove that we can, or to build a base there, whatever the reasoning may be. And then compared to, calling the police when somebody's like breaking into your house or whatever. I think the only thing that would separate those two is just like the logic and reason, like the reason for doing that. One of them seems a little bit more of a higher priority than the other. Therefore, I would call it more legitimate to use that as like why they're actually not the same. That would be what I would say to the contradiction of that. The appeal to authority too is still a little tricky, because if you had Christian-based laws and were appealing to the cops that were enforcing them, or the government that was creating them, then you would still appeal to the law, you would appeal to the police, you would appeal to those systems, especially if they were founded in Christianity or had whatever your worldview was. Doesn't even have to be that one. You could pick any worldview. If the cops and government abided by it or helped control the society to that standard, that would then make it the most legitimate version, I guess. When you say space in these things, it's like I still have a little bit more questions on, like, what is that? What do you actually mean? The data, the science, the technology that we have, the the disbelief in the stars and the miracles that we have here. It's like, well, you say stars. It's like, well, actually, what is that? I actually don't know what you mean by stars. And then as far as the Christianity one goes, I struggle with this one because I'm not actually well versed in the greatest history book of all time, as some people would call it. I actually don't know what the Bible says about it, other than space is separated by a firmament, the water is above and below, and those kinds of things. So if the Christianity was the foundation of the men that created these amazing things, and by putting them down for the things that they created, you're somehow putting down Christianity or the God that they followed. I don't actually understand if that actually tracks, or if that's what that means. If you hate, or you disavow somebody, but then they hold a set of beliefs in something, that you're disavowing those beliefs as well. I don't know if that would be a good comparison to the guys that you don't trust in government. And I think that's pretty much all I got for the rebuttal as well. Make it short and sweet.
All right. All right. Thank you for that rebuttal. Great rebuttals from both sides. Before we move into the open hour of back and forth, let me talk to the audience real quick. If you're watching right now, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and subscribe to tonight's debaters. Okay. The links are in the description. And we host all kinds of debates here on Swords of Reason: politics, culture, ethics, internet topics, anything where reasoning and passion can collide. we throw it in the arena. So if you're enjoying the format, make sure you stay locked in because we have a lot more coming. And also, if you're interested in getting on a Swords of Reason debate, head to the Discord, discord.gg/bear cave, and you can message me or Tiny Pink Nuggets directly, and we'll get you set up. Also, a reminder for the live chat: after the closing statements, we're going to be doing a 30-minute Q&A. So I've already put the Q&A in the chat for you guys there. But remember, super chats, PayPal's, Cash Apps, these questions will get priority. So if they end up filling up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to the free chat question. So if you have something you really want answered, send it through one of those options, and we'll make sure it gets asked. And finally, thank you to both our debaters for being here tonight and bringing your perspectives into the arena. Whenever one of you is ready to start up the open floor, just go ahead and jump in, and I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Well, first of all, you remember to open your wallets to our host so that we can continue to have these debates. I would like to start with why NASA is funded and why is it that we have it. Well, it's very simple. We have a party that's called the Democrats, okay? And they like to buy a lot of votes. And what they do is they make a bunch of programs. Most of them are completely dumb. Some of the I will absolutely say that space exploration is not on the priority of things to do, but we fund people that are quite literally just breathing. So at least these people are doing something. And what they do is they go on, besides breathing, sometimes they throw things to the sky. Okay, but that's what they do. That's why it exists. What it exists is because the Democrats fund things to get votes, and they funded the space program pretty much because they wanted that to happen. They wanted to get votes. Do you disagree with it?
I don't think so. As far as the like fake companies, shell companies to like create their secret agenda or something.
Well, I think it's very
That
open.
angle of it.
But wouldn't you say it's a
Well,
very
so-
open agenda? It's like, hey, listen, vote for us, and we'll give you a bunch of cash so that you play a spaceman a couple of times a year.
Well, right. So then the argument is, if I pay them to do the things that I'm like, oh, I wonder what would happen if we launched, 4 people up into outer space and whipped them around the moon real quick and brought them back. Then we should all be totally down for that.
Well,
so I
you're
think what
making
happens is
you're making
everybody's okay with.
Yeah, I get it, but you're making a conflation here. You're making a should statement. We're not talking ethics. We're talking about reality. I can say what they're doing is wrong. I don't think I don't think anybody should buy votes, but what they're doing is that they're buying votes. Right?
Well, votes for what? To keep going to space? Like what do you mean?
Because the Democrats is a part of the government. They want to be in power. So the more they're in power, the more their families get rich, the more that they can subvert, the more that they've been able to install their own families at the top. There's a lot of people that think that communism, the communist ideas is not materialistic, but they're very materialistic, and what they want is their family at the top as dictators. So that's what they're moving for. They want to have as much power as possible.
But how would you demonstrate that? Is NASA, they start a fake company called NASA, and they're going to shoot a bunch of fake rockets and pretend to send a bunch of people to space to gain a bunch of voters being totally blind and okay with their tax money going towards that?
They're not fake. It's a government agency funded by the Democrats. They hire a bunch of people. The bunch of people know that the people who are going to give them money are the Democrats. They vote for the Democrats.
Okay. Mm-hmm. But is it because they believe they're going to space?
It's if they go to a space or not at the end of the day. Like, I'm giving you the reason as to why it's funded, right?
They pay to do that. Like, I would chip in money if I knew that that's what they were doing, right? Everybody's okay with giving tax money as long as they get a receipt at the end, right? As soon as you give them a receipt for
no, I'm not okay to pay tax money at all.
As long as you get a receipt?
No, I don't care. I don't want a receipt. I want
don't
my
like roads
money.
and
I
bridges?
don't like
Huh?
I don't like being
You
taxed. Do you like being taxed?
you you pa- well, I'm actually okay with it in a small form, and then
Li-
you expand that upon a larger society.
I
I think the idea of breaking bread with your homie and helping your homie out on, hey, you got car
yeah.
troubles and I can help you and let me help you get your feet on
I
the ground. Why wouldn't you expand that wealth to the roads and the businesses? No, you don't support
No,
local
I don't.
businesses.
I love giving to charity. I love giving to charity. Whenever I go out, give to charity. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Giving to taxes. Why would I want it to give it to a bunch of people who are gonna
A bunch
misuse
of
the
Christians.
money?
You don't like giving your money to a bunch of Christians?
A bunch of Christians? No,
Yeah, let's say the
you're
government is all
misunder.
Christian and they're
Yeah,
taxing
but
you.
you're
They keep taxes,
misunderstanding.
but they're all Christian based funded.
Even if that
They
was the
they only
case,
spend it on their morals and ethics.
yeah,
You wouldn't pay taxes?
even if that was the case, I don't know if you listened to my debate with Manar, but in Christianity, the way that it works is you give as the least amount of the least amount of taxes possible to the government and give as much as you can in charity. In the way that you
Yeah.
do it is the church takes care of charity, they take care of social problems, and the government is just there to be a cudgel. They're just there to use force against whoever is misbehaving in accordance to the ethics. Okay, so
Right.
no,
But if they were
even
all
as a
Christian, that would
Christian,
be a good thing.
nope. Even as a Christian, the good thing is to give the least amount of money possible to the government and give the most amount to charity within the church. So even as a Christian, I would not be happy to
Well,
pay taxes.
even if the government was ran by the church?
That would not be Christian. You
Is
would be
is
against
Christian nationalism Christian?
Christian nationalism doesn't mean that the church gets. You have to understand that the way that Christianity works. Like you have Chalcedon. In Chalcedon is a council. The council says that the church cannot take control of the government. The government has to be its own thing. The church has to be its own thing. So you cannot have a priest that is also a king. You cannot have a priest that is also a president. You have. Sorry. They are
But you
completely
could have
separated.
but you could have a Christian president, right?
Yeah, but you would give to the church the charity, and you would give to the Christian president the least amount of money possible when it comes to taxes.
Well, okay, so is it because it's by force? Like if let's say that the amount of Christianity on both sides of donating your money and charity to the church and whatever they spend it on, whether it's food or shelter
Hmm.
or supplies or uh,
Yeah,
literally whatever they spend their money on, if you're okay with that by giving them the large percentage, and the government and the president and the courts and all of the people that are in charge of all of the things that you don't like your taxes going towards held the exact same standard of like morals, values, ethics, are you saying that it wouldn't be the same if you just
yeah,
gave
no,
the majority to them and
no, it
or
wouldn't be the
even fifty
same.
fifty?
It wouldn't be the
Would it
same
be
because
50-50?
they're different. You have different odds, right? You have different things you should do. You should do as a
No, not according to Christianity, right?
no, yes, according to
It
Christianity.
was you just it's one set
Even
of
as a
laws that
Christian,
don't change.
the institutions are different and the way that you ought to act are different. You're talking about
Not if
axioms. Yeah. So
well, no, I'm just
let me
saying
put
not
it
if
as
they
an
were ran by
example. I am
Christian
not a
ethics and
priest,
values.
so I'm not a
Okay,
priest, right?
okay.
Okay. The way that I ought act when it comes to giving you interpretation of the structure of a scripture is by not doing it. That's how I ought act. I should not give you interpretation of scripture. But if I go to my priest and I ask him, "Hey, what does this mean?" He can actually tell me what it means, right? He give me the interpretation.
Okay.
Do we have the same moral axioms? Like we are under God and trying to follow His will?
I think so.
Okay, so the difference is the structure that we are under, right? He is working within the church. He's acting in accordance to what he ought do, in accordance to his position in church. If I'm acting as a president, and my idea is I'm going to do this as a president, I might follow the principles of Christianity, but I will be acting differently than if I was a priest, because we have different odds in a sense.
Well, not necessarily because you could hold the same awe even absent Christianity, right? Like if you went to a random president or senator or governor or whatever, and they were like, or let's say you go to your priest and you're like, hey, I'm having a problem with this. I
Mhm.
have this issue and I have an addiction to a certain thing that I know is bad, and
Yeah,
they go, you shouldn't do it. Like, here's what the Bible says of why you shouldn't participate in that. And then you go, okay, man, that makes sense. I know now that I ought not do that. But then you go to a governor or a president and they're like, we're going to make that thing that you're talking about completely illegal and lock everybody up that does it.
yeah.
Which is still the same as like, you ought not do it. And then you can also arrive at the same conclusion and be like,
Yeah, but you
okay,
see how the
you're
odds were different. In one place, is like, hey, we're gonna make this as part of the government. My responsibility as the government is to use force, and the other person in the church is like trying to help you through your problem that you have. His odd is towards you. He's trying to help you achieve the fact that you get out of that sin. That's what I mean.
yeah,
They're
but
completely
yeah, but okay.
different.
Well, but you have two people. One of them's holding the thing that you're addicted to, and they're like, "You ought not take this," and you're like, "Oh, but I could just grab. It's just right there. I could just grab it." But then the other guy is like, "You ought not take this, so we're gonna put it in this box and lock it up." You still not ought not take it, but now at least you can't just grab it, right? That would actually be, is it because it's locked away and you're not allowed to get it that makes it more bad than being able to get it and just mind power? This is what they're going to say, right? They're going to say, pull yourself up by your bootstraps and just don't do it. If the option is you only use your personal willpower to overcome those things, even if the priest is saying don't do it, but you could do it if you really wanted to, that seems way worse than being like, you now know how you have no access to the thing that you want to ought not do. How is that a worse
No,
outcome?
no, no. It's different, right? The fact that you can.
I'm not arguing if it's different, but it
Yes,
wasn't
but you're
wasn't
acting.
the
You're
idea if
saying,
it was
well,
good or bad. It was bad if the government was all Christian based, Christian ethics, Christian morals, Christian values,
you're
and
still
they made laws based upon it, and that's
no.
bad
That's what we want.
versus those same exact rules, but
But
you're not required to follow them.
that's what we want. We want Christian nationalism. Well, I want Christian nationalism. I want Christianity to be the one telling me what not ought to when it comes to the basics. And it's not even what I not ought to, right? There are things that Christian nationalisms
I
will
agree.
allow that would be be seen. But what I want is them to be able to use those principles to say this is what society will not do or else. That is the point of the government. You're not going to do this or else. That's the point. Now, when it comes
That's
to
okay.
the church doesn't have that. But the church is there to help you understand where it comes from. Now, we've moved away from Artemis like very, very greatly.
Well,
I would
I
prefer
picked
to
two
go a
sides.
little
It was
bit
science
back.
and data and math, or
Okay.
God is the truth and only way of figuring out if we know whether or not we can even go to space.
Well,
Because
let me put it this way: have you ever heard? Let's finish that argument real quick. Have you ever heard of the
yeah,
argument of foreknowledge?
no.
Okay, so when it comes to, have you ever heard of epistemology? This is something that King
Yeah, I
Bob
get.
talks about a
Yeah,
lot.
and I
And
get
Gene,
they're all blended together with like epistemology, etymology.
mhm.
Yeah, I get them all tangled
So,
in there, but
so,
I
so when we're talking
I
about
have a
Christianity
generic
in a
version.
big way, the way that we do these, the way that we talk about knowledge or about all of the metaphysical things that we use every day that we think that they're just there, and you know, a lot of atheists think they are subjective. We consider them to be objective in the mind of God, right? There are subjective things, but when we're talking about the metaphysics, they're objective things, and they're based pretty much in the mind of God. And
Right,
if it was
like
the
knowledge, how
case
you know.
that, yeah, if it was the case that God wasn't real, it would all be subjective. And if everything is subjective, right? If there is only subjectivity of my mind, if my knowledge is just according to me, then I can't be wrong, but you can't be wrong, but everybody is right, but nobody is right. There is no such thing as knowledge. Knowledge is whatever I prefer at the end of the day.
Yeah, plus force.
So,
It's preference plus force.
yeah, but
That's what knowledge would be.
yeah, so I would be right in
Right?
saying it would be completely right on my end to say Artemis was a legitimate space mission, simply because the
No,
guys in power, because they have the force, said it was. And even if it was completely false and it never happened, it would still be completely legitimate because the government said it was, or else.
well, I will caveat it with But is it reasonable? It still has to remain reasonable
No, it
and
doesn't.
honest. Yeah, legit. The
Let
literally
me give you an
legitimate
example of something
requires
completely.
honesty.
Let me give you an example of something completely unreasonable that has happened. Okay, and
Okay.
that it's horrible that that it happened, but it's completely no, it happens. And it's legitimate in a sense. So the United States have deleted about 17, about 60 million unborn babies, and they've done it legitimately in the past about 60 years.
Yeah, honestly, they have.
Yeah,
Like their honesty is a part of that.
yeah, but
If they
it's
were lying,
legitimate and
if they
it's
were lying
horrible.
about that number, it would no longer be legitimate, right? If it was like, it turns out it was only 50. There was 50 of them, but they said it was that many, even though with force and propaganda and convinced the whole populace that that was the number, it would actually
Yeah,
be not legitimate then.
but it's not honest because what have they say about these babies? They call them bunch of cells. They call them
Well, but
not
you didn't say that
human.
part. You said
They call
got
them
rid
not
of that. They
human.
deleted a bunch of them. Yeah, they
Yeah,
deleted a bunch of them. That is
uh-huh.
honest.
Yeah,
That is
I'm being
true.
honest on what I'm saying, but they will say that they have not done
Okay.
nothing wrong, and they were not babies. They were fetus. They will call them that. They will say that they were just a bunch of cells. There was a clump of cells. They will say that they had no humanity. They would say that they're not humans. They will say a bunch of little things to
Okay.
enmascarate the actual horror of that situation, and it was done
Right, which
legitimately.
would be unreasonable, which is also another requirement of legitimate.
N-
It has to be within the
no,
reason, which if you're listing a bunch of like
but it's
psychopathy or whatever, then
it, it,
you now have removed you have removed reasonable. You can
no,
keep
it
your
is.
honesty or whatever, like they believe those things even though it's
It
not,
is
they're
reasonable. It
delusional or whatever.
happened, and it's been legitimized by
Well,
the
just
government.
because it happened doesn't make it reasonable.
It
The
was legitimized
murder
by
was
the
unreasonable,
government.
even though it happened, it was still unreasonable. Like OJ Simpson or whatever. You could bring up any example and be like, well,
Yeah,
they
OJ
did do that, it
Simpson.
did happen and it is honest, but it's like there was actually no reason. It was an
No, but
unreasonable
we're talking
outcome
subjectively. We're talking
or action, I guess.
subjectively, right?
Well, no, because then we're back to force and whatever I decide is
Yeah, but I told
uh
you if we
what
are, I'm giving that. I'm granting that it's subjective. It's only force. If it's only force and subjectivity, it depends on force. If that depends on force, it's
mm,
completely legitimate simply because the people with the force did it.
uh no, because then you're back into unreasonable and dishonest.
Yeah, but there's no
I believe
reason.
that just for funsies pulled it up Merriam-Webster. Pretty sure
Hmm.
this is going to be appeal to authority or whatever.
That's fine. It's
The
just it's
definition was lawfully was the first one,
uh-huh.
having full rights and obligations, being exactly as intended or presented. So maybe they're saying a thing, but it's being misrepresented or presented incorrectly, which when now you're not legitimate again, you're now illegitimate. Cross that off the
Well,
board.
yeah,
It's
but
not legit.
do you see that
It's
the
not
first
legit
thing that the definition does is appeal to the government?
to the law. Yeah. But if they
Uh,
were all Christian, that would be a good thing. You would want the definition to be like Christian ethic, fundamental
yeah,
value,
I
basis,
agree.
biblically. The first definition would say whatever you wanted
Yeah,
it to say, which
you
is
can
now we're
say
back
in
to
my system that makes
the
perfect
same
sense,
thing.
okay? But if I'm granting the idea that it's just power, it will be completely legitimate because the people in power did it.
Well, no, because you already conceded that using force would be unreasonable, and you wouldn't use
I never considered that it
Christianity.
would be unreasonable. I'm a force doctrine baby, okay? I love it. In fact, I want a bunch more force to be enforced in a lot of people. Speakeasy can attest to that because I'm gonna appeal to the moderator, but he knows that I'm very pro death penalty, so he can attest to the fact that I'm not against the government using force.
But as long as it's for like Christian morals and values and reasons, right? Reasons like reasonable
Yeah, if
to
you want to appeal
Christianity.
to my
If they were doing
system,
death penalty, if it was a bunch of atheists, right? You would then death penalty no bueno if atheists are in charge of it, right?
yeah, but you're appealing to my system, right? You're appealing to my moral and my ethics. You're saying, hey, look, listen,
Right.
I want, according to your morals, you don't want this to happen because you know they will be doing something bad. But I'm not talking about moral or ethics at all. I'm talking about force. If I'm going to say everything is subjective and it just depends upon the legitimate action is only based on force, it would be a legitimate mission simply because the government did it, because they have the
Right.
force.
Yeah, so it sounds like what's going
Okay.
on is we have like kind of two definitions of legitimacy going on here a little bit. So
Mhm.
one's
Yeah.
tied to whether the mission seems like Rowdy, yours is whether the mission has actually occurred,
Yeah.
where
I'm on the data and science
Emmett is whether institutions can establish the legitimacy through the
of a thing.
authority.
Yeah.
Um,
There are 5
so
lights.
maybe a way to
Government.
do this is if you maybe both of you could answer. I don't care who goes first.
Mhm.
If there's two like identical scenarios, right? One where the mission truly happened, but no one believes it, and then one where how would it be? One where the mission never
Everyone
happened, but
believes.
everyone
Everyone
believes it.
believes it.
Under your definition, which one of those would be legitimate and why?
The one that no one believes that they actually did go and do the thing, right? uh, did OJ murder those people or whatever? It's like legitimately, no, according to the findings in the case, but illegitimately, yes, because everyone believes that he did. Everyone, there's even people that say, I know that he did, right? Which is like, well, I don't actually think they know that, but they do believe it. So then I'll go back to the belief part. I'm gonna say that if the idea is that a spaceship left Earth, broke through the atmosphere, got all the way around itself, I think once or maybe twice, and then around the moon and then back, uh, and then that did happen, that's the legitimate one when it comes to, is Artemis a legitimate space mission?
I would say, and just quoting Rhodey, it would be it would be legitimate depending on the government, since OG legitimately didn't do it because he wasn't found because he was found not guilty. But
Yeah,
the point of what I
internal critique. That was an internal critique, I swear.
yeah. The point of what I was going to make is I agree, right? That's what I was talking at the beginning, the opening statement. If I'm just talking about legitimate in the way that it's done, so who has the force? That would be the government. Thus, it would be legitimate simply because of that. But talking about the truth of the matter, which is what I believe he wanted to actually speak about, whether or not it actually happened. That's what I gave the idea, the other kind of idea. So it is, we're not talking about the truth of the matter, we're talking about legitimacy. It's just about who has the force to say that it happened or not. That's the way that I look at it.
So it's true. So it doesn't have to be okay. So let me see if I can like steelman the idea of like the version of legitimate truth. Um, truth isn't required to be legitimate.
Yeah, no.
You can be legit, but without being true. Is that
Legit,
correct?
when we're talking about legitimacy, it's just about who is giving it legitimacy, right? You're appealing to a government, you're appealing to an authority. So the authority is what gives the legitimacy of the thing that you're talking about. It doesn't have to be true. So even if I granted that it
Okay.
didn't happen, it would still be true in accordance to the
No,
force, so the government.
no. Even if you granted me that it wasn't true, it would still be legitimate,
Yeah, it would still be legitimate just by force.
even though it's not true.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if we're talking about
Um,
the truth of the matter, did we go there? I say we did. And the reason why, as I said at the beginning, is because we, as Christians, not only have access to knowledge, but we have the capacity to understand, the world around us. And the world around us was given to us in a way to, to explore it, to make the most out of it that we can, to not be nihilistic, to actually go out there and try to understand the mind of God, try to live in accordance to God. So if we go to the moon, it's not against the principles of what God wants us to do. In fact, it would be us acting in accordance to what is true, right? We can actually put a bunch of fuel on a rocket, ignite it, go out of get out of this force that attracts us to the center of the planet, go to the moon, come back, use math, make all of the little distinctions, and it will be thanks to the grace of God that we can even do any of that.
Okay. Well, then it's like, I'm assuming you have knowledge of what the Bible says about going to space and or space travel, the moon, that sort
I
of thing.
mean, you can bring up any passages if you want to.
Well, I thought you were the one that was going to prove to me that the Bible says that we could totally go to the moon and around it and
I
then come back.
don't I don't use the Bible as a cudgel as to tell you what can happen or cannot. The Bible is a system, it's a belief system that allows me to know that God loves me, that there is a creator, that there is a capacity to redemption, that the church is true. And whenever I have questions about how to interpret the Bible in accordance to the world, I will go to my priest. But I will not be like using the Bible as a cudgel to tell you anything, to be honest. It's not my place.
Okay,
So
and I
just
think I can
just
respect that.
reel us back into the Artemis program. So like you both
Yeah,
have your standard on the legitimate part, like
I think so.
with Emmett being that authority can make it legitimate, and um Rowdy
Right.
saying that unless it like actually happened, it's not legitimate. So
Yeah.
just like when we're talking about like the Artemis program, what would be like the criteria or evidence that you would be using under your definition to determine legitimacy? And
Yeah,
that's
well,
for that's for both of you.
Well, the what I would say is that you can actually go and see the rocket. There's beam, there's the, if you actually want to, you can go to different NASA places. You can go over there. You can see the rockets. You can see the space modules. You can see the rocks. There are different experiments that have been done. There's obviously like the super skepticism, right? If you want to be a super skeptic, in a sense, is like nothing makes any sense because you can just go back and make ask questions and questions and questions. But at the end of the day, is those are the things that I would look towards, like what kind of is it, it's like what kind of fuel that we're using, is that thing make sense, what kind of rocket do they have, can I go see the rocket, I've seen the rockets. You can go see the rocks that they were bringing forth from the moon and talk about all different things. I don't know what kind of evidence would you use to say that we never went.
Well, that's why I was, because it was the burden of proof was on you. So when it's like
Yeah.
you say like rocks and stuff, it's like,
Mhm.
does that when you say they brought back, or you can go see
Yeah, there's
the ships
so
or the
near
rockets?
me. Yeah, the rockets, there are
Yeah,
different
I'm not a
museums.
rocket denier, if that's kind of the take, is like I do believe there are uh rockets, boosters, that sort of thing.
Okay.
But I still don't actually know if that's the there are rockets, therefore we went up and around the moon and then came back.
No,
And it's like, I
yeah,
mean, we could get into, I got some of the data here, I guess, if that's kind of the thing,
yeah, you want to go
as
there?
far as where my questions come from. Um, do you know do you know how fast the SLS is the name of the whole rocket itself that actually launches the
The
little
capsule.
capsule Orion
Hmm.
and the service module that's attached to it? Um, and this is gonna be, I'm going off of all of the data I could find from like NASA, and I'm looking for the truth in the information that they're giving me. But what happens is I come across a lot of speed bumps, which then leads me to having these conversations where I'm like, can you help me get over this? There's like a little speed bump right here, and I just need maybe a little more clarification on what this means or how we demonstrate this or something like that. But do you know how big the rocket itself, how much it weighed, uh, the whole thing at liftoff?
Okay.
Do you know how much it weighed?
I'm not entirely sure about.
5.75 million pounds.
Uh-huh.
Fueled, and that's wet. It was like 3.75 dry. Uh, loaded up with fuel. It now weighs 5.75 million pounds.
Mhm.
Requires 8.8 million pounds of thrust. Do you know how fast it gets going to break through the atmosphere?
I'm not.
The answer is 3,100 miles per hour, 3,100 miles per hour. They get to about 30 miles up. It takes
Yep.
90 seconds, and then they release the boosters, and the other part goes off into the distance while accelerating the whole time, allegedly. I don't know if you've ever been on a roller
Yep.
coaster, but every single time that thing accelerates, I don't know if you've ever been in a Tesla, every time and you can't move. Some of the rides, if you're little and you got your head down, I've seen kids get stuck on the roller coaster like this and they
Mhm.
can't get their head up because the acceleration is continuing the
Yeah,
whole way.
that's
Uh,
correct.
if they were going to increase acceleration into zero gravity, which all of the data I could find says that acceleration does continue into zero gravity due
Mhm.
to Newton's third law or something like that.
Velocity
If
continues,
you were
acceleration
locked
does.
into your seat, you would be locked into your seat the whole time. There wouldn't be no, oh, we're in zero gravity now. Guess we can just unhook and float around now and throw
Yeah.
stuff and
So
watch it
it's
do the
like,
thing. You're still accelerating. So that I just want to go over a couple real quick. Well,
okay,
actually, let's do one at a time.
yeah,
What
let's do one at a time.
acceleration in zero gravity?
Yeah.
What's that?
Well, first off, that's a misunderstanding, right? The acceleration is not continuous in zero gravity. Velocity is. So
No,
when you are outside of atmospheric conditions, and it's not even continuous all the way through. But that's a
no, it
little more
does continue the
complicated.
whole way through.
No,
Yeah, they
it's
get
a
up
little
to
bit more complicated than that.
25,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, they
They
go
start
25 miles. Yeah, they go 25,000 miles per hour.
25,000 miles per
Okay,
hour,
so they
accelerating the whole
accelerate to
time up to
that
that.
speed, but then it doesn't keep accelerating because acceleration would
Okay.
mean it
Okay.
would come to 25,000, then we go to 30,000, and then
And
we go
then
to
you
35,000, then we go to 40,000, then you would keep on
right,
going the faster and faster. Okay, what
right.
happens
So you
is you
slow
go to
down a little bit.
25,000. No, and you usually stay at around 25,000 miles per hour. So imagine that you're on a train. You
No,
start on a train. It goes
not
really
true.
fast, and then it's still going really
Yeah,
fast, but you can't
right,
move. You have okay. That's
right.
relative.
They're no
That's
longer
just
accelerating.
yeah.
Yeah,
They're no longer
you're
accelerating.
at speed.
You're at speed, and you're moving
Um,
in the speed in the place. So
yeah, but they
that's
don't
that
just
is.
magically stop at 25,000 miles per hour because that's just how fast they go. They
No.
have thrusters, which then slow them down to 25,000 miles per hour because they would run out of fuel if they kept increasing their speed all the way through and wouldn't be able to make it around the moon and back home. So they slow down to 25,000 miles per hour because that's the sweet spot where they'll have enough fuel to use corrective thrusts as they navigate perfectly through all of those meteors and all of
Yeah.
that space trash and all of they just magically don't hit any of it. You don't see any of it. I totally believe them.
Mm-hmm.
And not a single star up there, so everyone will bring that one up. That's an easy one. And then what
I mean
happens
that
is
would be
that
dependent, right?
depending on what.
So have you ever taken what you're saying is you cannot see stars, but it's usually because of the camera lenses. So
No,
have you ever taken a picture with
I
your
have.
camera to the sky?
Mm-hmm.
What happens
I
with
have.
most of the time when you take a picture of the starry sky with your camera?
You can get a picture of the stars, the
No,
clouds,
it
the
looks black.
sun.
It depends on the amount of time you allow the lens to capture light. If it's really fast, it
Okay.
usually looks black because it doesn't have enough time to capture the light of the star. And the same thing
Gotcha.
happens when you're like taking a picture of thing. That exposure is very important when it comes to that. It's just
Yeah.
how it works. It will depend
So,
on whether
so
you
are they
are in the amount
taking
of light too.
are they taking long exposure videos up there, long exposure
No,
photos?
they're not. I don't know if they are. Like, I don't think they are. Why would you?
Huh. Uh, just curious.
Okay,
Um,
maybe this is the problem, right? Do you know what exposure is in a camera? Just asking. I'm not trying to be mean to you or anything.
no, yeah, dude, I promise.
Okay,
I don't
so
know.
you have the lens. You have the lens of the camera. Okay,
Okay.
And there are three things. You have the ISO, which is the amount of light that is reflected on the sensor. You have the aperture, like how much of the lens is going to be able, how much light is going to be able to enter the camera at a single time. And you have the exposure.
Yeah.
The exposure is the time that the sensor is going to
stays
be
open.
accepting light,
Yep.
and stays
Okay.
open.
Right.
Most of the time,
Generally, I have an idea.
you don't have like high exposure times on photos. What you do is you click and you get the picture. Okay.
Freeze frame, yeah.
Yeah, it's usually that what you want. You can have like high aperture, like high exposure times in some cases. The problem is that
Sure.
the light of the stars is very, very far away. It's very dim, and you need more exposure so that you can actually see the light, or the sensor captures the light. It's not a problem with the light of the star. It's a problem with the sensor of the camera.
How far away
I
is
don't
the
know.
closest
Depends
star?
on about 4 light years, I think.
4 light years.
Yeah.
Huh, that doesn't seem like that far. How many
It's
how many miles
dude,
is that?
that's incredibly far. That is like 30 trillion miles or something like that.
How long would that take?
Forever. We're never gonna do it. Okay, I'm not a person that believes in interspatial travel, like interstellar travel.
Like,
it's not gonna happen. If anybody here
Is
that
the
is like,
moon
yeah, we're
local?
gonna go to another star in our lifetime, strap on, because you're not gonna do it. It's not gonna happen.
Okay.
hmm
Okay. It does sound pretty illegitimate to believe that that would be the case, right?
That it would be the case. What would be the case? That there is
The
a star
the
for
mission to go to those stars would be
yeah.
a illegitimate mission.
Yes. If that was the
Okay.
if Orion was if Artemis was saying we're gonna go to the nearest star, I would be the first one outside being like, this is bullshit. This not only smells like bullshit, this is just bullshit.
Okay. I like the answer. This is bullshit. I'm gonna go back just a few steps real quick
Yeah,
because
let's go
I want to
back.
finish this one. Do you know about the SR-71 Blackbird? It's like a stealth bomber kind of, not the B-2, but it's like got the big turbines and then gets really
Oh, the one
skinny and then
that
has like
went super fast, that around like 2 missiles supposedly.
the fastest recorded
hmm
piloted ship
Aircraft.
or aircraft ever, reaching a top speed of 2,193 miles per hour.
Okay.
Went Mach 3, I think like 3.2. These are all just, I'm just chicken scratching on my paper here for what my notes are going to
Yeah.
be. It reaches about 600 to 800 degrees at the nose. The front edges get about to 800 degrees and actually expand the aircraft itself because they get so hot.
Because of friction.
Mach 3. Do you know how many pilots are qualified to fly this plane at Mach 3?
Probably one or two.
It's 86. There's about
Okay.
86 qualified to hit Mach 3, and then there's a few dozen more that like rotate in and out, and they hit Mach 3 all the time. It's totally normal. They don't have any side effects. Do you know how fast the SLS, the Orion, and the whole ship itself gets going before it breaks the atmosphere?
It's about Mach 32 or something like that.
No.
I don't know.
That's a fake number that is out there as far as misinformation to get the flat earthers all like caught up on how like ridiculous the numbers are. It's actually Mach 4.5, which is just a little bit faster.
Yeah, but you're not trying.
It's
realize
about 4,000 miles per hour. Do you know how many pilots are qualified to hit Mach 4.5? Just a quick question.
None. But
the answer is no.
Let me
no,
ask, Brody,
it's
just
a
second.
dozen. There. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me explain to you something real quick, okay? You're not piloting that.
Okay.
What does
piloting mean? You're holding the joystick and making decisions, or just sitting there like this?
They're pretty much sitting there like this, because you're not doing any, like, that's the point, right?
That's
the point I'm making. Yeah.
But if you're holding the thing and driving it, all of a sudden you can handle up to, do you know how many G's? Probably not.
You cannot hold it.
The X-15 rocket in the 1960s was the only plane that ever hit Mach 4. And there are no operational aircrafts that have taken a pilot that fast. Now, when it says
What
taking
does
a
it mean
pilot,
to pilot? You're asking the question. You're
go
answering the
that
question for
fast.
yourself.
How about go that fast?
No, you can
What
go
does it
that
mean to drive a
fast.
car? I get in a Corvette and I go 201 or 205 or whatever they can go. If I'm just in it with my foot on the gas, am I still piloting the Corvette to 200 miles per hour?
If
I
you
think
can, if
I
you
think you
can
could
move
count
it.
it.
Okay,
Yeah, well,
let me put
let's
it this
just say
way.
it goes on a
If you,
straight line right to the
yeah,
moon.
it just goes. That's the way
It
it
just
goes.
does, yeah.
Yeah. Do you pilot? Wait, do you pilot a roller coaster?
No.
Okay, you
Does
just
it
sit there
go
and do
the
this.
speed that it goes, even if I'm not in
You go
control of
there
it?
and you just do this.
Am I
That's
going
pretty much
60
what's
miles per
happened.
hour? Okay, so you would
Yeah,
agree.
maybe,
You agree. You go the speed that the roller coaster's going, right?
but you're not
You would
piloting
agree.
it.
Sure.
Okay,
But are these
once you're
people
being
going
thrown,
Mach 4, even though
once
they're not driving the shuttle?
yeah,
Are they
when you're
going Mach
when
4.5?
yeah, you're not piloting
Okay,
it.
there there's a dozen people that have ever made it through a Mach 4.5, and it's been since the 1960s on the X-15 rocket plane. And there are no operational aircrafts that can allow a person in them to go to those speeds.
Well, except for the Artemis, right?
Magically, except for the Artemis. No
Well,
communication.
no, magically,
Nope.
because there was one in the past, which happened in
Well,
the
we
60s, and we have one
and you
now, which is the Artemis. So it's not magically. We've done it before.
the X-15 didn't go to outer space. It
The-
was just a engine
it-
test to see how fast they could get the X-15 rocket.
Perfect. They
It was
could
on
get
a
it to
plane.
Mach 4. So they did it in the past. They've done it again.
There were a dozen pilots. Coincident? You believe the coincidence that these four just happened to be able to qualify for Mach 4.5?
Uh, I don't think you
Did you? Oh
qualify
wait,
for
actually,
that. I
actually,
think all you do
actually,
is
did you
sit
see the
there and
video?
pray not to die. It's
Did
like
you see the
what you
video that
do.
NASA?
You stay there and it's like, oh well, I'll do what
Wait,
I
but
can.
didn't you see the video of NASA and they had all the pilots in those like that machine where it spins around and they like test them
Yeah,
to go like a certain speed? Oh,
they're not testing you.
I've never
They're
seen that
trying
video
to
because there
prepare
isn't
you.
one.
They're trying
Yeah,
to prepare you. No,
there's
there
that video
is
doesn't exist.
there is what there is there this is well known. There are different things that people do when it comes to just spinning around and being in Mac and all that. But at the end of the day, it doesn't
Yeah,
matter because you're not preparing yourself to take decisions. What kind of decision do you think they can take when it comes
it
to
doesn't.
them being at
You
Mach
can't.
4 at the beginning of the flight? Nothing. They can do nothing. If the
You can't
last time,
even breathe. Yeah, you can't.
yeah,
It's
the
difficult
last
to
time
breathe.
it is the last time anybody had to make a decision in those conditions, it was the Challenger, and let me tell you, they didn't make much decisions at all. All they did was pretty much
Mm,
say bye in a very flourished way.
well, no, because aren't like six of those people still alive or whatever?
In the Challenger?
Yeah, the people that were in the Challenger
No,
aren't those,
what are you
they're not
talking about?
those people aren't still alive?
No,
Huh. Okay. Well then, yeah, I must have
the
a
Challenger
different Challenger.
explosion. Have you ever seen the
Yeah.
Challenger explosion?
I think so.
Yeah, it killed the
Yeah,
seven. It killed
I
all
must
the 7 crew members.
all seven. What were their names?
I don't
Doesn't
I don't
it
know the
usually has a
name.
list right there?
Dick Scooby, Michael J. Schmidt, Ronald McNair, Ellison Onizuka, Judith Resnick, Gregory Jarvis, and Krista McAuliffe. McAuliffe.
Okay. Yeah, I believe people one of them has a twin or something. They
Did
they've
Jesus
been
have a
found. They've found six of these people. One of them's a teacher at Yale. The shit, I don't have that list right here, of course.
Wait,
Uh,
are you telling me that the 7 people that died that day are not actually
not
dead?
seven,
I'm gonna need
not
a little
seven.
bit of evidence
I
for that
I
claim, my
can't.
boy.
Well, it'll be the same claim as yours that the spaceship went up and around the moon. I
No.
saw a video, and there was a guy that looked into the information on all the people that were on that thing, and they have found those same. So I can actually provide it because I believe there's court cases involved with this. People are being subpoenaed due to some of these circumstances, but they have found a lot of these peoples with the same name, the same face, the same age, the same teeth, and
Let's see.
have
The same
asked
teeth.
about getting. Yeah, well, do like photos,
Ronald
right? You take the photos.
McNair is
Yeah,
alive. No, NASA astronaut physicist Ronald McNair is not alive. He was killed at age
is this? Are
35.
you on? Are you on Google?
I am on Google. I'm trying to figure out if you have any of this, because
Here, let's
listen.
see.
Let me put it this
pull mine up.
way: NASA fake mission to the moon. Okay, and I can have why conspiracy theorists may say deep fake. I see a lot of different places that I can find information, at least. It even says, why do some people believe this? But I cannot, when it comes to Ronald McNair being alive, I would be like very surprised if we don't just come up and be like, yeah, this guy survived the Challenger explosion. I would be very happy that he was alive.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, see, this is where I come with the conspiracy theories and the speculation, because what I have found is every time I do this and I have this conversation, is it comes down to being like, well, hold on, my credibility or the people that I have looked into or the research that I have done is just actually too unbelievable to accept as even being possible. A lot of these things is just, well, hold on, but I've seen the video of it explode. I know that it did, and it's like, I'm the person that's just like, how do you know that? Have you actually verified that? Do you actually
Yeah,
know
the preponderance of evidence, right? And it wouldn't be the way that I would
yeah,
do it. Would be the preponderance of evidence. I would do it
but this
through that
this is back to
place.
legitimate. Yeah, this is back to, it's going to be legit, but you already
No,
said that it
we
could
moved
be
away from
untrue.
legitimate, dude. We moved away from legitimate. Legitimate is whatever they say.
Well, okay.
The government says that it's legitimate, if that is the case. But we're talking
Right,
about
which is,
if
I
it's
think, where
true.
this goes.
This is true. The way that I would go through it is through the preponderance of evidence. I would look at the evidence. I would look at the possibility of the evidence, and I will say, hey, due to the fact that, for example, we have the ISS. The ISS is a thing that we can find, we can see. We have had different
Yeah.
missions. The fact that it's possible and it's not hard to make a rocket, to send the rocket up, to get out of it. The point would be that would be kind of the evidence I would go to. I would go to the preponderance of evidence to find an idea of whether or not this is a true thing. But the thing that I would not do is be like, yeah, I think it was Ronald McNair is now a jail professor, and I heard that in a video, and that is the reason why I know that the Challenger did not happen. It would be that's kind of, I need a little bit more proof for that
I'm just asking the
claim.
question. Yeah, and I agree. That's what I thought. I just had the idea that was. I was interested to see if you had heard any of such story. But then that just brings us back to like the ISS. You said, like, what's that? You said I can see that. Yeah, you're right. I have an app that actually tracks it, and I can find it in this telescope, and I can watch a little light go. And I go, oh, that proves it. There's a bunch of people up there swinging around and observing.
I mean, get a better one, and you can see it better.
That's true. Are there any videos of that? Are there any photos?
Yeah.
There's photos and videos
There's
of
photos and
people
videos of
tracking the ISS.
There's a very famous video of an astronomer. He's not part of NASA or anything like that. He's just an astronomer. He was taking a video of the moon, and the ISS passed in front of it. And you know when I saw that one, oddly enough, I saw that one Jim Bob's stream. And it was very cool because even Jim Bob was like, well, I think I have to look at this new evidence.
Okay. Would that demonstrate that they were in outer space, or could I make the argument that the moon is closer than you think it is?
they're in lower
we went there.
they're
Would
in
that
lower
still be legit?
orbit. They're in lower orbit. I don't think I don't know how far away the moon is. Like I can speculate about the distances of the moon. I don't. It
It's
doesn't seem.
200,000 miles is what they say.
So, but the
200.
point I was gonna make is that according to what I know of physics and the way that physics work, and I think you agree with me on this, is if you burn a bunch of fuel to go fast, you get to think faster.
Yeah, that's why I was curious as to why don't they just go, I believe the Raptor or whatever the one Elon's working on, I
Yeah,
believe it goes 100,000 miles per hour.
maybe.
I could be wrong.
It sounds a little
And you
bit.
brought up the
It sounds extremely high, to be honest. But we can
and
look at it. Raptor, Elon Musk, rocket speed.
yeah, I believe that he wants the Starship to go 100,000 miles per hour. That way, it only takes like 28,000 years to get to the newest or the nearest star.
No, that would be false. Cannot be.
What? Why not though?
28,000 years, you said?
Yeah, I think it was like 28,000 years.
Okay, that makes a little bit more
At
sense.
at 100,000 miles per hour,
Yeah.
it would be 28,000 years, and we would hit the first star, and then figure out like, there's
Yeah,
nobody here.
that's
Oh,
what I
look,
told
there's
you,
a
that I don't agree with
planet.
any kind of interstellar flight.
Deep.
28,000 years is
Well,
way too
well,
long.
but you do, because isn't that where the light that you believe you see is coming from?
Well, the
Is
light can travel.
from an infinite. Okay, what happens when I flash a flashlight at you? Does the light laser beam for trillions and trillions of years to get to your eyeballs as a perfect little
No,
illuminator,
because we are
or
not trillions
does
and
light
trillions of
expand
years apart, right?
from the star? I thought
When
that's what
you
I thought you
use
said
a
that.
flashlight and you point it at me, we are not trillions and trillions of light years apart. We are probably, I don't know how far away you are from me.
Sure,
Probably,
but let's go with the 4 light years away star. How
yes.
how light would this light have to be
It's an
to make it?
approximation, and what they're saying is you know that there's a speed of light, right? It's a constant,
Yeah,
about
I've heard of
300,000
this.
miles per hour, something like that. Miles per.
I think so. Yeah. Yeah, that's why the delay thing where they're like, "Give me a thumbs up," and the guy's like, "Oh."
Wow. Sorry, I read that super
It,
chat.
oh, I missed it.
God damn it.
The delay, yeah, light
Well,
speed.
with like 8 minutes here, let me see if I could just like kind of tie it back in, or if you could tie it back in for us a little bit, Rowdy. Here,
Yeah.
this light thing you're talking about and the speed of light and everything. How does this tie to the Artemis being legitimate or not?
I think just mainly because there's this weird miscommunication or misunderstanding on the idea of seeing stars in outer space as it is. This is where it started for me from a long time ago when I was in high school and learning this stuff in science class.
Mhm.
And I literally, I'm talking even 7th grade, 8th grade type stuff. This is before we had smartphones, before we had Wikipedia and all of the technology in our pockets. And I remember just being like, it just seems kind of crazy. And then you see the interviews with the astronauts that like have this weird reaction. And I'm not doing the like, oh, see, this proves my side. It just proves the idea that I don't think that they're actually either A, being honest, or being legitimate in the story that they're telling. And
Mhm.
or you could just come up with any assumption you want, and if they can't refute that, then actually what makes you wrong, you know? um can can you see the stars in outer space? Every single time you catch these people on camera, they can't answer it. They're like, well, in the original one from the moon landing, they were like, I don't actually remember seeing any. And they like look at each other and they're like, yeah, right, Bob, right, Bill, right, Jim. We totally, one, two, we don't remember seeing the stars.
Uh-huh.
And then the next people, they're like, yeah, we could see so many sometimes if there was the right, like, because the light and stuff, and we're like so far, and
Yeah.
it's like crazy. Like, we don't got to get into all the
Yeah,
science and stuff.
maybe
Like, I'm
they're
not. We don't
dumb.
gotta-
That doesn't mean anything. Have you ever heard anyone from NASA talk? I told you I was listening to
Yeah.
one last time, and all I wanted to do was give him a swirly because of how unlikable he was. And it's like
So
I
back
agree
to the
with him,
preponderance
and
of
I
evidence.
didn't want to agree with him because of how unlikable he was, but how pedantic he was.
So on the preponderance of
Preponderance of evidence.
preponderance of
Hmm.
on the evidence, I'm totally justified in thinking that they don't actually know what they're talking about. I don't actually think that they have a right answer, because either A, they're in on it and totally like, oh shit, I messed up the script, and I was supposed to say that we could totally see stars, even though we didn't get one single shot from a GoPro or any sort of camera,
Because of
or maybe
expose.
we CGI'd them in later because of exposure and the
Uh-huh.
refraction and the angles and stuff, but we could see the back of the moon perfectly with no sun facing it.
Because
Do they
of.
have lights on board of the Orion?
Well, yes,
Or
they
were they
had
just close
lights.
enough?
You remember that they
Yeah,
had lights?
they did have lights. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And we could like light up the. How close did they
Even
get
if
to the backside of the
okay,
moon?
even if it was a set, they would still have lights, wouldn't
Still
they?
legit. No, I don't think. I actually. This is
It,
where you have to
uh,
tell me that it
yeah,
wasn't
I
a
can
set.
show
The
you that they had
convent
lights.
was a
Give me a
revelation.
second.
Okay.
There's
Let's go
some
with.
things that I can do and there's things that I can't, but I can show you that they have lights actually.
Okay.
Uh,
I'll go back to the original one of why I just don't think it's legit. The service module that's attached to the bottom of Orion allegedly went with them the whole mission, and then they break off of it right before they break into the atmosphere at 25,000 miles per hour or whatever. And I guess if you hit the atmosphere at that speed and then reduced to 16,000 miles per hour, I don't know what the increase or decrease of that is, but wouldn't that be violent on your body as far as like velocity and deceleration? So actually, I have some questions with the math on that as well. But the fact that the service module doesn't have any heat shields, and that's why it can't come back through because it gets too hot. The fact that it can break out at Mach 4 going, I think it was 17,000 miles per hour or 25. Let's see. 3,000 miles per hour at 90 seconds separates from the boosters. Let's see, I got 20,000.
can you
There's
bring
just a
that
lot
up
of math that I think
real
doesn't
quick?
actually.
I just
Yep.
wanna show something. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
You
I'm on
see?
my overlay.
It even if it's a green screen, there's still a light. It's coming from the top.
From the top, but what
Yeah,
about
you
the right
just
side of his
yeah,
the right side of his head?
well,
What about the
yeah,
backside of her
I
hand?
think this is a light too, right here,
Okay.
and I think there's another source of light probably here. Since I cannot see all the first, since it's a very big set, and there's a lot more.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean,
Yeah, and
even if it was a big
I'm-
set, you would still have lights, right? That's what I wanted to
I'm-
show. That light was still there, and they had lights, in fact. So
I do want to clarify, that was my bad. I was meaning on the outside, shining on the backside of the moon that you could see perfectly from their photo.
it would depend
That's what I mean.
But well, the
Did they have,
backside.
did Orion have headlight? Did they have lights shining onto the backside of the moon?
I don't think
Or
so.
would
but
you
I
be
don't
able
know.
to see the backside of the moon?
You can. I
with
mean,
no light
if it's
source?
if there's light coming from the sun that's hitting the backside of the moon, yes, you can see it.
No, because on the backside of the moon there is no light. You're on the
No,
backside of it.
there is light.
Where does it come from?
They would call it the front side and the back side, right? But you see how there's phases of the moon? Sometimes the front side doesn't have light. Okay, what
Yeah.
you don't
So
see
when you
that.
have
Yeah,
you have a Earth and then you have a moon, right?
yeah.
And they're
Tidal
allegedly
lock.
doing this, right?
Tidal locked.
And so dialogue, does that mean the moon rotates on its
tidal-
own
no.
axis?
Tidal lock. It means that the face this is the moon. This face is
Yeah, yeah.
facing the Earth, and it's always facing the Earth. That's what it means.
Okay. Does that mean that the moon's spinning on its own axis, just at a wider angle?
I'm not entirely
To
sure.
maintain.
I think they're locked.
So,
I
so
don't know
watch.
I don't know the actual
I'll do a
movement
little.
of the moon. I haven't seen it, but
We
they
only got a
always
minute, real
facing
quick.
to.
I'll do a little experiment. I'm gonna
Hmm.
write a number 1
Yeah.
on this side of the moon. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see if we can see that.
Yeah.
As a
I
makeshift
can see
number
the
1.
one
Okay. Okay. And then we're gonna write a number 2 on an
on the back
estimated
side.
backside. Okay. Something like this.
Yes.
Let's see, number 2. Okay, we got number 1. Okay. If we have Earth and we have the moon, and number 1 is always facing us.
Uh huh.
If I rotate around Earth, would I have to spin the moon as well to keep it on number 1? So
Yeah.
that
It's
it would be 2
yeah. It
would
would
be
have.
facing away the whole time?
Yeah.
Okay. Because if the moon didn't rotate, I would get to here and we would then see the backside of it.
Yeah, that is correct.
Correct?
It's rotating with us.
Well, it's okay, but on its own axis to maintain
Yeah. What it means is
side
that the
facing us
front
the whole
face
time.
was always facing the Earth. Hmm. But that
Okay.
doesn't mean that
So
the
when
back
you
face
when you
doesn't get any
fly,
light.
sure. So let's say sun is you. You're the sun.
Yes.
You're hitting this side of Earth. You're hitting number 1 on the side of the moon,
Yes.
right here. And I fly over here and I come around to the backside of the moon. Can I see the backside of the moon?
But why do you think that happened? That's the question that I have.
No,
Were
uh,
they doing
uh,
that specifically?
Orion
Because
flew
picture
around
the picture that I have of
to
them
number 2.
doing that, it doesn't show anything. It doesn't.
So there's no photos of the dark side of the moon from Orion?
There's no dark
Alright,
side of the moon. There's the front face and the back face.
Real quick, so that
Okay.
would be open hour there of the open floor. Usually though, when there's still some little spice in the meat going on, I like to ask if just a reminder that we still have the 30-minute Q&A, that if both people are open to it, if you guys want another 30 minutes of open floor.
Well, I'll say, are there a bunch of super good questions? A bunch of super chats? Are there a bunch of super chat questions?
Well, not yet,
We
Then
can
maybe we go another 15?
but you never
Yeah,
know
yeah.
what's gonna happen.
we can finish this real quick and we can just talk
Okay.
about it.
I'm
'Cause-
down,
oh,
yeah.
here it is. Here it
fine.
is. So
You guys want 15 minutes then?
yeah, 15 is fine.
I'm cool with that.
Okay.
So
Let me get there.
if
Oh, you want me to
sorry,
pull it up for you?
easy, but yeah, this
Yeah,
is
no worries.
so this picture is a picture of what you're talking about that was taken from Artemis 2. And
Okay.
it's the I don't even know which side of the moon it is because we're not talking about Earth.
Well, you
It's not
do.
taken from Earth. No, we don't know. I don't know where Earth is exactly.
Okay,
That's the thing that I'm
fair.
saying. But
Okay.
if you see the picture doesn't capture any of the light on the dark side, right? On the side that is not light up by the sun.
Right.
But that doesn't
Yeah.
mean that when they
Okay.
took the pictures of the far side that it was no light coming from the sun.
Okay. Do you know how far away they were from the moon when they took this photo?
No, I don't know exactly how
I guess
far away they were.
I'll just make it easy, I guess. Do you believe that this is a legitimate photo?
I believe this is a legit. Why would I? Okay, yes, I do think it's a legitimate photo.
Do you think it's a true photo?
A true photo? Yes, I think
Yeah,
it's
do you
a
think they
true photo.
truly took this picture? It's like a picture, right? Like with a cell phone camera, or what did they use to take pictures? Did they have a Nikon? All they had to do was get a Nikon 1000 and shoot the ocean stuck to the bottom of the globe. That was it. They had one job. Take a picture of a plane flying upside down. And we go, holy shit, guys, look, we're live streaming. We're here. Look at us, all of us. Just
Yeah,
the
they're
four
not
of us,
Asmongold.
all four walls in the
It's like-
thing. Look, we can hold the GoPro up to the window. Look at all those stars. Holy cow, this is the craziest thing I've ever seen. That's how you would act if you were on Orion flying around the moon.
It would
I'm just
depend. It
saying.
would depend, right? If I was this tiny and I was on
fine.
Orion, I would probably be taking different kinds of pictures. Just saying. It would depend on who I am and how I want to act. I don't understand. It's like how exactly is you say that they don't act like
It's not
streamers.
legit.
That's why they you don't believe them because they're not streamers.
No, I'm just saying that. Let me ask you this: why do you think that they film any of it? Why do you think there's photos of any of it? Like, what do you think the reason for that is?
Because it's a great PR movement because they want
To
people
prove
to
it?
be
Is it to
there.
prove to you that it's really happening? Do you think that's the
Yeah,
number one goal? Is to convince the population that this is what we're actually legitimately doing?
that they want to show off their work. Yes.
Yeah. So number one reason, prove to the population, dude, imagine the trillions more dollars we could get if we just convinced all of the space denying, moon landing
Yeah.
denying, flat earth
So that they can
nonsense
vote.
people.
Yeah. So next
It
time
would
they
take
vote for
15
Kamala.
seconds for them to take the GoPro or whatever the camera is. Where the do you remember the shot? You could probably pull it up easy or whatever. I don't want to derail anymore, but he's got the shot where he's like, look at that. He's doing this move and he's like, you could see Earth right out this window. Do you see out this window? We got Earth right out there. That's crazy. All right, guys, and then that's the end of the 2-minute video, and not a single like look for yourselves, assholes. For all you denying hater, anti-intellectual
Yeah,
Joe
I
Rogan
know.
DMT nobodies, look
Yeah.
at it.
They
Why
didn't
wouldn't
act
they
like
do
a
that?
streamer. That's the point. You want them to act like the streamers.
I want them to
You
do.
want
I
the
want them to
Planet
prove
Peterson.
your point of convincing the
you
population that
want
it's really legitimate,
you want Planet Peterson to go to the moon, so you're convinced.
dude.
So the Planet Peterson's like,
I would.
imagine this, you flat earthers. Look where am I? Yo, selfie. Is that what you
I
want?
think he would be even he. I'll go out on a limb here. This might be crazy, but I think I would believe him as being more legitimate than
Planet
whatever information I
Peterson?
get from NASA. The photo you just showed me, I believe the estimated distance from that backside of that photo to Orion would mean that the moon would have to be this big in the photo. You wouldn't be able to see around the moon, let alone the corona, the magic corona of the sun, where you can see the light as it's perfectly eclipsed once again with not a single star in the sky. It doesn't actually make any sense. And it's not because of like, I'm arguing from incredulity and I'm just not smart enough to get it, therefore it's not true.
No, I'm
It's
not
like,
telling you that. I'm not telling you that
no,
at
I'm not saying
all.
you. This isn't for you. This is for the audience because I'm gonna get a lot of haters. But if I could, there's gonna be one fan out there, and if I could say this,
Oh, you have a ton
I
of
want to
fans
make
out
sure.
there.
I want to make sure that my point on this is not to prove you wrong, is to convince somebody in the audience to think for themselves, break out of the idea
Yeah, be
of like
libertarian.
taking this, take, take,
Yeah,
take
let's be
my grandma did say
libertarians.
my grandma did say don't open your mind too much or it'll fall out or whatever, right? That's what everyone's heard that one before. But no, but the idea is to think for yourself so that
Uh,
you can actually determine that Christ is king and Christianity is the one, the way, the
yeah,
true, the light, whatever. Yeah, I mean, we
but
could.
one is not
You
against
would
the
have
other,
to.
right?
You would have to try to get them to believe you. And if the idea is that we weren't wasting all this time convincing them to believe things like we're flying up and around the moon and
Well,
just take our word for it,
Rowdy,
give us your
is one?
money.
Let me ask you this question: is one against the other?
Okay.
You think the moon and the fact that the moon exists goes against Christianity?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, it's the fact that a rocket exists. Let's say that grant me this for the first time. Let's say that it is true, and we
Time
went
travel.
to
Oh.
we went to the moon. Okay, say that we went to
Yeah.
the moon and we
Totally,
took that picture.
totally did.
Would that be
So
against
hard.
Christianity?
I actually don't know. I'm going to go with I lean towards no, because I would entertain that the moon is still local and you could actually still go there maybe. But it's
Okay.
not what you think it is.
What is it then? Is it a rock on space, or is it like a magic, the magic eye of God that's looking at you at night? What is
That
it?
would be that would be the question for me to ask the person that's like, I know that it's legitimate, and here's why. I know that it's a rock that magically reflects light at a
It's
higher
not
frequency than any
magically.
other.
There's no magic here. It's
Well,
thanks.
it would be
It's thanks
magic
to the
because
grace of
magic's
God that
not
we have a
true, but
moon
well, hold on.
that is
Magic
able
is
to
not
reflect light
true,
to
but
us.
legit, right? Is magic legitimate?
Magic isn't true.
But it is legitimate, right?
No.
Yeah, they legitimately pull a bunny out of the hat after they crinkle
No,
up the
it's
toilet
not
paper and they throw it
legitimate.
in, and
There's nothing
it's
saying that you ought believe in it or make you believe in it, right?
I don't think legitimate has anything to do with like you ought believe legitimacy. Just
Yeah.
the idea is
Or
if
else.
the government force can trick a population into believing that we went around the moon, then it is legit that we did.
Yeah,
Would be
because the
the same
government
as
did
the
it,
guy
and
that
the government, if you let's say that the government doesn't want anybody to say that, they can go ahead and put them in jail, right?
sure.
Okay,
I
so
mean
that would be
that would be
legitimate.
legit.
There's nothing that would be like, oh, you didn't put this thing out of the hat, so you go to jail. That's the point.
No, the idea is the magic trick itself is legitimately happening. They're legitimately tricking a bunch of people into thinking they pulled the rabbit out of the hat, even though it's untrue that there was a hat with a piece of paper that magically turned into a rabbit. That would be untrue, but still legitimate. The idea of going in a
Okay.
spaceship up
Well,
into space and flying
fine.
around
Then
the moon
you're
would be
then you're
illegitimate.
okay. If that is the case, then you're just still debating for me on my side. It will be still legitimate.
No,
This will be a legitimate
it's
mission. It will
illegitimate.
be completely
No,
legitimate because just like the magic trick, the fact that
they didn't.
they pull it off,
It
and
didn't work.
there's a
Yeah,
bunch of people that believe in it. That means that
it
it's
didn't work.
legitimate. Okay,
It,
it works.
actually, that actually makes my argument. Nobody believes it, therefore it's not legit.
It actually works. What part
No,
of it
they did.
doesn't work?
Well, if they cut the lady
What
in
part of
half and
all of
everyone goes,
the No,
"This is
what part of
fake,
the space, the
no,
moon,
not a legit
you know,
magic trick."
whenever you go to the numbers, whenever you go to the capsule, whenever you go to the rocket, there's a lot of
Hmm.
a speculation of things that may have happened. But do you have
Well, no, it's
any
like
actual
you.
evidence of it
Yeah,
not
they
happening
walk
at
out
all?
on stage. They walk out on stage the day
Uh huh.
after and do their little speech or whatever.
Yeah.
Totally fine. And then like what was a few days after that, they show them like stumbling in the thing, and they're like, they can't even walk good because they're adjusting to gravity. It's like, well, okay, doesn't prove flat Earth or whatever, but it kind of makes me ask a question about whether or not the story they're telling me is actually legitimate or not. I have a few questions. Can you see stars from space? You would be able to give that answer so fast, be like, yeah, like more than you could ever imagine. And we took long exposure photos to capture them. We took short exposure photos to capture them. We took a Nikon 1000 up there to get a good zoom shot of Earth and Australia hanging on the bottom of it with uh, satellites and space debris. And oh my gosh, you can't imagine the things that you can see up there. Look at all this evidence. If they
You
have
have
none
to
of that,
understand. You
why
have
can't
to
why
understand
can't
that.
I think that it's not legit?
Well, you have to understand the vastness of it, and people
How
understand how
vast?
vast it is. Yes.
Yeah, but we already talked about 4 billion or 4 light years away, which is a made up number that you don't even know. So it's like, I actually don't think
It's
you
not a
know
made up
if it's
number. I
legit
can
or
tell
not.
you exactly what it is. You know, 4 light years in
Yeah, how many?
distance,
Yeah.
two
Oh my God.
miles, and
How many
is
miles?
um
Something to the 23rd.
yes, 22
X
to
error.
23rd.
Error.
It's
Error.
not error.
It's a bunch of E's at times.
5.88 trillion miles.
5.88 trillion miles.
So that's a 1 light year. So if we
That's only
24,
one.
yeah, that would be 23.52 trillion miles, right?
23 trillion miles.
Yeah,
Okay, if we went
23.5.
1 mile, let's say we went 1 trillion miles per second,
Yeah, you can't do
how
that.
many? Let's just grant me that we
23
can go.
seconds.
Okay. Yeah, so when you get into the numbers of it, right? We agreed that that conversation just actually doesn't make any sense.
Well, when you're
23
talking about
trillion
distances that are that
miles.
long, it doesn't make any sense, right? Because you cannot conceptualize it, and this is why people think about interstellar travel is just like taking a train to Busan, and it doesn't make any sense when you do that. But when you're talking
Okay.
about, I'm talking about
If nobody
numbers that
believes
can
it,
be
is it
understood.
illegit or is it legitimate? Even though they don't believe
That's
it.
not the mission. The mission is not going to the nearest star. The mission is going to the moon. Okay, but the
Okay.
moon, even the moon, and even how far away it is. Okay, every
Okay.
time you move away from it, you're adding volume to the space that you're gonna be on, right?
For sure.
When you have a cube and it's this big, and then you make it
Yep.
this big, you're adding volume, right? So imagine a sphere
I
the size
believe
of
so.
the Earth,
Yeah.
and then you
I
add
understand.
volume to it. Okay, there is.
Okay.
If you have a grain of salt on a beach and you take a picture, are you gonna be like, why didn't you see every individual grain of salt instead of calling it sand? You see what I'm talking about? You're like, oh, I'm
I
able to
think
see
so.
all of these little things, but in reality, it's not that easy. The way that you take pictures of stars is different than when you take a picture of yourself. This is because of
Okay.
exposure. The way that you do all of these different little things that you're talking about, right? It's like,
Okay.
well, they're not doing it
Well,
like the streamer I want. You understand, and I'm not saying that the people in NASA are likable, but that doesn't mean that they're lying
yeah, no,
about doing what
I
they're
don't think that
doing.
matters. Well, even if they were, even if they,
And
let's
it's
say it
much
was,
less. Sorry,
if it was true, but
Mhm.
nobody believed it, would that make it illegit?
No,
Like if
because I'm
so,
talking
it would be
the legitimacy in my worldview would come from force. That is what makes it legit. And the people who did it are the people that hold the force. But when we're talking about whether or not it will be true, if they did it and nobody believe it, it will be true. And if they
I
didn't
see.
do it and everybody believe it, it would not be true. But the point is,
Do
I
you
don't
think
see
that
any
they're
evidence. I see a lot of evidence from their side when it comes to pictures, when it comes to
pictures?
them being dumb, when it comes to whatever they're doing. Okay,
Agreed. We can agree on that.
when it comes to radio signals, when it comes to when it comes to different things, I see a lot more evidence of that being true than I see evidence of that not being true.
But based on your belief, right? Not your actual, like you haven't done any, like you didn't know any of the math, you didn't do any of the study, like you didn't do any of the experiments, you didn't observe them going and breaking through, right? You just watched the videos of that happening. But if I watch
I mean, even if
videos,
I knew and if I made all the experiments, you would still be asking me if I saw it directly, right?
well,
Because I've
I
made
mean, yeah, I
experiments
would
of
ask
the.
you
I
if
made few experiments. It burns pretty brightly. It's very nice when you see the
okay,
experiment of it. But it doesn't mean that I saw directly it burning on that specific Artemis mission going up in space.
right, that's
And
fair.
you would ask
Or
me
if there
for the
were,
same kind
you
of thing.
can actually
Yeah, but
verify if there
I
were
would
people
ask you the
in
same thing, right? Have you like went to? Do you think tomorrow the sun will rise?
Dang it, I forgot what this one is. I do. I believe it will,
Okay, but you don't have any evidence of it,
but
right?
I don't know that it will. The
Uh,
people that I know that this is a legit mission
well,
versus I believe this is a legit mission.
yeah, well, but maybe you should.
All right.
Maybe you
That
should act
is
like the sun
gonna
will not
wrap
rise.
up the open floor back and forth. I want to say excellent exchanges from both sides tonight. All right. So now we're
Yes.
entering the final phase of the debate, the closing statements. Quick reminder to the live chat. The Q&A is already up there. So if you've got a question for either debater, make sure you drop them in now. But remember, super chats, PayPal, Cash App questions, these will take priority. So if it fills up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to all the free chat questions. So if there's something you really want guaranteed to be asked, send it through one of those priority options. With that said, we're going to move into closing statements. We're going to start with Emmett. You're going to go first for closings. It'll give Rowdy the last word. So, Emmett, whenever you're ready for your closing statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Well, when it comes to the legitimacy of the space mission, as I said, we're usually talking about what is giving it the legitimacy. In this case, it will be the government because we're talking about force. Even if I were to brand that it's not true, it will still be legitimate because the government is the ones that are doing it. When we change it to what it was not, what it was true or not, I see a lot more evidence of it being true. I don't see any evidence, especially when it comes to I don't see any reason to believe that it's false, especially when it comes to who did it. Because most people think that the people who did it is the feds or the CIA. These dumbasses cannot even tie their shoes most of the time. But the engineers, which were mostly Christian, and all of them are almost entirely Christian, are the ones working on these kind of missions. They're the ones who were able to get all of it. They use all of the presuppositions of Christianity. They follow Christian, they follow the logic, which is a Christian idea. So all of it comes from Christianity, and I'm not willing to take any of the achievements from our civilization and our, for our forefathers and what we've accomplished away from Christianity because, maybe I gotta open my mind more. Maybe I just gotta open my mind more. Also, I don't believe in the, I don't believe in the government. Oh no. This is just, most of the time, it's just a little bit of more libertarian prattle in my mind. And it's kind of annoying because I kind of enjoy them when they're talking about the economy. But every time they have to, start ranging about anything else, about the government in general, it's like everything has to be a conspiracy. Nothing can be just a thing that happened. It's very easy to explain. Yes, NASA is a little bit of a scam because Democrats want, votes. Yes, it will be better for them if everybody believes them so that they can get more power. And yes, it would be better if only private businesses did all of this instead of wasting our tax money. That doesn't mean that we didn't go to the moon, or that we couldn't go to the moon, or that a rocket doesn't exist, or that we cannot send a rocket up to outer space and take a bunch of pictures. Even if the people doing it are a bunch of unlikable freaks that we truly don't like, and they should probably get a swirly once again because they probably did when they were in high school. With that, I will say thank you very much to Speakeasy for allowing this debate to happen. Thank you, Roddy Gowdy, for the debate.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And with that, we're going to hand it over to Rowdy Gowdy. Whenever you're ready for your closing statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
All right. Yeah, I'll close with just saying I apologize for my lack of knowledge and my I don't know what you want to call it, confidence in being able to figure these things out on the fly. Just trying to freestyle here. A few things I wanted to touch on, which was the it can be legit without truth. Simple analogies and stuff I struggle with a lot. So it's like the idea is if there were four lights and I said there were four, but the government forced me to say that there were five, would there legitimately be five? That'll be up for the audience to decide if there are legitimately five lights now all of a sudden because Big Brother says there are five lights. So we're the truth versus legit. I don't know how you could separate those. And if I were going to choose the side of the truth versus the side of, well, it's legit because I said so, I think I would still prefer the truth, even if it meant whatever your scenario would be. The Bible still didn't really quite get a clear example on what the Bible says about like just space travel in general, the heavens, whether or not we are alone, and like these kinds of ideas when it comes to the idea of just breaking through the atmosphere and going to space. So not sure what the Bible says about space travel. Proof as far as look at this photo I got from NASA. Well, that proves it. Evidence as far as no evidence for believing that it's illegitimate or to make a case that it's illegitimate as far as evidence goes. You could go all the way back to the guys like bouncing around. If you believe that footage of people on the moon falling over and stuff with the flag waving and like all of that footage, was that footage legitimate because the government like made it in a thing, even if you're granting to me that it was fake and we didn't actually go there, but the footage is legit because the government made it, then that means we did go to the moon. Seems kind of silly. The cables on the shirts and all of those videos, are those videos that I found not legitimate, even though there's like a lot of
100%, yeah.
people that have expertly, gone over them. The AI people looked to see if they were AI and they weren't. They found archives through old, museum stuff. Would that not be legitimate? Um, Back to and so as far as evidence goes, the little plushy thing that they had floating around all the time, the red dot on the tinfoil pack that almost hits the guy's face, no steam from it as it hits the ground, no issues with the ropes or whatever holds the parachutes melting after they just were going 25,000 miles per hour, slowed down to about 17,000 miles per hour, deployed the parachutes, no issue, perfect 6-minute blackout for no communication, no video. We're going to show you virtual reality version of what we believe, what we want you to believe is going on up there. Where does the vacuum start? What does a compass do in space? I thought it would be cool. What an easy experiment. The astronauts, look at what a compass does. Hey guys, I'm Mr. Streamer here. Don't forget to smash that like button, hit subscribe, turn on your notification bell for all the moon updates while we show you cool things like shrimp cocktail that we have to rehydrate, and look at all of our cool bracelets. And we're like, you here to talk to you, Mr. Trump. Don't forget about the delay time that it takes because we're so far away from you, but also audio and stuff like that travels at light speed, whatever that is. I'm not even going to get into MK Ultra and all that crazy stuff. But like, what does a compass do? We could go back to the Go Fast rocket Red Bull shot up, the fastest rocket, I believe, amateur or what is it, like a private industry, not government affiliated launch. And you can see the two videos of it hitting the atmosphere and stopping, or hitting outer space and just kind of getting stuck there, while also being at the same elevation as the sunlight, but also at noon or something. So there's a lot of evidence to where I could go, something about this doesn't seem legit. Let me ask questions and figure it out. And yet every time I do that, they all have the same answers, which is it just happened. We know they it's legit because they forced us to believe that it's legit. So then it is. And I just can't get past that. A lot of people, I'm surprised you, I'm going to hurry real quick on this one. Surprised you didn't ask why I believe that. Control, power. I think it's to get people to reject God. If you believe you're a spinning ball in a galaxy millions miles of light years going on forever and ever, why would you believe in God? There actually is no answer for wanting to believe that. It would make no sense. Or either that or it's just an IQ test on the whole world at once, kind of like
I
COVID,
can answer
9/11,
to that
Pocahontas,
because it's a
Tuskegee,
miracle.
all of those other items that
It's
I listed
miraculous.
earlier. But thanks again, Emmett, for letting me be a part of this. Super stoked. Thanks again, Easy, for hosting. And I'll end it there. Cheers, chat.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And that concludes the closing statements. Great work from both debaters tonight.
What is your profession?
If you're enjoying what you're seeing tonight, make sure you like the stream, subscribe to the channel so you don't miss any of the debates we host here on the Swords of Reason. Okay, we run all kinds of matchups, political debates, cultural, social issues, philosophy, internet beefs, trending topics, literally anywhere there's a conversation worth clashing over. We bring it into the arena. And also, don't forget to subscribe to tonight's debaters as well. Their links are in the description. Make sure you show them support for stepping into the arena and sharpening their arguments tonight. All right. Now, before I start the timer for the chat Q&A, I always like to ask a question or two to each debater myself based on things I heard, arguments I want clarified, points I think missed and deserved another pass, things like this. And then once those questions are answered, we'll get to the official 30-minute Q&A from the chat. So for my first question, it's going to be on the I'll start with I'll start with the negative side. Um, Under your truth-based definition of legitimacy, um, does institutional authority play any role at all in establishing legitimacy?
I don't think it plays a role in establishing it. It just plays a role in upholding it. I would say, like establishing the truth, and you say institutional authority, institutional being like the government, law enforcement, upholding the truth. Um, I would consider that as legitimate, as far as depending on who's who's in control of that apparatus, who the authority is, institutionally. If the church is the ultimate authority, um, then yeah, wouldn't they would uphold everything as legitimate, even if it wasn't true.
Okay. All right. All right. And did you have something you wanted to say to that, Emmett?
Only that I'm an idiot. Oh, sorry.
You're an idiot. No, I don't understand your answer. I'm gonna be honest. I just don't get that. It's like, yeah,
Well,
if it was a
institutional authority.
good
What does
authority, I
that
would
mean?
believe in it. But it's like there's a lot of presuppositions on
Well,
that.
no,
I would say
would
that
he?
I would say
Let me make sure
that wait. I would say that legitimate comes from the authority, and then we can talk about whether or not it's good. But it's just like the way just in the definition of it. It was a maybe it's
because
me. Maybe it's a me problem. I need to learn more. That's the problem.
probably not. It's probably not. I'll give you this one, but I just want to make sure I steelman the question, which was, do I use any institutional authority in determining or
In establishing
establishing what
legitimacy, like,
is
does
legitimate?
institutional authority play any
Uh,
role at all
It,
in establishing legitimacy?
so it's like I have to answer first before I ask my question. I think I say yes because my question is the church, or is God an institutional authority? Is the church an institutional authority? And it's like, if the church upholds the truth first over force, if we're not here to force you to believe in the thing, but we do, um, you know, if the church is an authority in the truth first, not force first, then yes, an institutional authority by the church, uh, based on the truth, would be legitimate. They would be able to establish legitimacy because they would be based and founded in the truth, not force or whatever we make you believe now is legit.
Okay. I think I kind of understand what he's saying. He's saying that the only authority he trusts is pretty much the church because the church allows you to come to truth voluntarily instead of forcing you to get to truth. Right?
I think that's
Yeah, offering.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
they offer the truth. They present the truth, and then it's up to you to accept it or not. I could.
I mean, I still
I
want an
think I
emperor that
agree with
if you
that.
don't agree with the truth can throw you the fuck out, but that is just my
Yeah, but if you
opinion.
agree with lies, yeah, if you agree with lies, then that would be totally fine as well.
It depends, right? It would be
Yeah,
this is what I
on who
wanted.
the
This is
emperor
what I
is.
want an emperor because it is in synergy with the
Yeah.
church.
Okay, so then yes, so then institutional authority establishes legitimacy, as long as it's the one I want.
Yeah,
okay.
uh,
Okay.
very libertarian of
Um,
you, Rowdy.
uh, um, so my next question would be, what? Let me ask you this way: if direct personal verification is not possible, what role should expert consensus or institutional authorities play in determining legitimacy, if any?
I would say, uh, it would be their job as the experts to lay out all of the information, right? Transparency. We're talking, oh my God, Anthony wants us to fucking hold a GoPro and shine it at the window. Okay, fine. How quick? He's on our side. Instantly, we do that. The experts could just do that. Why wouldn't they do that? Why wouldn't the videos of the capsule leaving just be constant? Does live stream not make it through the atmosphere, right? And then it's like, okay, yes. Well, what is that? And they go, well, we don't really actually know that. It's like somewhere around here where the magic vacuum of space starts and isn't, and where it is and is where it isn't. They're just there to give us the information, just like the Bible and Christianity. That's just the information. Now you can either choose to follow it or not. The consequences and the outcome, that's up to you. You're gonna have to find out the hard way, or unless you want to create an establishment that just runs via force, regardless if you believe it or not. But I think the experts' consensus is their job should be to provide the information, let everybody use their own way to find out whether it's true or not. Because here's the bad thing you're going to say is, well, then you end up with a bunch of people that are like, well, I think if I marry 10 dudes or whatever, then the outcome is going to be good because we all said it was. I think then you would end up creating these lines between the people that were correct and the people that were incorrect, whether it was based on expert consensus or not, or outcome, good outcomes, GDP go up, all of the metrics that you use to determine those things, I think that's how it already is. Or it's the experts' consensus that makes you believe a certain thing, whether it's true or not. That I think the experts' role of consensus can only go two ways: providing the information and letting you decide, or making you believe the information, whether it's true or not.
All right. All right. And Emmett,
Well-
did you have anything you wanted to say for that?
Yeah, I'm gonna pitch to NASA
Oh,
that
you muted. You muted.
Oh, sorry.
Drink.
Sorry. Yeah, I learned today that we need to pitch to NASA that they need to get OTF and OTK mission to the stars so that every single flat earther will learn, because we need all the memes in space for them to learn. Okay, we need the selfies and the hit the like button and sub. We wouldn't be doing this moon mission without your support. Remember, click that like and sub to my channel.
Keep paying your taxes if you
yeah.
like what you see here.
Exactly. That's what I've been learning. Yeah. That's what I've been learning today. And I don't.
But logically, doesn't that make sense? Don't you think you'd be able to connect with?
No.
You wouldn't. Convincing those people to join your army would be a not good thing?
Well, the point of the space mission, besides that, is not only to be streamers, right? They're supposed to be making experiments and doing stuff in space. That's the whole point of doing it, besides going there. So
no, I thought it was to prove to you that they can. I thought that was the number one goal.
What the fuck? Who cares if I believe they can or not?
No, that's what you said. I said, isn't the number one goal to convince the population that you can do those things?
No. That's not necessarily that. Okay, it's a stunt for the publicity of the people funding them, which will be the government, and the government gets votes out of them. So that part is true, but they have other things that they want to do. Most of them are supposed intellectuals with big brain ideas and.
Aren't they mostly
very
atheists?
Unlikable personalities. So I would put them in the spotlight for 5 minutes and no more, because some of them are likable, most of them are not.
Do you think that NASA is mostly atheists?
At this point, yes. At this point, they are. Oh. This is why it took them 30 years to decipher the blueprints from the Christians that designed them. It took them 30 years because they're atheists. Yes.
That's crazy. Yeah. Totally.
Imagine having to piggyback out of the work of the Christians. It never happened before.
So my first question for your side, Emmett, is so under the authority-based standard of legitimacy? Like, is there like a limiting principle? Like, what what would prevent like a completely fake mission from being considered legitimate?
Um, I would say that the thing that would prevent it to be is you have to follow, proper logic. So thanks to Christianity, you have access to the logos, and you are able to understand and make predictions and have access to numbers and all of the materials that we use, right? So if it makes absolutely no sense, like the idea of going to a near star because it's light years away, it's makes no sense to ever go. That would be the point where I will be like, yeah, this is not possible. It's what we're doing makes no sense. Um, but you have to be able to look at the evidence and use the logos and ask questions if you need to, so that you can make those kind of those affirmations.
All right. And then Rowdy, did you have anything for that?
Yeah, because what would the authority does the church authority do they tell you to trust? Are there other experts that they tell you to trust? Like, does the church ever say like, we don't actually have any info on this one for you. You're gonna have to you refer to these people,
Um,
or is the church the ultimate authority?
Yeah, they do sometimes. For example, if I need a surgery and I go to my priest and I say, "Hey priest, I need a surgery." My priest is probably not going to say, "Hey, lay on this table as I take the power of God in my
Tie
hand and
you to
perform
this
the
boat.
surgery on you." They're going to be like, "You know what? There's
You should go to
a
a
hospital nearby and you should probably go there."
okay,
Yeah.
probably like a Christian based hospital.
I,
I believe those
I
good
don't think
things.
they think about it that way. It will be like, no, go to the hospital. They will take care of you.
The emergency room. Yeah. Okay. Like, because logically that makes sense.
Uh-huh.
But
It's
like
logically
not.
that makes
Okay.
sense, exactly.
Okay. Okay. Just making
All
sure.
right, all right. And then
Just tracking here.
my next question would be what would be how would I say this? What would be like, is there any like one specific like action or verification uh that to you makes the Artemis program legitimate beyond just the public acceptance?
Well, I see this all as piggybacking, right, from a different space mission. I see this as a continuation of what happened during the 60s and 70s. And the whole point of it is like there's not that much difference in what they're doing. They're taking a big rocket, they're pointing it at the sky, they're making calculations of what are the orbits and what kind of thing they're gonna do, and then they come back down. So I don't see it's mostly, and you can say that this is my bias, which I agree with. But it would be more from the side that this is just a continuation of what I see logically possible, and that has happened before. So none of the things are new. They're taking the big rocket, pointing at the moon, coming back, calculating distances and orbits. I don't see any reason not to believe that they're able to do that.
All right. And did you Roddy, did you want to say anything to that?
It's like, do you believe that they called the president from the moon the first time?
Yes, I believe they edited the video too.
They believe there was like they had live communication from the moon to Earth
Yeah, so they had
on the mainland.
there's supposedly, and this has been said before, and like there's a lot of people who know it. They had the live communication, but the video that was shown to the public was edited. So it
Sure.
was
Okay.
they were
Yeah.
not, yeah, it was not live as they were doing it. They made it seem like very seamless, so that
Right.
people will not be waiting like 30 seconds for an answer, stuff like that. It was very back and forth.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right. All right. So now we're going to start the official 30-minute Q&A. So remember, chat, we're going to start with the super chats. They're going to have priority. And if they take up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to the free chat questions. So if you have a question you really want guaranteed to be asked, send it via one of the priority options. Okay. We're going to start here with Sempiternal Chaos sends $2, just showing some support. Thank you, Sempiternal Chaos. I appreciate that big time. World Radio comes in for a big 20. Thank you, World Radio. Says, question for both Gowdy and Emmett. You're both men, human beings with superior intellect. What evidence, if any, that has transpired about the current Artemis mission that leads you to believe it is not legitimate mission?
It's to both of us. What evidence, if any, was there transpired about the current Artemis mission
Well,
that leads you to believe it's not?
I will answer this real quick. I think the one that is that made me believe that it might not be legitimate is when they were saying that it's the first time a black man and a woman were going to space. That one was like, oh, yeah, no,
Yeah, and a
and
Canadian.
it's not
yeah.
because it was, and it's not because it was a black man. It's mostly because of the woman. No, no, it's just virtue signaling. I think virtue
Oh,
signaling
no.
is really dumb.
Hopefully, we don't have to parallel park there.
Yeah. Oh God. Oh no.
Hey, just jokes, just jokes. Yeah, I would say, I mean, all the other things I already listed. The fact that there's 12 pilots that have ever been recorded going Mach 4.5. That's like such an easy one to be like, wait a second, how did they go 3,000 miles per hour, which is faster than the Mach 3 R71 Blackbird, which only 86 people are qualified to pilot. Once again, pilot, I get it, remote controlled from a person down at Space Command or whatever. But the fact that the human body doesn't matter whether you're like making conscious decisions and pushing buttons on the little joystick or whatever, the fact that your body is in there going that fast seems a little bit suspect. And then I would just go over all the other things. The idea that they never show a fourth wall in the shuttle. Where's that camera? Is it stationary? Why wouldn't they turn it around? When the Nutella comes flying in, it's like, what? Why is there Nutella flying around in here? Shouldn't everything be secure? Why did their bracelets change? How many bracelets did you take up there? There's no video or audio of the launch process. I like the idea that they're in it on the roller coaster going up and they're going, oh my God. You know, they've never been to space before. They've trained in the pools and they've done all the tests and the zero G and they've gone all through all of the tests to make sure that they can hit Mach 4 without like collapsing their lungs and losing vision and stuff like this. Why couldn't we get some audio of the liftoff, right? This is every roller coaster. When they got their hands up, they're doing the thing, right? Why not? Like there's just so many questions there. Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense.
They're unlikable pricks. That's why. Also, it's very noisy.
I don't think
like,
I don't know. I don't think
noisy.
that counts. I don't think that
Okay.
counts. I think you could
Yeah.
be a very unlikable prick and still like
I know.
go to
We'll
space,
get Pokemon
do
next
a legitimate thing.
We'll get Pokemon next time, okay? Just for you.
Dude, how does Mr. Beast not have his own rocket
I
up there
know.
with 50 GoPros and Insta360s filming the whole time, mapping the constellations and showing us Orion's belt from what it looks like over here
That's gonna
behind
be
the
his
moon.
next thing. He's sending people to
Yeah.
space.
Next time,
Dude.
next time what we're gonna see is
The fact that he
Mr.
hasn't
Beast.
proves my point.
Wait. Next time it's gonna be Mr. Beast, last one on the spaceship who gets $1 million. That's gonna be the
Dude.
next video by Mr. Beast, I assure
First one to let go of the moon loses the moon. Yeah,
you.
that's exactly how I see it. I'm waiting for Fast and the Furious 14 in space, right? It's like, but they would already have that movie, dude.
Yeah, they already did in space.
Gosh,
World Radio
I am a
comes
boomer.
in for $5. Rowdy Gowdy, cool story, bro. You're not a rocket scientist.
Oh, got me, dude. Oh,
Gotcha.
Dude, what gave him that idea? That doesn't make
It
no
was the
sense.
tattoo.
Free.
That's his day job, folks. Come on now. Toe Knuckles comes in for $5, says nothing, just showing some support. Thank you, Toe Knuckles. Crazy name, I love it.
One of the best. I agree with you. Yeah.
Section 230 says Q&A super chat. If space, why Emmett?
Is this like an inside joke?
Yes, so there was I was talking to someone once and I pissed him off and he was trying to steelman against his own like position in life, and the only way he could do it was by asking the question, if God real, why Emmet? So, so
Okay.
that is the
That's good.
joke.
Well, shouts out.
Makes sense. Makes sense. And World Radio coming in for another 10 over here. I had to do it. And then says, now and then I think all the times you screwed me over. Shit. I had to.
I appreciate it. That's good. Bars, dude. Bars. Fire emojis in the chat.
Rule over 2 comes in for 5. Says, for Rowdy, where does light only come from the sun?
Where does light? Why does light only come from the sun? Where does light only come from the sun? I'm told, or I'm under the idea that the light source is the sun. However, they also say, but also those other suns that are just that whatever that magic distance away is, that like we're not even going to discuss about it because it's just like too far. We wouldn't even be able to comprehend. It's like so many seconds and stuff. So we don't have to really figure that out. So we're going to go with the sun because that's the one we can we have a good story about. So we're going to go with the light comes from the sun. How would light hit the back of the moon? And if it wasn't the sun that lights up the back of the moon and it's other stars' lights or something like that, then from the dark side of Earth to the moon at half crescent or half moon or whatever it is, wouldn't you then still be able to see the dark side of the moon? There's not a lot
dark
of
side of the moon.
Isn't there a dark side of the moon? Is that not? Am I messing up the whole time, or am I misunderstanding that there's not?
Okay, there is a dark side. Okay.
The back of it?
Let me put it this
The
way:
back
there's a
of it.
front side, there's a back side, and there's
And
a
the back
light
side.
side that
Okay.
is being hit by the sun, and a dark
Okay.
side that is not being hit by the sun. Those
No,
things are
the
not.
back side.
No, those things
Back
are
side.
not the same. So, front side faces the Earth, back side faces away from the Earth. Light side of the moon would be the one heated by the sun. Dark side would be the side that's not hit by the sun. Those things are not the same. They're not the same.
But I'm saying from Earth, we can't see the dark side of the moon because
No, we
it's
can see the
always
dark side
facing
of the
us.
moon.
You can,
Yeah,
From
we call
Earth?
it we call
We
it
can
new
observe it?
moon. We call it new moon.
and you can see the dark, like the part
Yes,
that isn't being
it's
lit up
like
by the sun.
yeah. There's like a very small line of light, and everything is dark. Have you ever seen that? No, maybe.
Like no, I'm saying a half, where it's half and half. Half of the moon is lit up, right, from the sun. The other side that isn't lit up, can you see it?
Okay, let me explain this to you.
Okay.
This is the moon. Okay, this side
Okay.
is always facing us.
My moon's way better, by the way.
This
I'll
side,
just say
yeah, I
it,
know, fine, but this is easier.
Okay.
This side is always facing away from us, right?
Yeah, number 2,
Yeah.
always away. Okay.
This is the sun. This light here is the sun. Ugh.
Okay.
Okay. If I put it this way, it's hitting this side.
Yeah.
This is the dark
Yep.
side of the moon, right?
Yeah, can you
But
see
if I
it?
put it this way, it's kind of
Okay.
hitting if I put it this way, it's hitting the dark side.
Okay.
Well,
But-
it's not hitting
Well,
the dark
the side
It's
that's
hitting,
lit up.
It's
yeah.
hitting the away side, the off
Okay.
side, and it's not
Okay.
hitting the front side. Okay?
Okay. So you can't see the front side in that scenario, right?
No, you can't see the front side, and we call it the
Okay,
new
so-
moon. When we have the face of the moon, that's called the new moon. That's what we see. Okay, we see the
Okay.
dark side of the moon. Okay, it's still the
No,
front
you
face.
can't though.
It's
You
still
can't
the front
see the
face.
dark side.
It's
It's
still the
dark. You
front
can't
face.
see it. Right, but the side that is not lit up, you can't see. Do we agree on that?
Oh, okay. If you're being pedantic, then yes, you can see it.
All right.
Okay.
Fuck it button comes in for 5, says, how can either of you sit up here and pretend to be correct when we've had the Iron Sky documentary for over a decade now?
True.
Iron Sky. Yeah, I don't even know the reference.
The Iron Dome.
Oh, okay. Got you. Nice.
World Radio comes in for 5, says, if the US government spends money to take your ass there to prove it to you and they're successful, would you wager your lifelong freedom on this claim?
No, of course not.
Why not?
Come on, that's why I took this debate. This
I
isn't
would-
about like
I would-
Christianity and like the war in Iran. I'm not dying over whether or not we can go up and around the moon. I'm dying on the
I
people that
would.
say we can to prove it to me. That's it. That's my job. I'm just an observer on the I'm just a pleb, a commoner.
I don't mind. Take me to the moon, government. I will
No.
be happy for it.
Nope. Nope. I'll let it be real, and totally everything you said is totally true, and I get to keep the life I have. You know what? Sure, call me weak
Fair
or
enough.
whatever. But that's the one.
Fair enough.
Cheers.
Gifted 1 membership comes in from a rule over 2. Thank you very much, and welcome to our new member. All right. Fuck it button comes in for 5, says, no. You think you can have the moon, Emmett? The moon? No. Where, Emmett? Where is the moon in your Bible? Where, Bible? Emmett Menard, probably.
Can I
That is
try
what
to
it
read
sounds
it in
like.
the
That is-
correct way?
that
No!
Yeah.
No! Where do you think you can have moon, Emmett?
We have the best clip.
What? Are you fucking kidding me? That's your argument?
And that was against Emmett too.
That is pretty good.
Oh shit. Emmett had him lit
Where's your Bible?
up. Are you crazy? Comes in for 2, says Crucible, not one step back. Help Easy hit 10K under 100 subs. That's true. We're at like, fuck, I don't know how many we're away from it now. I'll take a quick look.
I'm
look.
unsubscribing
gotta
now.
Yeah, you would.
We're
You would.
61 subs away. 61
Oh my gosh, guys.
subs away.
Just
So
hit
close.
sub and then turn. Yeah, come on, guys.
So close. How long Nate comes in for 10, says, did you actually get through all of Eric Dubé's videos, or did you stop once you agreed with him?
I don't know who Eric Dubé is.
Eric Dubé, he's a flat earth guy.
I can tell you the
sucks.
name of the guy that I was listening to when I was doing my research, and I realized how much I hate people working at NASA. Because they are the he's so. And let me tell you, because you don't know anything.
It makes it seem pretty illegit when they talk to you about it.
Yeah, Eric Dubé's like the flat earth guy. He came out with that documentary, 200 proofs the earth is not a spinning globe and shit. Like he's like the flat earth guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and see, that's like old
Because
too. Like I've been into that for I've heard the explanations for a lot of that stuff from a long time ago, and that's why I've just was like, oh my gosh, the Artemis too. Like this is nostalgia. This is nostalgia for me. Like
I'll admit I've probably watched all of Eric Dubé's videos because I like to know these kind of.
Well, it's like those
And
panels.
it's interesting how much they
panels are
built
so fun to
around
listen
this shit.
to.
It's pretty crazy. Are you crazy? Comes in for another 2, says please subscribe. Less than 100 to 10K. Thank you very much. Are you crazy? Spartacus coming in for 5, says late tax. Thank you, Spartacus, paying the late tax. I appreciate it. Kyle Rand comes in for 2, just for support. Thank you, Kyle ran a mile. Joseph Romano also just showing support. Thank you, Joseph. Kyle ran a mile says for $2. Remember when Elon sent a Tesla to space? Good times.
Yeah, where is it at? Have you guys seen? Oh, did you guys see the new video of it? Yeah, me neither. Yeah.
Well, it's not like they can
Fake.
send that by a
Fake.
videographer. They cannot send that by a videographer right next to it right now.
No. Where's all of the super
The
duper
guy that was
amateur
sitting in the
telescope
Tesla
guys?
fell out. He can't take pictures anymore.
Yeah, you don't take
Yeah.
pictures no more.
No, but on a real note on that one, where's all of the amateur super duper telescope nerds? Super duper telescope nerds? Oh.
I
Where's
don't
the
know.
video
They're
of that
fighting. They're
Tesla? Where's
fighting
it
each
at?
other in Reddit right now.
Where's the app of it? No, they should have a full-time, 24-hour live stream on where it's
They're in
at
a
least.
Discord server somewhere arguing.
That's true. Or on Reddit.
We got $2 comes in from Joseph Romano, just showing support, and then a 5, and then another 2 as well. Thank you, Joseph. I appreciate that big
That's
time.
odd, dude.
Kyle
Keep it
ran
up,
a mile,
Joseph.
sends in 2, just showing support. Thank you, Kyle. Premonition comes in for 5, says, I asked the young not to forget human accomplishments. Hugs to Alicia. Thank you, Premonition. I
Yeah.
appreciate that big time.
Big
And then
time.
$5 comes in from Bad Cramps Gramps and says, Rowdy, is it not true the reason you can't see stars on the moon is the same reason you can't see them in a big city? Moon is like snow reflectivity or reflectively.
I don't know. See, I go straight to, well, it sounds like he's asserting that the moon is or has the reflectivity of snow on it. And in a big city, I'll go outside right now and I can stand under the street light and not see a single star. As soon as I cover that street light with my hand, I can see all of the stars around it. There's no light pollution that blocks this. The light source
Wait,
is right there,
where do
20
you
feet
live?
from my face. What's up?
Where do you live?
Where do I live? I live.
If you don't want to tell me the city, that's fine. You don't have to. It's
No,
obviously.
I live in Utah. I live in Utah.
Oh, fuck off then. There's no big city in Utah. I live in Utah. Yeah. No, shut up.
Dude, I've been to the temple, dude. I know that there's a big
Oh,
city, guys.
No, there isn't a big city in Utah. Okay,
All
it's
the
fine.
cousins are down there, bro. It's a big city of cousins. I'm just saying it doesn't have to be a big city. And then let me guess, you get to the rooftop penthouse suite of that big city, and all of a sudden, all of the stars come back into play because the light source is 2 feet below your eyes, and now you can just see them all.
No.
That doesn't actually make any sense to me. How can
No,
they
Okay,
it's
so-
pollution and other. It's fine. Doesn't matter. It's
It's
That's
not.
it for super chats there. And then going over to the questions. 2 of them were questions that already got sent in super chat. I guess they decided to do it through super chat instead. But then we got a question here. I'm going to put it up so that you guys can
Hey,
read it.
I'm not
too.
here to educate. I'm here to entertain. All right. And Emmett's giggling over there. All right. So
This
my
is
job here
from
is done.
Chris Lestrange, and it says, if Artemis was legit and not a waste of money, what did it achieve to make it worthy of being considered legitimately necessary?
Great question.
Oh, what did it achieve? Nothing. I said at the beginning that the only reason why it was. I can actually answer
So
that.
not legitimate? Is that what you said? Did you just say that it's not legitimate?
I actually know exactly what it achieved. It achieved votes. Okay, votes for the party that is funding it. Because what we
Can you
want,
demonstrate that?
yes, of course. They are government. They are government employees. They have a vested interest of keep being employed. And whoever decides that they're gonna be giving money so that they can be employed will be the ones that will be voted for.
Insider trading is legit. Okay, heard.
I mean,
it is.
Unless you say that insider trader is not legit, right?
Well, no, it is legit according to that logic. Insider trading is legitimate.
It wouldn't be. It wouldn't be legit because the authority will be against it. Otherwise, it would be legit.
No, they're pro it, and that's why they all insider trade.
Then it's
so
legit.
That it can... Oh, okay.
There you go.
I appreciate the consistency.
All right. So it looks like that's it for questions. All right, that's it for questions.
Dude, my soullessness scared them all away.
Are you a flat earther? Do you believe in flat earth?
Scared them. What the hell, man? No. Oh, wait a minute. We got another one. Comes in from Josh, and it says, If I told you I saw space through special glasses that only work for me, would you believe me then?
No.
What?
If I saw space through special glasses
That only worked for
That
him.
only work
that
for
only I could,
him,
would you
would you
believe me?
believe him?
Who is that
I
directed
don't think
to?
so.
I'm not sure. I think maybe
It
Rowdy.
doesn't sound legit.
Doesn't sound
There's not a
legit.
preponderance of evidence
There's no
that would
preponderance of
lead me
evidence.
to
No.
believe that it's legit.
Fair
Hey, I
enough.
said preponderance right that time, though. Okay.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. All right. So I guess that. Oh, we got another one. We got another one.
Keep them coming,
Hold
boys.
up.
That bar's still pretty gray on my end. I can't really tell.
Let me see. Yeah, these are the free questions. These are the free questions. This one comes in from Teriak. Says, have you considered that denying? Oh, yeah. Let me put it over here so you can read it. Have you considered that denying the American achievements of traveling to the moon are demoralization attempts from enemies of America?
I believe I have considered that.
I just disregarded my considerations. That's
All
a
right.
good one. Thank you,
All
Terry
right.
Yak.
Yes, we got,
He's so smart.
he's considered and
little smarty
disregarded.
pants.
That was good. That was good.
I use my authority to disregard your question anyway. Do you remember the fairy godfathers? They're like, I knock on the door because I respect your
Wait.
privacy, but I open the door anyway
Yeah.
to assert my authority.
Can you pull that one up for me again?
Here's
real quick?
another one. Comes in from Bad Cramps Gramps. Rowdy, if that's not true, then explain how you can see the moon in broad daylight. That's how much light it reflects.
That's how much light it reflects.
Yeah. Have you ever seen the moon? The moon in daylight?
I have. Yeah, I've actually observed it through this telescope right here, and
Okay.
it's actually sometimes you get better shots during the day, depending on like the cloud, how cloudy it is, and what time of day that is. Because I think like right now, the moon is just behind the sun, so it comes up a little later in the day, and you can actually get really good shots of it on a clear sky because it's just above the horizon, which some would say it seems closer. It appears to be bigger and clearer at that angle versus when it's straight above, it gets a little bit smaller or appears from perspective to be smaller. And I actually would discount this as can he demonstrate that the moon does not produce its own light? And wouldn't that debunk the other chat he sent in, which was if the moon produces its own light, then you would be able to see the backside of it from the backside.
Wait, but you said you can't see it.
No, but he said we can, so I mean that must
No,
prove
he's
it.
talking about he's talking about light reflecting on it. If it produced its own light, there wouldn't be a dark side of the moon.
Well, there would be if it wasn't diluted out by the sun's light, which is why during the day when you can see the sun and the moon at the same time, one side of it seems darker because the other side is being also illuminated by the sun.
I'm confused. You're confusing me. You're using this world of sorcery that some people have. It's called dumb fu, and you're actually confusing
Am I good
the
at it?
crap out of me.
Am I good?
Yeah, you're good
Okay.
at your dumb fu. Dumb fu. Dumb fu.
We got
Yeah,
another
actually-
question that came in. This one's for Emmett from Dad Bod Grub. It says, here, I actually put it in here. It's not really related. If you want to answer, you can though. Emmett, as a Christian, do you believe in the Book of Enoch? If so, does the firmament exist?
I don't. I don't. I'm pretty sure that it's more not part of the canon. I don't have a huge. I don't have a huge judgment on it. Like I don't. I would defer directly to a priest if you want to ask that question because I don't know much about it. I'm not a theologian, so it would be bad. It would be a disservice of me to answer that question to you.
If
Fair
a
enough.
priest told you that space travel was illegitimate, would you believe that it is illegitimate?
I will ask why, and then if he tells me because I say so, because he's my priest, I will probably say yes. I agree. My soul is more important than the fucking moon.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. And then we got another super chat here from Teriak, €5 says Spartacus bullied me to pay the late tax. Also, Rowdy, I'm roasting you for that answer.
I'll be here for a little bit. I'm excited. I'm so excited to learn so much. I'm
I
gonna
like
learn
it.
so much so fast.
K2 keep on chucking comes in for 5, says space is real because of Blue Jay space lasers.
Nice. Shouts
Okay.
out to Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Blue Jay space lasers. Okay, I mean, how can you
Oh, I
argue
have
with
the
Blue Jay
perfect thing
space
for
lasers?
that. Give me just 1 second.
He's got an answer for you,
Oh
K2.
shit. Oh shit, here we go. Not this.
He's
Space
got an
lasers.
answer for you, K2. The Blue Jay space lasers.
Yeah.
Go put that into an AI image maker, see what you get.
The
Probably
cool thing
not
would probably be
much.
a bird. Yeah, it's gonna be like, oh no. Like, is that a
Probably
COVID?
not much, but
Is that a COVID mask? That's
no.
how
But
it
this
looks like. Is that an M95? Bro, you're not good if that's not an M95, dude.
it's not, but this is okay.
All right, full send.
We're
I
doing
thought he was
it.
gonna pull out some curls to attach to the side of his
I should.
That's what you need
I'm gonna
next.
get.
You
No,
I'm
need
gonna
but
get some next.
some like
just grow
clip-on
your hair out,
curls.
dude.
The
Yeah, dude.
clip on, yeah.
Just put them clip them
Onto your
on here so
headphones.
you have the fucking
Shalom.
I just gotta.
ah shit, that'd be fucking great.
We got it.
Oh,
We
what
got
is
it.
that?
That's
We
pretty
did
good.
it great.
Mine's
good.
not long enough to go up that far yet. But let me see. And that was it for super chats. Let me see. That's it for the questions too. Okay, I think we can wrap up the Q&A. All right. Oh wait, we got one more.
Come on.
K2 says never go full Blue
Blue
Jays.
Jays.
Never go full Blue Jays.
Is this also a Toronto joke? Is there some wordplay here? Is this like
Yeah.
Is it
Toronto?
also a Toronto joke? Could be.
Yeah, it's like the Blue Jays because they suck or whatever.
They
the
fucking
people
suck.
say.
It's
They
the Blue
fucking
Jays. The Blue
suck.
Jays. It's the Blue Jays.
He's
Yeah.
got the whole setup there. I see what
Yeah,
he's doing. He wants his
that's weird.
7,000.
No,
Well,
no
I
wonder
have an
space is
Aguila
real.
rap, okay?
Yeah, space is real.
I produced the
Space
have an
is
Aguila
real.
rap. So.
He's looking for his 7,000. All
Get
right.
that 7K.
Oh god.
No,
True.
because that would be illegitimate, even if it was true.
Oh,
No, those
shit.
shekels are
He's pulling
legitimate. They're accepted everywhere.
He's pulling the legitimate card. All right, listen, that's going to wrap up the Q&A for tonight. I want to thank you to everyone in the chat for all the questions, the engagement, the support. It's what allows me to keep bringing you these debates and the entire Swords of Reason experience week after week. I appreciate every single one of you for that. And of course, a huge thank you to our debaters for stepping into the arena tonight, for sharpening their ideas in front of us all. Before I move on real quick, are you guys planning to stay for the open panel?
Yeah, what time we got? Where are we at here?
It is where I am 11:45 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, I got like a good 45 minutes in me.
Okay. He said an hour 45, guys. So he's got an hour 45.
About an hour.
Nah.
Nice. Hey, we'll see if Teriak's gonna come up here and teach me how
Might be
all of the
so
things
good. I get
about it.
it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sometimes those panels you think, I always say, okay, I'm wrapping up in 10 minutes. An hour later, I was like, fuck,
Hot
what
seat.
happened? It happens. It
Yep.
happens.
I
All
get it.
right. So
I'm here
then
for it.
what we're gonna do next is we're gonna roll the debate outro song and video. It's gonna run for about oh, Spartacus says if everyone donated $1, we could do a hot seat. True.
Let's go.
That is true. Shout out to you, Spartacus. Thank you.
Spartacus.
But yeah, we're gonna roll the debate outro song and video. It's gonna run for about 4 minutes. Perfect time for everyone. Hit the washroom, grab a drink, stretch your legs, do whatever you need to do before the Chaos and Chill open panel begins. During that outro, I'm gonna drop a link in the chat for anyone who wants to join the open panel. You can come test your ideas, continue the conversation on tonight. Is welcome. But just come in ready to think, question, debate. And if you're coming to try and like troll, spurg over everyone, bring personal dramas, you're just gonna get muted and then most likely booted really quick. So while you're ahead with this idea, just quit that one, all right? And before we run the outro, one last reminder: make sure you all go subscribe to both subscriber or debaters. All right. The links are in the description. Make sure you go and sub up to them both. Okay. And also, if you're enjoying these debates, subscribe to the Speakeasy channel as well so you don't miss any upcoming Swords of Reason battles Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. All right, let's roll the outro, and I'll see you all in a few minutes for the Chaos and Chill.
Okay, I'm gonna use this moment to read super chats and check out everybody who was here and who donated. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Hollow Nate. That's all Emmet. Thank you very much to W Radio for the 5, for the enormous, insanely huge $5 super chat. Who would Emmet rather run, the IRS, Jews, or Christians? The Christians. K2, keep on trucking with the big. Thanks so much for the enormous, insanely huge $5. First moon landing is fake. I met the space mission that went around the moon, found the original cameraman, formed the original space landing. I don't know about that. Cool Vic with insanely huge $5 super chat says, "Get him, Emmet." Thank you very much. Hono Nate with insanely huge $5 super chat says, "May I come pick up for this guy? The dude could not pass a third grade science test. Interstellar is the best." Whatever. But didn't you know 6 of them survived a massive explosion and land on the ground and went to live their lives further? Yeah, I know that was not great. It didn't seem very good. And he said, "Thank you so much for that enormous insanely huge $5 super chats." By How Long Nate says, "Homeboy needs to go back to watch Owen Benjamin videos again to get halfway convincing argument. He's embarrassing anyone who have questions. Section 230 with insanely huge $5 says, "Whoops, I probably should have waited. My bad, bro." No, it's fine. It was just funny. W Radio with a big 5. W Radio with insanely huge $5 super chat says, "This guy just being goofy to pay him no heed or attention. He's an intellectual buffoon. He knows he took a losing position." I think he did okay. Well, I didn't think he did okay. I think it was weird. Fuck it with the insanely huge $10 super chat says, "Force doctrine and bullies references in the final stretch. Just add hilarious insult to injury. Is it hard to talk while Kurt is massive of a W?" I think it is. Thank you very much, K2 with insanely huge 5. Is he a soulless ginger? I think he is. He looked ginger to me. W Radio with a 2. If you're proper, you say so, says Emmet representing with the Bapu. Yes, I did represent with the Bapu. And then we have K2 with a 2. If you're proper, you say so. It's a space is real because Blue Jay space lasers. Finally, we have Navy Baby Bree with a big, with the 2 Canadian, with the big 2 Canadian. Victory Shekels W. Thank you. And finally, we have K2, keep on trucking with the 2. It's the Blue Jays. It is the Blue Jays. Big dubs, Emmett. Thank you. Like, I don't understand. When he was like, "Grant me, we can go a trillion miles per second." I was like, "What? What? How many seconds? 23." Was weird. Oof. Oh no. That was such a weird debate. I knew it was gonna be weird, by the way. I was like, even since I read the title of it, I thought it was gonna be weird. It was a very good, a very weird little debate. I'll be here for a little while. I don't know how long I will stay. I might take a break for like an hour and then probably go back to streaming. Oh, fuck cat. I love the cat, but it's really destroying me. Oh, man, we're back.
Hey, buddy.
All right,
So-
show me your ways.
Yeah, Rowdy. What
So-
does consider mean?
Consider, I have no idea. To question, to wonder, to
Yeah, it means take time and like give like a lot of thought to it and all the stuff. Like you said, yeah, I have considered it, but I rejected it, and then didn't explain how you put or the evidence why you reject that theory.
well, no, I didn't reject it. I just said that I have considered that.
Kyriak, I've got to talk. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm interrupting. Okay.
Ladies first.
Okay. Gowdy. I've got a couple of things, and I'm really pleading with you. All right. And all of you young people. I'm old. I'm old.
How old do you think I am? Just curious.
You're young enough to be my son or younger. You're what, 35?
Pretty close. 36.
Yeah, okay. That you're the same age as my youngest child.
Nice.
All right. Now, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. Firstly, all of you guys, everybody listening, in your lives, you have seen, all of you have seen something that you thought about, should I tell anybody I saw this or should I not, because I'm going to get ridiculed for saying I saw it? Anything. A ghost, or heard something, or saw a Bigfoot, or or caught a really big fish, or something that you said to yourself, no one's going to believe me if I say this, so I'm just going to shut up. I'm not
I
going
never
to
had that. I never did that.
Well, then you're a 1 in a billion, because 99% of the people have, and they, you know what? They shut up. You want to know why? Because they get shamed into shutting up.
Yeah,
Okay,
fear.
that's my first point to you.
Okay.
I personally I was extremely interested in the sciences for my entire life. I watched the entire space program, the whole thing, from beginning to end. I watched every launch, every moon landing, every space shuttle launch. I watched the Challenger blow up live. And for you to say that didn't happen, did you know?
I didn't say it didn't happen.
Yeah, you did.
No.
And did you know that they've got a photo once they started going through the imagery of it? They've got a photo of the capsule breaking clean. The capsule broke clean. You don't know that, do you? The capsule sheared away clean. It was unbroken. It was in one piece. And if they had had parachutes attached to the capsule, those people would have lived. But instead, they fell 90 miles, or they were 90 seconds into the flight, so they were almost into the stratosphere. And as they were falling, okay, because once they found them on the ocean floor, all right, they were attending to each other their first aid kits were opened up. As they were falling back to Earth, they had gotten out of their seats, or the ones that could, and were trying to help each other, even though they knew they were all gonna die. Okay, it wasn't funny. I watched it with my 1-year-old son. Okay, the other shuttle that burned in. Do you even know about that one that broke up over Texas and all of those guys burned to death?
Thank you for the thank you for the 2K2, if you're probably say so. She saw blue jay space lasers. Yeah. Damn. we can lecture.
All those guys died, and I saw one of the helmets. What they couldn't show what was left of the people. All right, there wasn't much. And they couldn't touch any of the stuff because it's all the chemicals on all that stuff. This is what I'm asking you kids to do. You guys, and if you're a flat earther, then you and I have nothing to say to each other, because if you believe that the earth is sitting on a table, I'm sorry. I don't even know where to go with you. But if you kids erase our history and all of our accomplishments and the work that those people did and the courage that they mustered to get in there and sit in these rockets, you just throw it out the window. You are taking us back 2,000 years to the Stone Age. You guys you're forgetting, you're throwing away our history, our accomplishments. And it's really horrible, because I'm going to die. And
Aren't
then
we all?
the people that watched it are going to die. And you guys are going to say, well, there's no proof we ever went. We didn't even go. We were never there. Also, every single question you asked, I have an answer for. Why the moon? I mean, are you serious about your questions about why the moon? Do you really not understand? Do you actually really honestly not understand how the moon is lit on one side and not on the other sometimes? Do you not understand how the moon actually works? I do. I understand physics.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just, there was like a bit of I was confused between whether you can see the dark side or you can't.
Okay,
All right,
it's just easy. It's just easy. This is me.
Well, just to give like a little, like just like an example premonition, you'll help you understand quickly maybe why there's some people that.
And I
see
apologize.
the other
Thank you
way.
for being
So, like,
patient.
earlier you were saying in the chat something. I think you said, I don't know if you said the moon does rotate or doesn't.
It does not rotate. The moon, okay, one side of the moon, okay, get this, guys. Here
Yeah, number one.
Okay, you can explain it
put
all,
your ball
premonition.
Put your dumb ball down.
Wait, premonition. You can explain whatever you're going to explain, but that's one of the things that'll be like why people get controversial about it, because we've been taught that, yes, the moon spins on its axis. That's what we're told. That's why we only see the one side of the moon all the time. We're told
the moon is not spinning. Okay, the moon is just like Mercury.
Welcome in, Gio.
Okay.
Oh man, got that background noise though.
Oh yeah, you got here.
Yeah, the title locked.
Oh, you got
okay.
it.
Mercury doesn't spin. One side of Mercury is always facing the sun. So half of Mercury is really hot, the other half is really cold. The moon is doing the same thing with the Earth. So we're always looking at the same part of the moon. Now, say you guys are the sun. Okay, you're the sun. The picture, me, my hand. You see how my hand's lit up, but you can't see my face? That is okay. So my head is the Earth. It rotates around. Now, when it goes this way, now you've got the lit up side that you can see from the sun. When it goes the rest of the way around, I'll circle back around this way, coming in. Now the sun is facing the back side of the moon. Yeah. And we're looking at the dark side of the moon. That's what the days that you can't see the moon.
Oh, so you can't see the dark side? That was my question, was can you see the dark side of the moon? You just said no.
Yeah, no, you can see the dark side of the moon when you're in space flying around it.
Okay.
Hold on, let me clarify something really quick
You got-
because
wait.
everyone's getting hung up on the dark side of the moon. The
Yeah.
dark side of the moon
Front
does
side,
not
back side.
refer
Should we
to
switch it? Is it the
daylight
word?
or nighttime. No, what the dark side of the moon refers to is when the ship was on the far side and the moon was between it and us.
Yeah.
It,
And
they
the sun.
would they would no longer have radio contact. And being without radio contact, the shorthand term for that is being in the dark.
In the dark.
Wait.
No
There's
contact.
another
No line
thing.
of sight
Just
for radio communication.
there's another thing. Okay, when we're talking about dark side, the light side was only where the light was hitting. Yes, you can see you could in effect see the dark side when it's light up, because it's not all the time the same, right? It moves. So
Well,
when it's light up,
The
you can
sun
see the
is-
dark
I know what
side.
you mean, but I'll let continue.
If you fly around the back of the moon, when the dark side is when the side you can't see is facing us because the sun is behind it, you can see the ground on the moon and take pictures of it and get a map of it and everything, just exactly like what they did.
Yeah, so this is why I got confused in the debate, is because
We're all disappointed.
exactly what you just said. The part that you can't see, you can see. So then I was confused on whether you can see that dark side of the moon if the sun is on the other side of it.
Roddy, the part that we can't see here on Earth, they could see
No.
in space because they were on the other side and
They're
there
the
was
far side.
sunlight illuminating it.
Facing it. So the moon, in other words, the moon is not like Mercury, where Mercury only has one side always facing the sun. The moon follows us around. We rotate and the moon rotates with us. So when the moon
Wait, so it does rotate? Does it rotate itself, or does it
Yes.
just?
Wait, hold on,
Is it
I have
locked
to-
in?
It orbits. It orbits
the
the Earth,
moon-
but it doesn't spin.
The
No,
moon.
hold on,
ro-
it spins, but it's rotation. It's
Dumb fool.
the day, what you would classify as a day on the moon, is the same time as it takes to orbit. That's why we only see the same side, because when it goes around to the other side of the Earth, it has rotated 180
It has
degrees,
rotated.
and now the side that was facing that way is now facing the opposite direction as it's on the other side of the Earth. That is what tidal lock is. It's rotation and its revolution are identical.
Right. Okay. So what other questions do you have so that we can help us, so that you can believe us?
That's all I want. I promise that's all I want. Okay, so give me like 30 seconds to go through this. I know it might be annoying. So side 1 is facing the Earth. I don't care where you are on the Earth. You guys can't tell that I'm rotating this ball, but if I get close enough, you can see
it has nothing to do with it.
Okay, so whether this Earth is rotating or not, regardless of where you are via perspective, does the moon side 1 stay facing Earth the whole time, no matter where it's at?
Yes, it's
The
always
answer to that question is yes.
yes.
So doesn't that mean that the moon has to rotate as well to keep side 1 facing Earth,
Yes,
no matter where
yes.
Earth is at?
Well,
Yes.
Yes,
yeah.
and it does it at the same rate that it goes around the Earth, which is why the same side always faces the Earth. That is
Okay,
what
so
tidal lock.
That's
tidal
called
lock
tidal
is.
lock.
So now we're gonna run it back 30 seconds when you said that no, when side 1 is showing and it goes on to the other side of the Earth, now side 2 is showing.
He didn't say that.
What the fuck?
I swear that he said that the
No.
okay.
Tidal
So
lock-
let's go back then. You agree? Side 1 always faces Earth, no matter where you are on it. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And when the side 2 is on the side facing the sun,
Yes.
we can't see it because
Can't
it's
see
dark
the moon.
to us, but on
Okay.
the back side of the moon
Perfect.
it's lit up, And when they fly around the backside of the moon, they can photograph it. They can see it very clearly. It's as
Why
clear.
can't we photograph and see the dark side of the
because
moon?
because
fly
it faces the opposite direction. It's like, yeah, can I take a picture of the backside of your head without you turning around or me being behind
Wait.
you in your room?
I have a
Exactly.
question.
Whoa.
Do you wait?
No,
I don't know. I don't
was-
know. I'm just trying to say,
Rowdy,
if-
Rowdy.
Emmett,
when
you're
the-
muted if you're trying to talk
Oh
on
yeah.
the stream.
when the moon is in between my face, which is the Earth, and the sun, which is the light that you guys can't see, it's beyond. When the moon comes in front of the Earth,
Yeah.
and we can't see it,
Right.
That's called an eclipse.
so can you zoom in and take a picture
Okay.
of the moon when it's like that from Earth?
Wait.
Can you zoom in and take a picture of the dark side of the moon?
I have a question, Rowdy Gotti, real quickly. Do you think
Yeah.
that the dark side of the moon is always the side that doesn't get any light?
No, I don't. This is the confusion is I don't really care if the
No. I'm asking
moon
you.
rotates or
I'm-
not.
Yeah. Again,
You're
I'm
making
asking
it
you.
difficult.
Okay,
making
ask me
just-
again. Ask me
Just a
again.
question. Do you
Gio,
think?
we don't
okay.
hear you. You're muted, Gio.
Do you
You're
think?
making it too complicated.
You don't
It
hear me
just, as it goes
Yes, sir.
around,
There you are.
Hold on, Emmett. I think you
If
had
I
a good
can just
question
get a
though.
mug-
Emmett, what was your question? Just
Do
real
you
quick.
think that the dark side is the side that is always that the dark side of the moon is always the same side, that it never gets light from the sun?
like
That's what I just asked him, and he said yes.
No,
it's tidal law.
I'm asking you. Do you
Oh,
think?
from Earth's perspective, you never see the dark side, but from the sun's perspective, yes, you light
Wait.
up the backside.
Where,
of the
when
moon.
will
Why
you
we
ever
were saying
find
backside.
yourself on
But
the sun?
what
Yeah.
do you call a new moon?
What do you mean?
What
do I call
what does a new moon happen? What is that?
What happened before that?
I don't know.
No,
when
not
it's in
before
between,
that.
when it's in between Earth and the sun, and you can't see it because the
Uh,
sun is.
What part
the
of
other side of it?
what part of the moon is being light up in the new moon? What part of the
I
moon
don't-
is
I
being
don't
light
know.
up? You don't know?
I couldn't tell you.
sides,
Yep.
one of the
Couldn't tell you.
sides of the moon is being lit up. So instead
the
of having the
backside.
back of it lit up, the
backside.
side of it is lit up. So you get that little sliver of the moon because the sun is facing. I've got a really good experiment for you to do. I taught my granddaughter this when she was 3. You can go out and look at the moon at any time,
No.
and you can tell exactly where the sun is by the reflection of the sun off the moon. So if you have a sliver of the moon showing, you can say to yourself, okay, so I can see that there's a sliver of the moon bright. So that tells me that the sun is right over there.
Okay.
You can map where the sun is by the light coming off of the moon itself.
Okay.
Okay. So when they fly around the back of the moon, it's not complicated. They rocket up there, and all of your questions about the G forces and everything, you're completely wrong. They completely wrong. They've got 8 Gs easy now. The SO-71, which I've
8
seen with my
Gs?
own eyes. I've seen the SO-71. My son was born on Mountain Home Air Force Base.
Okay.
It used to land there. The SR-71 was built in 1950s. Okay, that
Okay.
was supposed to be a missile launcher. It ran over its first missile. That was its first failure. It shot the missile out. It ran it over. All right, so that they had to just turn it into a high altitude observation post. That is what the SR-71 ended up being. But that is so obsolete. It's not even funny. These guys can do crap, and they can go G's. The equipment that they're wearing allows them to tolerate G forces that are classified.
Okay.
The speeds that they can go at are classified.
Well, that's what's confusing is so let me ask you this question. You said 8 Gs. Yes, fighter pilots. This is just AI quick review or whatever. Fighter pilots can manage up to 9 Gs, but for a second or two, but sustaining G forces for even 6 Gs would be fatal. Do you know how long it takes for the SLS, the whole rocket that launches Orion to the atmosphere?
Yeah, but you're not.
Do you know how long?
understanding
Hold
why-
on, can you just answer the question? Does anybody else here
Are
know
they-
how
are
long
they
it took
exposed?
for Orion to get to the atmosphere via the SLS rocket that shot it up into space? Does anybody know without Googling it real quick?
Isn't the spaceship built?
20
I
seconds.
think you said it was like 90 seconds.
counteract
90.
Yeah.
They
and
say it's
1
90 seconds.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I
when.
was just gonna
that's
say
when
Gio's
solid-
been trying to Gio's been trying to get a question in
Oh
there.
no,
Oh,
I'm a
my bad.
muggle
That's
here.
my bad.
I'm taking
My bad.
notes. I'm
Oh,
taking
okay. I
notes.
thought you were
This is
trying to
not
get a
a
question
subject.
in there. My bad.
Okay,
my
yeah.
bad.
Well,
Yeah. So,
I had
hey,
a question to kind of like ask it in a
please
normal way,
interrupt
like-
me, everybody. I apologize.
Well, I'm going to right now. Yes, sir. I'm very bold. Look at me. So, if I take a picture of my car, it's a matrix, right? I'm in front of my car. Am I making the claim that I can still see the back of my car in that photograph?
No.
Like, let's pretend that my car is the moon. Are you making the claim that because we can only see one side of the moon, you're arguing that the other side is still available?
I believe that there is an other side.
Okay,
Like
good.
there,
That is not
the-
dark
this
and
is-
outside of our sight.
well, no, I believe it is dark. Like when you're saying if I'm looking at the front of the car, let's say I'm looking from the side of the car where I can see both doors. Let's say it's a 4-door car. I can see 2 doors, 2 tires, a back bumper and a front bumper,
Mhm.
and you can see the
Right,
shape
because
and
you
the angle
can't
of
see the
all the.
other doors. Do the other doors not exist because we can't see them?
No, I'm assuming that they do exist because I
Okay.
have this profile. I'm assuming there's probably a similar profile just on the opposite side of it.
Mhm.
You know there's a.
Congruency.
You know that there's an. You know that there's another side to the car. You're not assuming. You know that it is.
Exactly.
So-
Let's get to the part
Do-
exiting our atmosphere. You're wrong, okay, about the whole concept of exiting the atmosphere. All right, as you get higher, okay,
How high?
as the ship ascends,
As high as I am.
the oxygen content gets less resistant. Okay, you've got the gravity pulling down on you a little bit, okay, which is causing the G's, but you
Whatever
also
that is.
have the lessening of the oxygen content, which means you're entering space. Once you hit space, you're no longer affected by the G's, unless like in the space shuttle one time, they made a slight correction and they were filming from the inside of the shuttle. And they did a tiny little poof with their gas, and one of the guys was a little loose. He was just hanging in there, and the shuttle shifted a tiny bit, and his back went up against the wall kind of hard because the shuttle moved with him free floating
Thank
inside
you
of
very
it.
much, Hollow Nate, for
All
that
right,
super
but
huge
it is
$10 super
not
chat. This
that
got makes Mr. Fender look like a
catastrophic on the
genius.
human body to leave the
I
atmosphere.
don't know what's going on.
Okay, and you're not always accelerating. You accelerate to a certain point, and that's where the acceleration stops, which is 22,000 miles an hour.
Okay.
Okay. So, and
Yeah.
and when you think that it's still going to be hot, okay, why isn't it steaming when it comes back in? The stuff that they've got on the bottom there, the heat shield stuff,
Yeah.
that's made out of a very porous material, and it bleeds off heat. Okay, that's why by the time it hits the ground, by the time it hits the water, it's not steaming on you. Now, when the space shuttles used to come in, and you've probably never heard of this. Have you ever heard of outgassing?
I don't think. I mean,
Okay,
I went to high school with
I have no
boys,
clue what you're
but I don't
talking
know.
about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
None of you guys have ever seen any of this stuff.
I just
Outgassing.
debate about Trump. That's it.
All right,
right.
hold on. Have you ever seen the box of bananas that comes in, like in the crate, and they have to take the top of it off and open it up
Yeah.
because all the bananas are green, but if they leave it closed in,
Well, that's called a
bananas
plantain.
naturally off gas a
Plantains are
gas,
yummy.
which will cause them to ripen far more quicker than they normally will. Which is
Yeah.
so it just
I'm
gives
more
off a
confused now.
gas.
I'm sorry.
I'm still confused.
Okay,
Premonition,
let me
I have a
get
question
back
for
to
you
outgassing.
real quick. This is from my chat. People are asking if you also saw the Blue Jays on the rooftop.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
It's a 9/11.
Juice
Put the
box.
mask back on, bro. Put the mask back on, dude.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Okay.
Juice box.
I think their ADHD is showing.
You guys, I'm really trying to pass on my knowledge to you. So the outgassing,
Hold
this is
on.
what the outgassing is.
Hold on, but when you say knowledge, you're making a statement that you know things. I need you not. I just need you to verify that you know these things when you say I'm passing on the things I know. Not like here. Let me tell you a good story of like the things I believe.
If
It's
I know,
the things that I know when you say
watched
knowledge
this-
like that.
I watched this stuff live. Okay, and
Why haven't we gone
So
back
it's
then?
anecdotal.
okay, a little more proof that I'm sure you won't believe.
No, I believe it. That's
okay,
the problem is I'm believing you. Now, can you demonstrate that like you know that there were people on that? Do you know that there's people in the ISS right now? Do you know that you can see the dark side of the moon from the other side of the moon from Orion, not Earth? I don't care what side. I don't care if it's number 1 or number 2. Can you see the side that's not facing the sun?
Well, right now you
From
couldn't see it
wherever
because
you
it's
are.
on Earth.
Right.
When you're in Orion from the dark side and you look at it, can you see it or can you not? Is it just darkness?
Depends on if the sun is illuminating it.
And it was.
No, the sun is on the other side of it. I'm on the dark side. The sun is on the light side. I'm on
So
the
it's gonna
dark
be
side.
dark. You answered
So
your
can I
question.
see the dark side or
Well,
not?
I showed you the
Do you
picture.
have night vision?
I showed you
Serious
the
question.
picture.
Picture
Are you
from NASA.
Batman?
You're right.
Yes.
You checkmate. I got
Do you-
checkmated.
do you
Emmett
have night
checkmated me
vision?
on the photo from NASA.
I
Well,
did.
Wait a
Prem,
minute,
I want to
sir.
let Prem go because I feel
Hang on,
bad because
hang
she's got a short time here. I'm going to let Prem finish her point because I feel bad for interrupting
you,
as well.
you just
but
told the
not-
whole panel you're Batman, and we have questions.
Mm, yeah.
I'm so sorry. Okay, this is
as
what
soon as she leaves,
outgassing.
guys, I got to go. Sorry. No.
No, let me explain what outgassing is. Outgassing is when the space shuttles used to fly upside down and backwards. Okay, as they orbited the moon. Actually, they
Yeah,
fall around
less
the moon.
resistance.
You understand? No, there is no resistance. You
The rotation of the Earth, you go with it.
you understand that you don't float in space, you fall in space. But that's another story.
How do
Anyway,
you fall up?
Agreed.
Makes no sense.
okay.
There is no up.
Exactly.
There's no space.
Checkmate. Checkmate.
I'm
Welcome to
sorry, man. Go
Stationary
ahead.
Earth.
We're
Thanks
very
for
rude.
playing. That's what they say on
Space
the Flat Earth
planet
thing.
exists.
Okay, this is what outgassing is. When the space shuttles used to, just like the one that burned in and killed all those guys, when the space shuttle
Do you know that?
came in for a landing, it was mega hot. Okay, hot.
Super. 5,000 degrees or something like that.
And for about an hour or so, you would hear this shh, shh, shh coming off of it, and you could see that's called outgassing when it's
Like an
bleeding off the
afterburner?
heat. No, when there was no fired engine when a space shuttle was coming in. They glided in. So, but they still had to go through the atmosphere. And what outgassing is merely the bleeding off of the heat of the space shuttle after it landed. It would outgas for about an hour. It'd have to cool down, and it made a noise that sounded like shh, shh, shh. That's called outgassing. Okay.
Yeah, there's a
If someone else
chemical
wants to
that
talk
they
or
use for
throw
that.
Any questions? I mean, I got a really good understanding of this stuff. So you guys need to talk too. So go ahead
No,
and ask
no.
me something if you need to know something.
Look,
I
man,
just wanted to know why we haven't gone back.
We never stopped.
How many times?
Didn't Artemis just go to the moon?
No,
Oh, well, then the
Allegedly.
fucking the Blue Jays
Oh my
gotta have a
God.
base up there, though.
Wait a minute. For my
Wait.
own mental health, are y'all flat earthers?
Hell no.
What's flat
No
Earth?
one here is a flat earther, right?
No.
Mm,
Okay.
mm.
My mom said don't talk to strangers, so I can't.
Okay.
divulge
No
so
flat
why
Earth.
did Artemis 2 not go to the moon? Like what? That
It
didn't
didn't
happen, and we
land
were
on
all
the
just-
moon.
It didn't land on
So
the moon, but it went around.
It went
I said
around
go.
it.
yeah,
I said
so
go that direction.
just like in the Apollo missions, they take baby steps. So
Yeah, it was a test.
Artemis
That's a
one was
fallacy.
to
Like
was
If
to
I go
go
to
out.
Speak's house, no, hang on. That's illogical and an insult to my baldness. If I go to
If I
Speak,
didn't know
Nice
JS
to
was
bald.
to pick
listening,
him up,
The fuck?
right?
I wanna
If I go
say,
scoop up Speak, right, and I don't enter his house, how you gonna tell me I didn't go to his house to pick him up?
Well, you
I went to his house, picked him
but
up,
did,
but I didn't walk into his living room and shit in his toilet. You know
It
what I'm
was
saying?
a
But I
test
went to
yeah.
his
flight.
house.
The
So
fuck?
the astronauts went to the moon.
They had
They
to.
went to the moon?
They had to do all of the experiments. They had to get in and out of their outfits. They had
Look,
to.
I don't know.
I made
Geoverse, forgive
double.
us. We've been listening to Rowdy
Not
for like the
too
last
sure about
30
that.
minutes.
Frog's gay.
I
At
made
the
Frog's
double.
gay, man.
I'm saving this
I
till
can't
Saturday
tell
so
you
I
how
can learn
hard the
more
moon
about
is
this.
by my tongue
No, but
right
I
now.
believe that they're
Yeah.
making the frog gay, but
No.
that has nothing to do with the moon landing.
I know JS is listening in there for some
Oh,
reason.
dude, he's so
Obviously.
mad. He's so he big mad right now, dude.
JS
He's
said
definitely
something. Wait, JS said
unsubscribing from my
something.
channel.
JS said something that I truly agree with him. It's like, why oh why would NASA save all of the astronauts from Challenger? You know, sprinkle them around the country, but not even change their name. And that is a question that will
I have an
forever
answer.
haunt me,
I have an answer.
Roddy Gotti, because you did say that they had the same name, so it will forever haunt me. At night, I will remember
Hey.
that dumb fool that happened, and it will keep me awake because
That's,
I cannot
yeah.
understand it.
I'm
telling you, bro. Dude, look into it. I mean, I had to be a flat earther about it, but just look into it, bro. I'm not here teaching you. I'm here to entertain. But I also, hold on, real quick, easy. I swear this will take 2 seconds. I apologize, but
Yeah,
it
go
reminded
ahead.
me of what Teriak said. And when he asked me the question, he said, have you considered that this is like a psyop to pull people away from like the American, I forget the exact wording on it.
Yeah, he's
Something
saying
about
it's a psyop to demoralize our country.
about like the accomplishments. But the only hold on, just like a real quick.
Demoralize our country.
The only thing I have is I ask that same question, but in the reverse, which is how doesn't space not demoralize a populace, a
Excuse me,
country,
sir?
a whole species?
Watch your mouth.
The idea of just infinite spiraling this is back to his libertarian. He keep calling me a liberal
man,
or a
you see,
libertarian. I can't remember
guys
which
with
one it is.
beards like that,
But like,
you
Well,
can't
wait,
trust
you're adding in certain things, Rowdy. That's to be fair to the other side, right? I don't think you got to remember when you're coming into these things. So when someone's claiming like an affirmative on the moon landing, they're not affirming everything about space.
Exactly.
Sure. Yeah,
So,
I was meaning more to
they
his
may
like.
not necessarily we're in like this endless fucking thing where it's just infinite fucking going forever. You know, they don't have to believe that to believe in the moon landing.
Well, but I mean, this might seem like a totally. I know I'm been ridiculous this whole time, but is it a
Oh, it
crazy
is.
question to say? Can you separate them? Can
No,
you
it's not a
separate the
crazy
moon
question.
from
It's a good
everything else
question.
you've been taught about the universe and the galaxies far, far away?
I mean,
you
it's
Does
a
the
good
moon
question.
exist?
Do
Does
you
the
know-
moon exist
Can you
in what I
separate
call
them?
the heavens?
Do you believe that we've got our little rovers running around on Mars?
Of course I don't.
Yeah, so
I
just real
personally
quick,
have no
just to
stance
drill
on it.
down on this thing, Rowdy, because you said
Yeah.
that you have considered this. You said yes to this question. So
Yeah.
just to give you guys a quote, this is from Milan Kundera. It's a book called The Book of Laughter and Forgetting. The first step in liquidating a people is to erase its memory, destroy its books, its culture, its history. Then have somebody write new books, manufacture a new culture, invent a new history. Before long, that nation will begin to forget what it is and what it was. The struggle of man against power is the struggle of memory against forgetting. So how do you know that this is not like the KGB or like China or whatever, like basically just trying to demoralize your people so you don't even believe in America anymore?
So you
That's
don't
what I
even
view
know what
feminism
I
is.
don't know
Feminism
that.
is definitely a psyop, 100%.
I've got
Just
another
let him
one.
answer. Let him answer.
Yeah,
you're right.
go ahead.
Teriak
I
has spoken.
don't
Go ahead,
know that that's not the case. But that's why when I consider that as like, oh shit, maybe this is just a psyop to keep me away from the truth and actually lead me down these wild, crazy rabbit holes that keep me totally distracted. And it is the distraction that keeps pulling me away from the truth or whatever. It's the same thing as when I go down those paths, I end up finding out that it's like space and the opposite of that. There is no ultimate creator, that the possibilities are endless, and we can do all of these things like send remote control robots to Mars, and we can create a base on the moon to bury data centers or whatever the idea is. But as soon as I jump to that side where I go, you know what? Actually, I think we have been there, and I think we probably would have built a base in underground tunnels. Everyone calls me the same amount of crazy as the original position I held, which was I don't actually know. I'm here to learn from the experts that seem to know the answers. Yet, if it's just the same exact rabbit hole, then I actually don't know. I'm here to try to determine the difference between the two
But
and
if
which
the-
one I
kind of
decide.
creating your
if
own
the
rabbit
experts if the experts work for the government, can you truly believe them and learn from them?
Yeah, Fauci was so based. I believe everything he said.
No,
Hey, didn't I bring
the
that up
evidence,
in my
Rowdy.
opening statement? What about the Tuskegee experiments? Was the government
Yeah, but real
was
quick,
everybody
Rowdy.
super
It's like
clear
you're
on that one?
defeating your own argument.
Rowdy,
but I'll see you guys.
listen to me, right? The evidence
Yep.
for like the demoralization is you have college students in America burning the American flag. Like
yeah.
the evidence for
But
or
is that
supporting
moon
that America.
landing?
Yeah,
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying is
do
like
those people
demoralization is
believe in
currently
space
happening.
and moon travel?
Listen to what I'm saying. Demoralization is currently happening in America. It's already been happening in Europe and all this kind of stuff. But the evidence for America actually having sophisticated technology, rocket technology, because that's how they go to the moon is through rocket technology, is because you have the best missiles, you have the best weaponry, you have the best
Yeah.
rockets of all
Which is-
militaries.
Which is why you would spend billions of dollars to make sure that the whole populace is convinced that that's true. When you say that these like blue hair, septum piercing liberals are coming out of college and burning the American flag, what do you think that the chances are that we go and we interview those people and we say, what do you think? Do you think that the amount of money spent on space travel is a problem and why you hate this country so much? Do you think they would say yes?
They always say yes.
Do you think they would agree that spending money on space travel is the reason that they're burning that American
Well,
flag?
they would say yes because Trump
Yes.
is president, and anything he does, like spending money on space program, is bad.
Perfect. So then,
I think it's
would
irrelevant. I don't
does
think
this
people
follow
believe-
that you would cancel the space programs to then not lead to these people leaving college and burning the American dream down?
What's his
They
name?
canceled
Rowdy?
the space shuttle program. Did you know
Hey,
that,
Rowdy.
that up until Musk? Did you know that until okay, they canceled the
I hear you though. I hear you.
they canceled the space shuttle program completely. Obama did.
Mhm.
Okay, no more space shuttles.
No
we
wonder
had to
he
get-
won.
We had to catch rides with the Russians up to the ISS.
Oh yeah, did you guys see the new video that they just released? Yeah, me neither.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
If
I
you
got
have-
that
Russians
Russians
aren't
either.
worried about Russians
the
aren't
same
worried
island
about
with
showing
the
off
same
what
people,
they've got.
right?
All right, Rowdy, can I ask you a question, brother? And I'm
Go ahead.
not a scientist. I'm not.
Me neither.
What was that you just
said
said
wait.
that Obama canceled? What was that say?
Yeah, Obama canceled the space shuttle program, and we had to hitch a ride with the Russians to get up to ISS for like a decade.
Wasn't that a movie called Armageddon with Bruce Willis?
Up until right now.
Was your question about Armageddon to me?
No,
Up
my
until
question to you is
Musk-
that. But I'll wait
Yeah.
till she finishes.
started getting us back up to the ISS, but until Musk started getting us back up there, Obama canceled our
Praise be
space
Musk.
shuttle program. We
Yeah,
used-
what a hero.
Yeah, it wasn't. Just to be sure,
Yeah, but
it
it
wasn't.
wasn't.
Obama didn't
Yeah, I was gonna
start
say,
the
it's not
shutdown. It was
Obama
Bush.
alone
So
that
if I
did
can ask
that,
Rowdy
right?
a question, because he seems
Oh,
to have
bummer.
human nature in a carfuncle. Is it
It was
a
a
bad
plan that
concept?
was done before Obama, though, and Obama just.
I got you,
continued
Gio.
it.
I'm gonna let them
there was
finish,
no
but I got
reason
you.
to cancel it.
What?
There was no reason to cancel it. We had it was a working system. There was no, they canceled it to get this outcome to where people don't even believe those people.
They canceled it.
Well, I think it was
You
more
do
about
that?
backlash after Columbia because the public had enough questions about the safety of it moving forward. Because the same shuttles that we had been using were all made in 1972 or something like that. So
Wait,
inside the space shuttle is Doobie Brothers 8-track tape and shag carpet.
there
And
were other
also real quick, if you're a socialist or a communist and stuff, and you want to make yourself look good and you want to get past Obamacare and all that stuff, You say we canceled this, so we're not spending any of the budget on this anymore. We're spending more on healthcare and all this kind of shit.
Well,
You
You
know
know what,
why
not
they
Robbie?
canceled it though? I'm wondering if there's a reason to why they canceled it.
There's
That's how they
another
trick you.
reason why at the end of the Bush administration they were giving contracts to create the new shuttles that were going to replace the old space shuttle program.
They didn't
But
build them though until
they
Musk
were
came along.
canceled due to the 2008 financial crisis, and then up to this point it never started again. But that's
what
part of the
caused-
reason why.
You know what
So-
caused the Columbia
I know
burning?
I'm a guppy in this pond, but if I can ask a question, that'd be great.
Yeah, Gio,
Uh,
Gio, go.
So Rowdy, is it a far off concept to identify anyone that would think space travel was silly to also call them nihilistic in nature?
You're gonna have to tell me what that means. I don't know what nihilistic means. Is that like nothing matters?
Hey, Terry, can you give me a summarized definition of
Yeah.
nihilist,
Oh, Terry, here we go. Yeah, teach me.
please?
Yeah, that basically everything's meaningless. You go down to a downward spiral, kind of things like that. There's multiple types of nihilism, but the whole kind of concept of life is meaningless. Like that's nihilism in a nutshell.
Right, and you see that with
Meaning-
like I saw a debate where I think it was Rachel that debated an anti-natalist or natalist, was it? But there are people that don't
Anti-natalist.
see any benefit to life, preserving life, having children, going to space, believing in God, eating healthy, living a good-natured, moral compass lifestyle, right? So I agree that these people exist, but would you trust them as being the authority on something that we can barely fathom, like space exploration?
Would I trust like nihilists on space
Yeah, 'cause-
exploration? Like,
Because you appeal to a lot of authorities, and you also told her, "Don't tell us what you anecdotally have experienced. Don't tell us
Or
what you think.
believe."
Tell us what you
Right.
know." And you also claim that you don't know a lot of claims that you make, but you make them anyway. So,
well, no,
are you a
no.
nihilist?
These
I
are all
guess
the
is my question.
questions I have. These are all presented as questions. This is why I say, like, do you know how fast the Blackbird can go?
Mhm.
The
Are you a
SR-71
nihilist?
Blackbird. Do you know how many pilots there are? These are all questions.
Yeah,
Are you a
some of these
Okay,
nihilist?
there are a lot more.
I'll show you one sec.
Not a
I'll
bad
show
thing.
you I'll show you how this like propaganda and all this shit works. Did you ever meet your great grandfather, Rowdy?
Of course not.
Yeah, so you've never met this person. There's no evidence. You just have to believe that your parents are telling you the truth that you had a great grandfather, correct?
Well, yeah. Based
So you
on
can't actually
logic-
prove that
logic
you had a
and
great grandfather.
Well, if I use logic and reason and deduction or induction, whichever the correct one is, because I'm sure you know which one I mean when I say it, then you could arrive at that you could arrive at that conclusion.
But there's no actual like physical evidence though.
Sure. Yeah, I would probably.
Yeah, so
agree with
that's the same thing with these. I'm just asking questions, all the stuff about the moon thing. It's like, oh, well, like, have you actually been out there? Have you actually been to outer space? If you haven't been to outer space and you can't prove that there's space.
Yeah, I don't think I ever said anything like, "Have you ever been
Like
there?"
that's been your
No,
response.
I'm telling you how
Well,
this works.
as-
Where it's like,
that-
I'm just
No,
have
because
questions.
they're
It's
already
gonna be
making.
kind
He already
of,
made the positive
I haven't
claim.
been
It's gonna
there.
be
The
kind
rocket
of maybe
goes and does the
gross,
thing.
but there would be
You know how heavy
physical
the rocket
evidence,
is?
wouldn't there be, Terry?
Go. Wait. Say that again. Sorry, Easy. I was interrupting you.
I was gonna say it's kind of gross, but there kind of would be physical evidence. Like he could technically like dig up his grandpa's bones.
Yeah, but how do you know that that's your actual great grandpa's grave? You have
I
to
saw a
believe
picture.
somebody that that's
No.
your great grandpa's
Yeah, I
Yeah,
guess
grave.
there'd have to be
AKA my mom
DNA
showed me the
still
picture.
attached to it. Yeah.
But the experts could be lying.
When they choose,
Oh,
This is
shucks.
your
How?
brain,
So
is
now
what
is it
you're
up to
They
you to
told us
decide
that
who you
dinosaurs came
believe?
from reptiles.
If
and
there's
now they're
only
birds.
one source of experts, I guess sure, yeah, that makes sense.
Oh,
someday,
Ruh-roh.
I know they're going to land in different places because they're looking for
They're going to the moon next year.
ice and things like that. They're going to be landing in different places, but that flag and that picture of the guy's family that he laid on the face of the moon, and the feather and the bowling ball and the golf ball that the guy hit up there, all those things are still sitting there, including the little platform that the limb lifted off from. It's all still sitting there, and someday they're going to land back there and they're going to go and look at all that stuff, and they're going to see all the footprints and all of that stuff. And what I'm trying to do is get you guys to believe that these people did extraordinary things, and they were
Well, I
Incredible.
do deny the first moon landing. I'll be very upfront with you.
You deny it?
Hey, but we're not spoiler alerting Saturday. I'm gonna
And my
learn all
source
the
is
information I
the
need
Red
to
Hot.
know on Saturday,
I
right?
know, but my source is very, very credible. It's a band called the Red Hot Chili Peppers, and he said
Dude.
it was shot in a Hollywood basement. The song was very, very clear, and
Ooh.
if you can debunk
Checkmate
that song,
again.
A premonition. So
Yeah.
we have orbiters that
You can't
fly around the
debunk
moon right
infinite
now,
cheating.
and there have been posted for public consumption the pictures of the orbiter flying over the original moon landing sites, and you can see where the platform for the limb still stands there.
that's
The
awesome.
equipment is
I
still.
remain unconvinced, but I would love to be convinced. That's beautiful. It's powerful. It's
Well, I mean,
Powerful.
there's nothing. And
That's
and
that propaganda Teriak's talking about that pulls you away from God and actually following the one true light and the way and the
said the
truth or whatever
atheist.
he talks about every single time.
How
the
did-
logos, the logic, the uncreated,
So, Rowdy,
unchanging,
What is he talking
changing.
about?
how does Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin landing on the moon disprove God?
Well, it doesn't.
all of
Because
those guys.
No, that was your
Yeah.
claim. That was the claim you just made, that
Hey, more
them
than-
landing on the
It's a
moon
meme about him not
pulls you away
swearing on
from
the Bible.
God. So how does them setting foot on
That's true.
Another-
them setting
definitely-
foot on another planet or on the moon?
Another planet.
I was trying to say another body.
I got you. I'm fucking with you, and I apologize. I have more of a lightheartedness, and people like Teriak could probably bully me around for not taking it serious enough. And like I could have worn my suit jacket, but I thought my tropical
Oh,
shirt would be
we're all
mean
having fun
business
here.
enough.
Yeah.
I took my hat off. Okay, I tried to play my part. But
I was hazed for a
When-
while. Trust me.
So back to what you said, is it you saw photos again of this? What was it? The claim was that there was
There's an
Somebody-
orbiter. There's a
Okay.
satellite that's just going around the moon.
okay,
and it flies over the landing spots from the original Apollo missions,
They've got
and it's
photos.
taking pictures.
you can see the boot tracks and the flag and all of
Yep.
that sort of thing. Okay. Yes.
This
Here's
just
what's
reminds
crazy.
me
This
of
might
something
trick
funny.
premonition, but I have also seen with my own eyes in real life those photos and those videos. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Wait, real quick. I got this is like 2 minutes. I want y'all to listen to this real quick. This is just
go.
funny.
Let me get a beer.
This is just funny.
Show you how the fucking moon landing was fucking bullshit because everyone's telling you I was fucking wrong. Yeah. So fucking explain to me. Here you go. The guy's getting off the rocket ship. Who the fuck is filming him? Who's filming him? How'd the fucking guy get up there if this is the first guy supposed to be on the fucking moon? A different rocket ship? I don't know. So they sent the rocket shit up there. He got off and he's like, all right, come on up now. I'm ready to fucking film. Are you fucking serious? He's supposed to be the first guy on the moon. It's bullshit.
He's not wrong,
the
though.
car. How the fuck did the car fit in that rocket ship? Look, how did that car fit in the rocket ship?
Protect that man at all
Okay,
costs.
right. More bullshit. Then the guy's floating around with a big fucking cord to his stomach, and they're telling
More
him that's his
bullshit.
fucking life
saying.
support. What does it give? Was it fucking feeding him through the fucking tube like a baby? They're bouncing around like a fucking jerk off. Yeah, watch. Let me show you. There it goes. Bye bye. You know what? I'm gonna stay behind. You guys
Sure.
go back to Earth. I'll fucking die up here. And how the fuck did he get the phone back to Earth? Yeah, look, the fake fucking parachute.
Even
Hey,
turn the
go home
camera
now.
off.
Gonna have
What
to
happened to the
wind
guy back
again,
on the moon?
grab the camera,
They just
and
left
then
Yeah, everyone guesses they don't have any fucking facts. Bullshit.
Let's go.
You gotta love Italian
Hey,
markers.
hey,
It was
Hey.
uploaded to the cloud.
so based.
Well,
Yo,
Bye! Bye! I'm gonna fucking die up here.
Yeah.
But hang on, to be respectful, can I ask you a question, ma'am? Is hearing people laugh about this subject matter, is it offensive to you? Honestly speaking.
clearly.
Like, is it insulting to those that do believe we did go to the moon and all these things are happening?
I mean, we did go
Just
to the
like
moon.
when we
Dude.
talk about
Oh,
God like this
no.
in front of Christians, they get upset by it.
We
Or
can-
they
we
argue
can
us and
joke about
defeat
it,
us and
but
destroy
still,
us, right? They
we-
destroy us in the
We go
blood
to
sport
moon.
debate gauntlet, and they change our minds and they bring us to the
No.
dark side with
No.
facts and logic, and they just
No.
totally destroy us.
Yeah, that.
But when it comes to space, why don't they ever do that?
It's because it's the final frontier.
Okay.
You know.
When you bring God into it, I'm gonna. This is how I see it, and God. God intended for us to do absolutely everything that we've done. That was the intention from the very beginning. We were not always supposed to be hunter-gatherers and chasing each other around and stoning each other. He knew, like I've said
that I would
before
have a
on
PS5.
here, like I've said before, he knew. You believe in the Shroud of Turin, right? Okay.
What did you just call me?
Shroud of Turin. I don't believe it. I don't believe in the. I don't believe in it like I would.
Okay.
Like the Eucharist, I guess you'd say, but like, it's a very, very prominent historical piece of.
This is how I view the Shroud of Turin. The Shroud of Turin was only it took us to build AI to look at the Shroud of Turin and tell us exactly how that went and that it's legit. So it took 2,000 years. So God knew that in 2,000 years, these people are going to advance enough to understand the Shroud of Turin, which was a message that I gave them 2,000 years ago. So
didn't the Bible say to not rely on our own understanding?
But it was created 2,000 years ago to be understood 2,000 years later through our tech that we created, that he knew that we were going to create. Same thing applies for getting up to the moon. He knows that the moon is there. We've been looking at it since our inception. He knows we want to get there and look at it, and we found a way to do it. It doesn't take away from God at all. I think that it fulfills what he expected us to do. We were not always supposed to be cavemen and, I said, stone each other and hang each other from crosses.
Right, but nothing would take away from the thing that is. So as a Christian, I believe that God is true. And Jesus Christ is the Alpha and Omega. Therefore, if your preference is opposite that.
But he illegitimate, according to Emmett. There's illegit.
What do you mean by illegitimate?
Doesn't convince
Well, because it can be.
Wait. You made a stupid assertion. I wanna think about this real quick. What do you mean by that?
Because you said it could be legit and also not true. So if it could be true, then it could be not legit.
No, I said that the guys in power, that are the guys that are giving, that use the force, they give legitimacy to the things.
Hang on.
Even if it's not true.
Even if it's not true. And you agree with me because
I
you
was
said
telling him.
Because you literally said that OG legitimately was let go free.
Rowdy, can a lie be logical?
A lie be logical? Yeah, I mean, sure. You're in a hostage situation and they say, tell me where the money's at. And you say it's in locker 33. And they're like, thank you. And they leave. And you totally lied to them.
Rowdy? I'm just kidding. No, all I'm saying is that I
blacked out for a second. What happened?
Statement. I can hear someone say, you know what? I don't believe God's real. I can hear that and I can say, okay, great. That's your opinion. And I respect that. And if that's it, that's it. But to have an argument, like I learned that I can't even give a good syllogism on an argument that would prove God. I'm not there yet, but that doesn't shift my preference. Your preference is not.
Okay, so you're talking about the Blue Jay equipment?
Disprove or prove God either being connected with space exploration or not. It's just me. Like I would appeal to maybe, our God Teriak, something like that. But I digress.
For sure. I just want to say, I think if we could get some more donos in the chat every single time Emmett giggles at one of my silly nonsense jokes, because man,
why do you giggle? That's kind of. I'm kidding.
I got my mind. Well, just
I can the way time I want.
I'm trying to catch him off guard, and it lands every time, and it makes me feel good. So
if we hit 300 before the before 1:30 a.m. Eastern time, we'll do a hot seat. So if you guys want a hot seat tonight, chat.
Where are we at?
Let me see. What are we at right now? 139. So if you wanna a hot seat, we got to get up to 350 or 300. Sorry.
Oh, that's pathetic.
I read the 50.
They want us to fight.
300.
I don't know exactly what happened or where exactly we come to the idea of a space has to do with God. I don't.
Well, he made a statement about
I just had a question. I had
get
a question.
offended when they mention
True.
science and space
Let's bring it
stuff
back
and
to the moon.
Goku.
Yeah, what is? Yeah.
What? Go to
I
the moon?
ask you directly. Like, does
Are you talking to
Goku
me
turns
now?
into a
Yeah,
Or
Goku
Gio?
turns into a
What-
big giant monster when he sees the moon.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
I did ask directly if going to the moon would disprove God, and I don't see where is the logical entitlement there that it would do that. And I think we agreed that it wouldn't.
So watch, because then what I do is then I could spin it into my own beliefs and ideas, and I could pull the flat Earth, because it's weird that everyone just kind of went to that, right? Like I think I had it written down in one of my notes here was drink every time someone calls me a flat earther or asks if I'm a flat earther.
You're a flat earther.
Because the idea is could you have a local moon, the moon still be real and legitimate and going up and around it legitimate, while also still being within the firmament and by the Bible and whatever the story
Rowdy, disregard
of God,
that. Just you're a flat earther. Drink, please. Get drunk. It's the only thing that matters at this point.
Remember, I got to work in the morning. Remember, we're responsible. The girl,
Yeah, don't
everybody's
drink that, man.
asleep.
You're good, man. Drink water.
Maybe you don't have an actual understanding and with respect of. And yes, I know my son has taught me about the firmament. Okay, I
I'm
learned from
asking questions.
He prefers not to. There's a
Can you
difference.
have God and outer space, infinite galaxies at the same time?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect.
Why not? He created everything.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh.
yeah, of course.
Okay. Well, see, look at here we go. I'm just here asking questions.
Yeah,
Yes.
like when an atheist asks me, "Is God a
can
righteous
have-
God?" and did he do bad stuff? I'm like, yeah, the Creator can do whatever he wants with his creation.
But yeah, I
I'm
don't
still
know-
confused what we do with the information of me being taught in school that the moon rotates and you being taught it doesn't.
We didn't have dial-up.
Okay,
No,
I was
nobody gets
wondering
my
the same
experiment.
thing.
They won't let me explain it.
Wait a minute. This is really easy. Speak easy. For your whole life, you've only seen one side of the moon. It always looks the same.
Then
your
it
whole life.
rotates.
Indoctrination,
And it has to
then?
rotate.
Because
It's
it
never turned.
rotates.
It's never turned. You've never seen
No.
the other side of it.
No,
If
it does. It has
If
to
it
turn.
didn't rotate, we would see the other side of it.
No, it goes
Yes.
with the Earth.
Speak
just like
easy.
this. Goes
That would be rotating.
In her defense,
The moon
in her defense,
rotates
she's
on
trying to
its own
explain it to
axis.
someone that doesn't understand shadows.
Yeah,
Now, the moon rotates
he's
on its
definitely
own
flat
axis.
The moon does not do this as it goes around the sun. It goes around the Earth, just like Mercury. Please.
It
look-
has to. It has
It
to.
would have to.
No,
For
it
what
does
you're
not.
saying, it has to.
Tidally locked.
It does.
No, you don't understand it.
No, you don't understand. I'm trying to show you.
Yeah.
Wait.
They
okay,
both
so this
rotate on
guy-
separate axes.
This guy's head is the moon, all right? And this is our Earth. So this has
27
to be
days.
spinning, right?
Yes.
Think
Would
about
you
it.
see this side of the moon if it didn't spin?
You're having the Earth go around the moon. The moon.
Hold on, wait. You know that the Earth
Want me to do it
and the
other way?
moon
All right.
rotate on their
This
own
hand
separate
is the
axes?
dominant hand.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is
We
here,
didn't
we'll do
help
it
anything
opposite.
out.
This
It's
will be
my
the moon
bad.
for you, okay? This will
I
be
take the
moon
blame.
for you. It's got the face on it. There, the face of the moon. Okay.
Yeah, number
All
one.
right.
Nothing
So you're
really
telling
matters
me this?
to me.
How could this go around and not spin, and we don't see the other side of it?
Okay, because you're
It
not showing
couldn't.
the face. It's tidal locked. The face is always facing.
Because it has to be rotating for the
To
face
stay.
to be facing us.
No,
right?
but
Looks
you
like
agree
both
it's
of
a
them would be
phenomenon.
rotating.
I don't
It is a
move
phenomenon.
this.
Yes, they're both
agree with her.
rotating.
You.
I
No,
agree with her.
okay.
I
This
agree with
is
her. I'm sorry, guys.
rotation. This is
Guys are
rotation.
silly.
Yep.
This is rotation.
Oh man, I broke my chair.
This, if it was rotating, it is tidally locked to the Earth, where you
While rotating with it.
Hang
You've
on. I
always
have a syllogism.
one side of the moon for your whole life, and Mercury, which is the planet closest to the sun, is
Right.
tightly locked to the sun, meaning one side of Mercury is hot, the other side is cold, because it has
Exactly.
never turned and faced its back to the sun before. And the same thing is happening with the Earth and the Moon.
Okay.
That's why
Yeah,
every
so
time you've
so
ever looked
guys,
at
what
the
she's saying is this. Hang on.
I'm just
Because
gonna
I now
Google.
I'm now on
Does
her
the
side. Hang on.
moon rotate?
I
I
have the
just
answer
looked it
to
up.
Yes,
that.
it
Yes,
does
it
once
does.
every
Right
30
here.
days.
Yes.
It says
Ah,
premise one, the moon
it's okay. We're
rotates.
gonna do this
The moon
live,
rotates.
baby. We're gonna
Premise
do this
two,
live.
I-
Hold
It
on.
rotates
Yeah,
once
easy.
On its own
per
axis.
orbit.
I showed I linked the video on the back chat that basically just shows how the moon goes around the Earth.
Yeah, Rotary. She's 100% correct.
It rotates, but it rotates very slowly.
Does the moon
Uh-huh.
rotate? Yes,
27
the
days.
moon spins on its axis. It
Oh,
rotates at the same
That's what I
speed it
said.
orbits the Earth.
Have you never
roughly
Googled this,
27.3 days.
I
Known as
have.
tidal locking, which is why the same side always faces us. If the moon did not
Not
rotate,
rotate.
we would see all sides of it over the course of a month.
Exactly.
Yep.
See?
With gravity
Yep.
slowing
And,
down.
and everyone tried to checkmate me on this one in the middle of the debate, yet no one
That
could
wasn't
actually
your
decide
argument.
on whether or not it
That
did or
was
it
never
didn't.
your argument,
I
sir.
He was
explained. I
trying
told
to
you
I
dumb
heard
it
you.
down
and
for
I said
you.
that it does rotate.
Okay, this is
It does.
semantics.
But
It's semantics.
you also said that you
Semantics
could
are
see
good.
the
I just
other
have to
side.
say,
You said that you could
JS.
see side two when
I
it's
have
on the
to
other
say
side
to
of the.
JS,
No,
are you
I
crazy?
didn't. You
Is the
said
one
that. I don't know
helping
why you
with
think
your
that.
moon debate. He just said it does not spin on its axis, and it just told you it spins on its
Spins on
axis.
its axis.
So
It
just
does.
remember that's who's helping you with your moon debate coming up, JS. Good luck, my boy.
Yeah, no. The confusion is that like it in terms of like to us, it seems like the moon does not rotate, but it rotates so slowly, so that one face is
Exactly.
always facing the Earth.
27.3 days. You are correct.
Yeah,
It-
yeah.
it's the
That's
gravity
what
Now
I
that
was
faces
slows
arguing the
down.
whole time.
not going slower.
So, in conclusion, as a flat earther denies gravity, why would he contend with the gravitational force that would compel the phenomenon known as
Well,
tidal?
hold
what is
on,
it?
hold
Tidal
on,
flattening?
wait.
What is it called? Tidal
Gravity.
Tidal
What's
locking.
Tidal
that?
locking.
What's
Tidal
gravity?
locking.
Let me guess. Oh no, you drop a
Gravity
pen.
is a huge
Oh,
variable
that's
in tidal
gravity.
locking. Is it not?
I mean,
Well,
when you
how
looked it
come?
up and it said it fucking spins on its own axis, it said tidal locking.
Is gravitational force a variable at play?
Sure, but why wouldn't the Orion shuttle get sucked to
That's
the
not my
moon
question. My
immediately
question
when
is
it
why
launched?
do flat earthers like you deny gravity?
Orion
So
shuttle
to
gets sucked
contend,
where?
For the same
You
reason.
don't even know what gravity is, so you can't just keep saying I deny gravity. What's gravity? Can you answer the question?
I'm saying that as a flat earther, you do, sir.
Oh, so I'm a flat earther because I
You get
deny
to
gravity.
drink again.
What's gravity though?
Gravity is you not drinking. Now it's gravity. It's going down. You see? Down your throat. So
Yep.
gravity,
Down, down, down.
I would argue, has a lot to do with mass, density, even, right?
Density. Okay.
And yeah,
He's right.
certain things float.
What's the density of the moon?
I couldn't tell you. We can learn together.
But
Not
Pull it up.
extremely.
Pull it up.
wait a minute.
Easy
what difference does it
uppies
make?
for the density of the moon, please.
No, I can give it to you. I mean, I can give you the
Going out like you're using AI for the whole
the
debate.
gravity
Gravity,
on
come on.
Earth.
Well,
I know. That's why I can't. You tell that I haven't used AI for the whole debate. I'm here. Look, I got my paper notes. that
Yeah,
I wrote
I
with
know for a
pen.
fact you never Googled if the moon rotates on its axis. So.
No,
You
I
it?
did. No, I have. I have Googled that. That problem is all these people come in here and tell me they know things, and then I ask them, how big is it? How tall is it? How fast does it go? How far away is it? They have no answers for any
If
of
I
these
told
questions.
you I owned
They
a
just
Mustang,
defer to
would
the
you
AI.
have to know how
If
fast
you-
it goes?
Well,
But you've
Rodney-
done the same thing. You
Rodney-
you just said I googled all this stuff beforehand, so it's like you basically used the AI beforehand,
So
and then
now
you're
how
saying,
do
well,
we
then,
decide?
but your accusation is these people just rely on the AI,
So-
which is
so
an
now-
accusation that you're guilty
basically.
of.
So now we're
Mhm.
both on the same page. How do we decide who's true and who's false?
Because
We're
you're
not
the
even
one
on-
that's doubting
we're
the
not-
page.
We're not even on the same.
We're
book,
on
though.
the same page, and now you're doubting that you're on the same page as us.
The gravity on the
Pretty
moon.
much.
Listen, in case anyone doubted my source, here's NASA.gov, your guys' favorite people. All right.
Yep,
NASA.gov.
yep.
That's
Tidal
what I
locker.
believe in.
explaining to you
Let's
about the
go.
Title locking fucking goes on its own
Yes, so
motherfucking
again, people that don't
axis.
believe in God would believe anything else. Makes no sense.
It's cute little
Easy.
images they do for us. It's amazing.
Izzy, why are you doing this to me? Now I can't. Now I don't believe in title locking. The
Uh-oh.
government said it must be false.
Oh, they said it's false?
That's like the alien.
Better believe it.
I actually call it the
Wait,
triple G paradox.
Wait, if
God
he
ain't
shifts his
real,
goalposts,
gravity
me
ain't
too.
real, and
Actually,
good
NASA's a
doesn't exist.
private entity. Actually, they're contracted through the government. They're actually a federal
Uh-oh.
branch. It's like a funded. It's like a weird funding thing.
Well, now he should believe in title locking then.
Just like
The
that.
conspiracy thickens.
The
Look at us all go.
conspirants.
Like you said, we could all learn together. We could all Google the answers together.
Hey, speak.
We
How
can
much
do
you
this
want me to
together,
pit,
bro.
how much to pit Teriak against Rowdy real quick? How much?
To pit them against each other?
$1,000. Duh.
I mean, we don't
This
do
isn't verbal
1v1s
combat.
on Chaos and Chill, but I mean, if you want to hear them go at it, I'm sure we would.
Just Rowdy, come back for
let
verbal
them
combat, and I
go
will
at it.
invest in seeing your work further.
Dude, we don't even have to go. Look, all my work here is for free, man. I'm here for fun. Teriak,
Okay.
like what?
Yeah, Rowdy. Rowdy,
Let's get a solid.
Talk to me.
Let's get a
Minute
solid like
investing.
couple minutes. Let's go.
What's
2 minutes on the timer. Let's just ask me some questions and I'll field them. Like I don't even know what
point
the
to me.
issue is.
Point me on the doll
Do you
where
believe that
NASA
you
harmed
have-
you.
First question, very, very simple.
I went to
like
space
Speak,
looking for my dad,
and
never
you're still
found him.
speaking.
Okay,
Got it.
space is
So
fault.
first question, very, very simple. I think we're all asking this in our minds. Like
For sure.
Speak, you have what's called beard privilege. Do you find that your beard goes against logic sometimes, and it just gives you this endowed, self-entitled notion that you're correct?
Well, I had to make up for all the soul that I don't have, so God granted me with my magic beard that matches my hair color perfectly. I mean, I could go emo on this one, and we could get all sad about it.
It's because I'm bald, isn't it? Well played, sir. Well played.
Duh.
Dude,
Why
I
are
don't
you
believe
so
in
mad?
anything.
I'm gonna
bro.
go now
I'm
because
a,
I feel offended and insulted directly to my person.
I'm
That
a,
looks like a
I'm a,
name.
nihil- I'm a
We-
nihilist, dude.
We bald men are a proud race, Vikings, if you will.
But wait,
Not
but
cool,
I'm
man.
black.
I'm pretty
so
sure
does that
Vikings
count?
have lots of facial hair.
I'm gonna do the braids. Either that or I'm gonna be Jesus for Halloween. How many people does that make?
Took it too
upset?
far, man. Took it too
Oh,
far.
I hate it.
Yeah, kinda. Yeah, especially not on Halloween.
Thank you very much for
But
the
I would,
five.
like,
Fuck it.
Pull it off though, right?
You might have to dye
The
your
longer-
beard for that
And people
anyway.
still act like I own Sky. It's not
All right. Well, anyways,
documentary.
Teriak, did you? What's
Checkmate.
the issue? Like, where am I just
Yeah,
totally
no, that's
wrong about all of this?
that's my question to you. Like, why? Like, you seem to like ask a lot of questions and all this kind of stuff, but when you get the answer, you're still not satisfied.
Well, because what? Can you give
like
me an
an
example
infinite
of like what
paradox.
answer I get that I'm not satisfied with?
Everyone.
Like the photos that you got from NASA, and you're like, this is the proof. Why don't you?
Like
Yeah,
how,
so-
Yeah.
how
let-
sunshine and shade works.
People watching things with their own eyes.
Yeah, but
like,
just
Don't believe.
like objective reality. You question it.
Objective reality.
Hmm?
I question it. Okay, I'm still confused because now I don't even know what that means. What are you talking
you know,
about?
okay. Let me. Do you know like skepticism? The whole thing of like to be skeptical, like to ask questions, all this kind of stuff.
He's
All right, there's a branch of philosophy that's part of postmodernism, like this whole shit that's basically plaguing the whole thing, where it's like the
I am
ultimate
going to
skeptic, where
Google
it's
it.
like
I
I
know
don't
what that
believe truth
is.
anymore, like the whole like erudite
Yeah.
thing off the Agrippa's trilemma and all this kind of stuff. Certain truth is impossible and all
not.
this kind of shit. Even though you have to take Agrippa's trilemma, it's like a self-refuting position. You know what I mean? So the whole kind of aspect that you're doing here is that it's like you just like keep asking mindless questions just because you want this to not be true. That's your desire for it not to be true.
Hey,
There's
I
no
know
amount
why.
of
That's an assertion.
it seems
I don't
one second,
believe
it seems like
I
there's
don't
no amount
actually-
of evidence
I
that we
don't
could
believe
actually
that's
put
true.
forward for you to actually believe.
What are you
that
talking about? I
this-
gave
this was an
1,000
actual
examples.
legitimate mission.
Hold the GoPro, shut up,
Man.
and hold the GoPro to the
So-
window and show me all those magical
So
stars
Rowdy,
and
earlier,
Earth from the
earlier,
angle. And
Rowdy,
it's like
hang on.
that's the answer. I know that you can't be like, well, look, that was like months ago, and we can't actually give you that evidence. So like, you're just gonna have to take our word for it.
Rowdy,
But like for the future, next
you're making
time,
this argument.
show us.
And remember to
Well,
hit like and subscribe.
Yeah,
And
Rowdy,
exactly.
if they
Well,
did,
earlier,
if
Hey,
Rowdy,
they did
real
it,
quick, just answer this question. What amount of evidence would satisfy you that like this was an actual legitimate space mission? Because like bear in mind you are taking the stance that this was not a legitimate space mission.
yes.
And while you
so-
think about that, Rowdy, I actually think for the whole panel, this is a kind of a good question. Or I mean, I just want to see what you guys think of this. To watch vids here says, as someone who works in the aerospace industry on real projects, many of us in the field think a lot of it's bullshit, and it's not extremely hard to explain why. I can say that much. What do you guys think about that?
It's easy. They don't know what the person next to them is doing. They
It's called
believe that
clearance.
they're building a pizza, right? They're in charge of pepperonis, and they're like, we're fucking making a pizza. But they're in charge of the pepperonis. They actually have no idea what that pepperoni is even for. They're
That
just
makes
under
no
the
sense,
assumption.
and I have to stop you, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
As a veteran, I know things like secret, top secret, things that I myself would never be in the same room in certain conversations. I have to assume that in that industry of aeronautics or aerospace, there has to be a certain level of clearance that a lot of personnel will only be washing toilets and never hear or observe. So I just feel like that's just how certain systems are in place. Every corporation has levels in clearance.
Okay, well, so watch. Now I'll spin it that way. Okay, fine. Then I believe that there's secret underground tunnel bases on the moon. Can
Great.
you? Is that even crazier, or does that actually make more sense to you?
Phenomenal.
It's just
Earlier
as
you mentioned,
crazy.
hang on.
Do we
Rowdy,
have access to
earlier-
time travel?
The only way I
okay,
could
Rowdy,
believe
relax.
that.
Don't turn it
Did
to
the
time
Malaysian
travel.
airplane just disappear
Rowdy,
with the spinning
Rowdy,
worms
you're doing
around
it
it?
again. You're doing it
Rowdy,
again.
the
Rowdy.
only way I could
Earlier
believe,
you, hang on, one second. Hi.
the only way I would believe in the tunnels, okay, the only way I would believe in the tunnels is if Pokemon and Asmongold made a full-on
If
you
Asmongold
know,
didn't see it, it didn't
podcast
happen.
inside of them. Otherwise, I can't
podcast,
believe in it.
okay, I'm
It's
glad that's where that
impossible.
went. I
No,
thought
but
that was
if
going somewhere
I can make
else.
an allegation, I have an allegation here. Because Rowdy earlier,
I was like, oh shit.
Rowdy, earlier you mentioned the Crucible and how they're Bloodsport debaters, and this is how it
Wait.
is. And
Wait,
one thing
did I
that
say the
Andrew does a
Crucible?
lot.
Hold on a second. I just want to make
you
sure. Did I
definitely
ever
said
mention the
Bloodsport
Crucible?
debates. You definitely said this is in the sport of Bloodsport debating. Now, when someone hears
so
that,
not I
hang
never
on,
mentioned the Crucible's
relax.
name.
5 words.
Everyone's got a punch.
Well, but I just wanted to make sure, clear for the record, for
So
everybody on the
5 words,
panel, I
maybe
didn't. I
6.
never mentioned the Crucible.
So when somebody, right,
Wait, can you
who's
answer
a
the
popular
question?
debater,
I
would
never
like to
said
finish
that.
mine first.
I never said
When
yeah,
somebody-
because I never
when
said that
somebody-
shit, dude.
When
That's
somebody,
crazy.
when somebody takes an approach to a debate and only asks questions and never allows someone to get their internal critique done, like who? Like who? Say it. Say who?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm the negative. I don't have to have
You
a
were gonna
claim.
say
I don't
it.
have to have stance.
So
I don't even
a
know
lot
what
of
you're
people, like-
talking about, bro. You
a lot
won't
of
even
people
tell me.
that
You
No,
won't even
only
if
answer
you're
ask
the
me.
questions-
negative, no, you're the neutral.
That's
the
what I
only way
said.
for that to work is if
I'm not the
you're the
affirmative.
neutral.
I don't have any burden of proof. It's
all I'm
not
saying
on
is that it's boring
here
to
to poke
debate someone
holes.
that only asks
No,
questions.
if you're the
and
negative-
doesn't justify anything.
No.
Yeah.
If you're the negative, then you have to make a case.
No, you don't.
Exactly.
Didn't you already lose this argument?
What?
You don't have to have a claim to make an argument against.
If you're
the
neutral, if
You
if
said
you're
the artist's
neutral,
mission didn't
No,
happen.
I'm in the
one sec,
negative.
one sec,
I'm
one
in
sec.
the
Shut the
negative,
fuck up
not
and
the-
let
on
me
the
explain.
fence. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yes, there's the positive, there's the negative, and then there's the neutral. If you are the neutral and you're being good faith, you have to then take whatever evidence is proven to be logical and true by the positive, which
To
you're
be
not doing. So you're
What
being
if
bad
it's proven
faith
to be logically
definition.
true on the negative? Can I take the negative?
The
If you take the
negative-
negative, then you have to
Yeah.
make a case.
yeah, the negative is
No,
the case.
I don't have to make. You didn't say that about the positive. Do I have to make a case for the
The
positive?
positive
Yes.
makes the positive makes their claim. Yes.
Okay, and the negative makes their claim, and I choose the negative.
Yeah, you
So
make a
what's your claim?
Well, I'm just making sure that I can do that. If I choose the positive, I'm on the fence. Let's say I'm on the fence, and I.
If you're on the
choose
fence, then you're
positive.
neutral.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. I'm granting you. I'm on the fence. I'm neutral. I don't. I'm just kind of in between. I don't really know which side to pick. And the positive makes a thing that I go, okay, I believe them. Then it's my responsibility to give you like a burden of proof for the positive.
What the fuck did you just say?
I'm
know
on
what? I
the
was
fence.
thinking
I'm
the same thing,
undecided,
thinking
and
through
I
your eyes.
pick a
I
side.
didn't
Do
want
I
to say
have to defend that side now?
If you yes.
Whether it's the positive or the negative.
Rowdy, is God real?
Yes.
Yeah.
If you what he's trying to explain to you, Rowdy, is if you take the negative stance, it's still like you're making an affirmative claim, right? Your affirmative claim would be the Artemis mission was not a legitimate space mission.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
So that's an
Let me-
affirmative claim.
Yeah. Like you wouldn't
Is
raise
that-
your hand in class without the answer. Hey, teacher.
That's what he's explaining to you.
I don't have the answer, by the way. Thank you for calling my name. Like, would you do that?
No,
I just
think
wanted to hear you say
that would
your
be silly.
name.
But it would be me to be like, how fast can a rocket go with a person on it? Would that be
Yeah,
a
and-
fair question to ask?
Yeah, and if the person says, I don't know, 40,000 miles an hour,
I go, huh? Okay.
you would accept it, right?
Well, I accept it because I
I'm
asked
asking
them the
you.
question they
You
told me.
don't know
Isn't it
better,
odd?
so you have to accept it,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
Why is it
Well,
saying
I just go, okay, that's your answer. I don't go, okay, now that's what I believe. Is there a difference between those two things? Or am I
Yeah.
confused?
You know, I've lost a lot of debates in this great channel that we call Speakeasy. And I understand it was all lessons that made me grow as a man. Thank you, guys. My hat's off to you.
Thank you, Gio, for sharing.
Yeah.
So are you saying
Very
I'm doing a
humbling.
good thing here right now, or is that am I a net negative? Do you wish that I
I'm
wouldn't
neutral
have taken
on
this
that
in?
stance. Therefore, I don't have to defend. You know,
Yeah.
anything.
No
I know
salvific
everybody.
claims, dude.
I don't know you, man, but I would love to see you grow with your content if you have any. And this is what we do here. We discuss, we pinpoint holes in logic, but we all get better as we argue more often. Amen.
Yeah, well, and I think so, and I've gotten a lot of shit for that because I ask a lot of questions, right? I'll admit guilty
You don't
as
ask
charged.
enough questions. Are you
I
kidding?
ask a lot of questions, but yeah, I mean, this is an old one. I keep doing it for Emmett because he giggles every time, but a long time ago, I just had those same
Because you
ideas
see
of
your
like,
brain
man,
fall off.
how do these people know these things? Like these guys are so freaking smart.
Do you know what the word
Man.
epistemology means? That word changed my life.
Wait,
Epistemology.
we did this earlier. I
changed my
probably
life.
forgot.
You
It's
know
like
that?
the idea of how to know, or where does knowledge come from? The ability to
knowledge
know
Yeah, like how
things.
you arrive at what you know. Like what
Actually,
is the
it's the study of
foundation?
the
Drink for
epistles.
every time Easy laughs at one of my stupid jokes. All right, dude. Come on, chat.
Look,
Dono's still
Rowdy,
great. That's great.
One time a girl was asked that question, and she said it was the study of the epistles.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, I watched that
You're
one. That
okay.
was good. That's classic,
You're
bro.
okay,
That's
buddy.
she did
You're
right.
okay.
She was right.
It was great.
That was the best.
Epistles.
That was the best. Whatever.
I don't know
episode
whether
ever
to
said.
not to take the like crucible like sneak in there as a compliment or like a a jab or something like that. But
I see somebody
um,
that would love to debate somebody that's a conservative or a Christian, and you want to be challenged, and you're honest enough to have that engagement, and I like that.
I don't think so. I don't think I want to be challenged. I like the idea of like the competition behind those
You
kinds
don't
of
want to be
things. But I,
challenged, but you ask questions.
No, Gio, he's actually being rude. He doesn't want to be challenged. That's why he's trying to just do I'm just doing the internal critique. But it's like he doesn't
No,
realize
I'm
that
just-
it's like you're actually
it's the
taking an
opposite.
affirmative position. Because if you do this whole like ultimate skeptic thing and all this kind of shit, what you're doing is you're taking the negative on dogma, and no matter what evidence that you're actually shown,
He just
you're still
rejects
just
it.
going to keep denying the positive claim and the positive evidence for the positive
Yeah.
claim, and you'll never actually grow because
Yeah,
you've
like
already
faith
taken
would
the
never
negative on
exist.
dogma.
No,
Like,
but
faith
isn't it the
has to
same? If
exist.
you just automatically think the positive, aren't you also limiting yourself to growth? If you're like, well, it's true. They went there and I saw the videos and all the math makes total sense. I don't have to look into it anymore. Aren't you also withholding yourself from actually finding the truth?
Yeah, but if
that
you
thing
no,
you
but
believe
wait, he's
isn't true?
not saying this. He's saying if you're gonna question it, right, and you're making like a claim about like the opposite, like I'm trying to give you something without giving away something from my debate, but like,
Yeah.
for
Well, then, hey, I
instance-
don't want to mess with that too.
I
because-
can
no,
use
no,
the
no, no,
example, the
no.
atheist example.
Yeah,
Real
you
quick,
can use
easy. I can use the atheist example. So, like, for example, like I could make a logical, empirical case for God, right? The atheist will sit there and say, well, I can't disagree with that. That's sound, reasonable argumentation. It's empirical, but I still just don't believe it. But I don't have a reason of why I'm not believing it. That's bad faith.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say so, but I think you can say you don't have a reason, or I can see when you would say you have a reason for not believing it. But yeah, if you say you
Can
don't
somebody
have a reason
tell
and
him
then
about Papua New Guinea?
It's
for a
not
second?
even only about not believing it. Like,
that's my favorite chat. I should have dropped that one in here. Yeah.
Have you ever
I
heard
You
don't
have
of
no
believe in
justification to deny
Australia.
it.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I think my whole like real beef with these kinds of debates, as far as like, is the Artemis a real space mission, is more along the lines of uh my curiosity. Like, it's not that I just want to believe what I want to
Wait,
believe. I'm more in search of the truth. And then when you're like, well, we give you the truth right to your
We're
face, and
like
you
the
just
X
still
Files,
don't
the TV
believe it.
show.
wait,
And
So
it's
you're
like,
doing
but
a
then
bit
every
for
time I
1
go,
minute.
is that true? And then you're like, well, we don't actually know for sure.
Rowdy,
Rowdy,
change
Then
your
it's
name
like,
to the X Files, brother.
but they ask you, they literally ask you, if your quest for truth will end up in you losing your freedom, will you take it? And you said no. So you're not actually that into finding out the truth. You just kind of like to steer a little bit of shiver here now and then,
You
okay?
like dancing.
Well,
You're a
Yeah.
hey,
dancer.
Rowdy,
say again.
let
So
me ask you a
the super
question.
chat was, I would give
Well,
up my freedom to defend the claim that I am for the truth.
If people
Yeah,
were
because
to ask
it would
me,
involve.
would you be for losing your freedom for something you truly believe, like God? I would say yes.
Well,
Yeah.
so truly believe is different than like the truth. Okay,
Yeah,
let
you
me see if I
believe
can
that the
put it
truth
this way.
exists?
Like
I
objective truth.
believe, yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
I
you
know the
believe
truth
truth.
exists,
Okay,
actually.
yes. You know that the truth exists. Okay, in this
Can you
case
say it with, like-
specifically, you want to
Hang
go
on.
on all the way to know if the Artemis mission
Respect
was
to Emmett.
correct.
Emmett,
If
real quick, Emmett.
Oh.
With respect to you, brother, can you answer Emmett respectfully and not be just a hyperbole machine? Like, are you nodding your head joking, or are you actually engaging with Emmett? Is what he's saying.
Well, no, I thought he picked up on it. Yes, I believe that truth exists.
yeah, so
That
but
is,
Nod
that
my
I'm
head.
being honest when I nod my head and say I believe
cool,
that
man.
truth
perfect. But
exists.
people ask you like, hey, let's say that we spend all of this money and prove you that the Artemis mission was real, objectively, that they went up there and they're gonna take you up there, but you're gonna lose all the rights. You're gonna lose all the right to vote forever because we don't would you take it? And you said no. It's like, okay.
Well, hold on, because the presupposition there is that it's like we don't know if I'm gonna go up there, right? Let me see if I
you
can spin
would
it this
go
way.
up there. That's the presupposition.
They
The
would take
presupposition
me
is
up and
they
around the
take
moon.
you up around the moon, prove you, directly that first-hand knowledge that they can do it, and once you're back, you will lose your rights. You just will lose your rights.
Oh, okay. Well, so then, yeah, that's a good question.
Hmm.
Is it the same as this? Somebody asked me this question a long time ago. If you
Another
could know the
question.
truth, if you could know the truth to everything, would you accept, like, would you obtain that knowledge, but then you forfeited the rest of the days at that moment? Like, you just went away at the moment, but at least right before then, you gained all of the truth and all the knowledge?
Different question.
Or would you continue on wondering and stay where you're at? It's like, I think I used to always answer that question with, I think I would stay where I was at in wondering what the truth is versus know it and have to forfeit
That
for
was a
over
different
continue to get it.
He was
I know.
asking-
I was trying to create an analogy because
Okay, I've
think
got
I'm-
one for you. I have one for you, and I want to know if you accept this at all. And
yeah, I
it's
don't think I would give up my freedom for to actually know the truth, because that sounds kind of like coercion. Like, there's 5 lights, aren't there? And then I go, yes, there is. Oh my gosh, I found the truth. And then they're like, good, you now know the truth.
You're
And it's
adding
like,
stuff to the hypothetical in the weirdest way possible.
I lose my freedom.
It's
I
like-
lose my freedom if I don't if I accept the truth or whatever.
Yeah,
And it's
you're
like, that's the same thing with your legitimate argument.
And you won't be able to have some jobs. That's the point. It doesn't matter.
It sounds like a hostage situation. Continue,
No,
Prem.
it sounds
Sorry, I
like
didn't
you
want to
don't
interrupt.
care about the truth. That's how it sounds like.
when my son was born on Mountain Home Air Force Base. That's where I saw the SR-71 and the EF-111As, which they converted from the F-111As, which was the million sortie jet, and they turned those into jammers. Those were top secret. Nobody They still never talk about those, even though those are outdated. Anyway, then we went to San Antonio, and my son was 1. That's where we watched the Challenger blow up live. And so I saw all the pieces falling into the ocean. And later on, I was driving with my son right outside of the base, and right over my head flew a 747 with a space shuttle.
I'll be right
one
back
of
in just
them.
a second. I just need some water.
I don't know which space shuttle it was. A space shuttle riding piggyback on the 747 flew directly over my head. It was coming in for a landing at the base we were based at. And that was the coolest thing I had ever seen, because I've always been into space. Right over my head. And it was just right up there. It was a couple 100 feet up. It was landing. Do you believe me?
Yeah, I believe you. I would have no reason to disbelieve you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. No, like that's my whole argument is, it's like, literally, I have a telescope. It's right here. I legit try to find these things. I have an app that tracks the ISS. I'm constantly doing my own research and looking in and searching for it. Literally trying to watch it, trying to track it, doing the things, doing the math, looking into the claims they make, looking into the claim the opposition makes, and trying to discern between who I actually believe or who I believe knows the truth.
So during the Artemis mission,
that's where my frustration comes from.
So during the Artemis mission, why didn't you take that telescope out there and point it up at the sky and see the ship out there?
You know what? When I looked into it, it's moving too fast. This telescope, I'm an amateur. Like I said, have a full-time job, wife, kids. My bills are paid on time. This telescope was a gift for my birthday, so it means the world to me. It's priceless. It's probably not that expensive. It probably isn't that
you
good.
say so.
But if you follow me on YouTube, I have a good YouTube video where you can see the footage that I get just literally holding my camera on my phone to the lens of the telescope. It's very shaky. It's very hard to get a good 1 minute.
So what you're telling me is you did see
now we
it up
can't
there.
believe anything that my camera.
No, I'm not saying that. As a matter of fact,
I was talking to Gio because he's telling me my phone tells me what I'm seeing. Well, then sure as hell NASA would never do that to me.
But with what you just said, you just admitted that you saw it up there. So how is it fake?
I never said the moon was fake.
No, not the moon. That Artemis was
said it was
fake.
made of cheese.
I couldn't find it. So when I was tracking,
you said it was moving too fast. So it would
when
mean
I looked up the flight path to try and track it with my telescope, you would have to because of the resolution and the degrees and the lens size, you would have to be like this. Like it would be like, got it. When trying to track it when it comes over the area that I was during the 10 days. And so then what I did was I was like, okay, well, I'm just going to watch the moon. And then if I get lucky and see something zoom around it or by it or something, I would just be like, well, that could have been Artemis.
But
it's close
could have
to
been
4,000 miles. It got within 4,000 miles, flew around the back.
Within 4,000 miles.
Fine.
See, and this is the problem too, is I bet everybody in here either wouldn't have any information on how close Orion got to the moon, or they would get conflicting information. And then me as the learner that knows nothing would say, can you guys go ahead and argue on which one of you is the correct one so that I can decide which one I believe or choose to join the side of?
We weren't inside of the
4,000
Artemis
miles
ship.
was the distance that they flew around it at. They got within 4,000 miles.
Well, how do you know they should have done it that way and not like the other way? You know, it's like you're moving too fast. How do you know how fast you have to do it?
The telescope?
Yeah.
Because I'm rocking a PL 26 millimeter zoom with a 2x Barlow on the. I don't know what the actual model of the telescope is.
Actually, though, it was moving.
I
and
replaced the lenses and I 2 times it. So I think I have it's 9 times according in the corner of the map where it gives you that little line where it's like this is the scale where
It's
this
not
much
enough.
line equals 500 miles when you put it on there.
Oh,
I mean, he's looking for something the size of a
I can get into 56 miles. So when I forget the names, of course, because like I said, this isn't my fucking top priority, and I apologize
Yeah,
that I'm not
but just
spending more
let,
time on
let me
actually
ask you this
figuring it
question,
out.
Rowdy. Let
Go
me
ahead.
ask this question.
Go
When
ahead.
you see the video of like the self-landing rockets that Elon has, like,
Yeah,
do you trust that, or do you think that's fake?
the rockets themselves, I think
Yeah,
that's real.
when like the video of
Yeah,
like
no.
the 2 rockets that like land down at the same time, and then the other one where he basically catches it and all that kind of stuff. You believe all that?
Yeah. I have no reason to disbelieve that. I believe I have observed enough preponderance of evidence that is the case.
One
Yeah,
of those
so
rockets is
if they
in
have that level
Colorado.
of technology,
Mm-hmm.
would you not then say, okay, maybe they have enough technology to go to the moon?
And build bases underground.
yes.
No, just to go to the moon, just the Artemis
Especially the
mission.
bases
Well,
underground.
but see, this is why I find it weird is because as soon as I go to the next step where it's like, yeah, we probably have bases underground and we run giant Bitcoin data centers there, then everyone goes, oh my gosh, you're silly conspiracy theorists.
Yeah.
Just because we touched foot on the
Yeah,
moon.
but I'm just talking about the Artemis mission.
Well, no, you said assuming that they have the technology to do just whatever that is.
No.
Why
I'm
would
saying
it-
like in order to have 2 rockets land at the same time, self-landing, completely autonomous,
Yes.
right? Would you not also like, because like that level of technology, one could argue is far superior in terms of like actually just like putting like manned people doing a moon mission.
Yeah, he's right. The
that-
tech to do that is as much, if not more, than just
to fly around the moon. Yeah.
I don't think
Just
so.
real quick,
To keep
I just want
humans
to let
alive
the
on that
chat
rocket,
know
I think
real
would
quick.
require a lot more.
One sec. I
stuff.
just want to let the chat know real
ahead.
quick that we are 9 minutes away. If we don't hit the 300 by 1:30, we're gonna be wrapping it up. All right, but if we do, we're gonna do a hot seat. So if you guys want to continue this with a hot seat, get those donos in. If not, we're gonna be wrapping up in the next
well,
10 minutes.
This is where the truth
Come on,
comes
gang.
out.
I'm gonna run to the washroom, so everyone behave.
I just wanted
Okay.
to make sure that you guys understand that if you throw away our history, then you've taken us back to the Stone Age and you've thrown away all of the work that these people put their lives into, and we were badass. We
In
were
the back
badass.
of Christian engineers, by the
Isn't
way. On
history
the back
just
of Christian engineers.
agreed upon set of lies?
Well, what? I'm sorry, I didn't.
I've heard the quote when I bring my questions in where I have no answers and only questions because
Yeah.
I don't know what that is, but you're presupposing that like history itself is true. Do you agree with the statement?
I watched it. I'm talking about the history I watched.
No, but when you say like to the Stone Age, you're like referencing a time that you definitely didn't watch. Is that
It's
correct?
an expression.
I'm saying that you guys are
Okay.
willing to throw away our history and all of our accomplishments just because, rather
Just because.
belief in
Hey,
what we
Wow.
Rowdy, let me ask you this: is there going to be one thing tonight that we don't have to explain to you?
What does that mean? No, I'm just fucking with you. Dude. I'm playing. I'm playing, dude. What do you mean by explain? Well, what I was meaning is, I'm gonna go get a dog, and then I'll have a meaning for life.
What does that
tickle
word
you,
mean?
and you tickle me. At what point does it become suffering? Is it suffering or pleasure?
And who's the one suffering?
Who is the one suffering?
That is your argument.
The tickler or the tickly?
No, I'm sorry. I just cannot read the name. It's really hard. On me.
Me and Benjamin
is it
Netanyahu, we
Not me.
tickle each other.
Here, I have an idea. Before we go, let me mention this to you. Do you guys remember Jacques Cousteau. Do you guys know who that was? Jacques Cousteau.
Is that
Sounds
is that the
familiar.
chef on Ratatouille?
Negative.
Fucking
All right.
love that
So,
movie.
okay, there's only one person here who knows who
Dude, look
Jacques
it up. Somebody in
was.
the chat's gonna be like, "Holy shit, that's the name of the chef on
No,
Ratatouille."
nobody's.
I
Okay,
don't
let me
get
finish.
stuff.
It all makes sense.
This is important. This is important.
Uh-huh.
Jacques Cousteau, when I was a little girl, he explored the ocean, and he had a son who drowned, by the way. And High Calypso was the name of their ship, and there was a song made about it.
Oh my god.
Anyway, Jacques Cousteau taught us so
Bam
much
pose,
about what
right
was
to the
under our
moon.
ocean. They went down and they
Atlantis?
revolutionized the gear and everything. And he had series after series after series of what was under the ocean. And that is where I learned everything that I know. And then at once he retired because he was French, and he retired, and then that stopped. And how much do we know about the oceans now? You guys don't know anything about the oceans.
Nothing. Zero. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yep.
But see,
Except for that one guy in the submarine with the remote control that killed a bunch of people or whatever.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
They stopped talking about that immediately.
What
He
I'm saying is,
died.
Jacques Cousteau taught us all of this information live. We were watching it. You could see it. There was no AI back then. And then when Jacques Cousteau stopped, all of that scientific study stopped, and none of you know anything about it because it disappeared.
Well,
And
I know there's 7 oceans.
What I'm trying to prevent is you guys forgetting our history, just like Jacques Cousteau, who was he was a revolutionary in the way of science, and nobody even knows who he was. And and if you're not careful, you're not. Someday people will look up at the moon and they'll say, "What is that? What even is that?" And they won't even realize that we've been there. We've walked on it many times.
I would say, premonition, that it is kinda like it's part of the third commandment. I think it's the third commandment, which is, respect your forefathers. In the sense that you have, you are part of a culture, you respect your father, you respect your mother, you respect their culture, and you have to be able to sustain the culture that you're respecting. So it goes all the way up. So when you're like the ultimate skeptic, as Teryak was saying, in the sense like, how do you know you have a grandfather? How do you know that was your grandfather? How do you know that the grandfather you had and the values that you had are the ones that you should follow? And that leads you away. That leads you away from from the actual culture that you're living in. You're not doing this thing about actually finding the truth. You're just getting away from the culture that you were born in, and you ought preserve and be part of.
Exactly, Emma. And what this leads to, Rowdy, is with that same mentality, you've no reason to, like you're saying, you've no reason to believe that this was a legitimate space mission. You've no reason to believe that 1776 actually happened.
No, hold on, because
and do you see where that takes us? 1776 never happened. That's all a psyop, and that's a lie too.
Oh my gosh,
Rowdy.
Okay, like I don't know. No, it isn't like that. I don't know what to say.
For someone,
Emmett said it in a good way because he said, "Oh my gosh, I wish I could say it the exact same way."
Good to see you, Elder.
If we're the ultimate nihilist, where oh my gosh, let me run it back.
Well, Rowdy, if you're going to be the person that's just asking questions, you should try listening to debates about this before participating in a debate about it.
Okay, this brings up a good question. I had this for Teriak the other day. How much knowledge do I have to have before I can participate in learning about the subject?
Enough that you can't use.
Enough?
Well, I'm trying to answer it for you. Enough to where you can't use. Well, I'm just asking questions as a to move the goalpost as a get out of jail free card. You actually have to come with some evidence, some reasoning, not just not just poking holes or poking
COVID
at Emmett and then whenever
screens.
anyone has
Thank
an
you,
argument
fuck it.
against you, you say,
Take
"Oh,
good
well, I'm
care.
just asking
Have
questions."
a good one.
Motion trackers. The shadow of the plushie didn't hit her leg, but there was a shadow of her hands on her legs. Let's see. You have to reach Mach 4.5 to get out of the atmosphere. There's no heat shields on the service module that magically made it through that point. They're going
It didn't
4,000
need heat.
miles per hour.
It
Yeah, it
didn't
doesn't
need
need
heat
heat shields to get
shields
out
to-
of the atmosphere. You're right. They're not going fast enough, except
No,
for
no,
the
no, because
SR-71. Oh, the metal expands because it gets so hot. But yet,
No.
they don't need heat shields on the service module.
No. When you're leaving the atmosphere, the oxygen is falling away. The resistance is falling away. You're not dealing with the heat aspect of it.
Yes, you are.
The front end of the
you're in a vacuum.
When
When
does
they,
the vacuum? How high does the vacuum start?
what's the Kármán line? Like 80-some thousand?
Somewhere between 90 seconds and 120 seconds up. The stratosphere is at 16 miles.
Premonition, we just got
How long?
played.
How long does it take to
We
get
just
to
fell into
zero
the
gravity?
same trap that he's been doing the whole night. Is he comes up poking at us?
Oh
and
no!
then-
And now it's a trap.
No, I'm.
62
But can I
62
ask you
miles
guys
above sea
something
level.
though, just real quick? I just kind of, I mean, it kind of seems because you're like, well, there didn't need to be heat shields for it to leave, but doesn't it need to come back? Or
Yeah,
Wait a minute.
the
it
heat
doesn't-
the heat shield is on the back of the
It's on the ass end of
the
it.
back of the capsule. It needs it to come in because it's like a giant
Not to
brake
go
pad.
out.
It,
Going
it,
out.
it needs it to slow down.
I thought Rowdy had said there was no heat shields at all. I was gonna say
No,
doesn't
it has-
need
it
to
Not on
come
the service
back?
module. It's below the Orion that has all the heat
The
shields.
heat shields are below it. The going out at the tip,
No.
the nose, you
I
don't need a
got you, I
heat
got
shield.
you.
It's getting colder and colder
I
and
got what
colder
you're
as you
saying,
go
yeah.
up and
Yeah, I
thinner.
got what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah,
No, yeah, we're on the same page.
space.
And it
That's why
doesn't
they.
reach-
That's why they have
Chat,
to dip.
listen, it is 1:31, and listen, as
Okay.
you all know, I am a man of second chances. I'm gonna give you guys another 10 minutes. That's all we're
Oh
getting.
my gosh.
All right, another
You were
10
right,
minutes.
too.
If we don't hit the goal in another 10 minutes, we're wrapping up for real this time.
Oh
All right?
no, and it's okay to wrap up because we have tomorrow and the next day and the next day and the next day and the next day and the next day.
Hey,
To make
hey,
And then
hey,
a great
premonition,
moon
premonition,
landing
premonition.
one.
Don't count the days. You just make those days count, okay? We're not
Yeah,
counting how
that
many-
actually is
we're not
pretty
counting how
deep,
many
dude.
there are.
As people said on my end, the heat shield is on the dark side of the capsule. Okay, so
Dude, let's fucking go,
Oh,
dude.
that's actually
Dude,
So
makes
it's,
a lot of
okay.
sense.
Dude, got me, dude.
That's where it is. Okay.
All right. Settles it, dude. Debate over. All right.
We
Another
got
soul
you.
added.
I got you.
Mute. That's pretty good.
Yes, you're...
That's pretty good. That costs $50.
I'm gonna go to bed, but you guys, if you really
Hey, Prem, I really will think about it, whether you believe me or not. Out of all this chaos, I really will believe, or I really will think about the things that you've talked about, because I promise, I'm taking it all in, searching for the truth.
thank you. Just don't forget our history.
Base.
I'll try my best.
American history is pretty base.
They'll say it depends on which part.
Yeah. Oh, well, what about the slavery?
Yeah, what about when they helped that one guy with the super small mustache?
Well, okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right, wait a minute.
What about
Okay,
it?
yeah. No, the slavery.
Yeah, no wonder.
Everybody believes the slavery was hundreds of years ago. We all know what happened, but we don't know to what extent. Really. None of us were there.
Uh-oh. Well, there
believe
goes
that
the
more
history
than
you were
we
just talking about.
We believe in that more than we believe in what's happening right now. And nobody
Just
saw
like
the
moon
slavery.
landing.
Nobody saw the slavery.
I
Nobody.
never saw it.
Dude, Brian Shapiro was like, slavery happened 50 to 100 years ago when he was talking to Rachel. It's like, what
Dude,
the fuck are you talking about?
The JLP interview with him is also classic.
Yeah,
For
you should
sure.
watch the He gets so mad. He gets so pissed off at that
Of course he does, especially when
Just
it comes to the
as a
Wilson.
true ginger
Who,
with
JS?
loving. With
No, Brian
He's
Shapiro
not one
gets
of us.
super mad at
He's
Jesse
not
Oh
one of us.
no, dude!
at
I
the
have a
mention of
friend.
slavery.
He looks exactly like my friend who I don't
I thought
am
you guys
not
were
friends
talking
with.
about JS.
No,
Because
no, yes, he's gonna get pissed. Next. He's next after me.
He's already
JS.
pissed.
No, dude. With what I've learned here tonight,
JS
I'm gonna
doesn't
hop
even
on and
know
take
what's
JS's
coming
back.
from,
All
let me
right.
tell you.
All right.
Do it.
See, I feel bad because JS does his debate prep publicly, and I don't usually, right? But
You're like, nah.
yeah, usually I don't do it just because, like, I don't know, I don't see an advantage to that or anything.
No, there's
like
no
using
advantage.
AI,
I
right?
feel
Well,
like
you might as well watch his.
I could give JS maybe a little cheat sheet right now, and to
Yeah,
get
just
all
watch his.
getting all you moonwalkers a little more upset. All right. So
Okay.
what I've put together here is the math.
No, don't. Nope.
So
Still legit.
what we're gonna have to walk through
Fun.
here is how the fuck was he able to walk for 2 hours and 31 minutes on this fucking backpack with the oxygen tanks that they said they used? All this information comes from NASA,
From
by the way.
NASA.
All
Yup.
this information comes from NASA, by the way.
Yep.
Okay.
Allegedly.
So there's no this right here. This right here is it needs over 5 times more
Hi, Stamy. Thank you very much for the
volume
2.
to actually hold the oxygen that
It's
would have been needed
ironic.
for that walk.
I don't know if you know, but I've been
Let me tell
using
you
the
that,
if you're a
alright?
broke
Let me
boy,
tell you
just
that.
say
Listen,
so with the $2.
JS,
Just a little
get
It's
ready,
funny,
my
funny.
boy. We
Right,
get
bro.
ready.
But thank you very much for
Soon.
the 2.
Ready to see some
I ain't sending
destruction.
you shit. Do your own math.
All you guys.
See some destruction.
Screenshot,
Prem.
it, motherfucker.
Good to see you.
Thank you. You too. And I, again, as
I
always,
appreciate your support. You're always rooting easy on. Let's go 10K subs. I pay attention to those things. I read those things. I see those things. Don't think that energy doesn't matter. As hippy dippy as I am with like the moon landings fake and all that stuff, I do appreciate that energy and the positivity and that kind of manifestation or whatever you want to call it.
no, he's gonna
Yeah, get in the crystal.
Speakeasy's
Get in
gonna go all the way up. You guys, it's so nice to see you. Daniel,
See
everybody.
ya.
Teriak.
Good night.
Yeah, all you
Thanks for
guys.
tuning in.
Take it easy, Prem.
Bye,
Appreciate it.
guys.
Have a good one.
Oh,
Hey,
hey, hello.
cheers to her, dude. Let's go.
Welcome, Carolina. Welcome.
How are you? I had to jump in just really quick, just to ask this guy up in the right hand corner. His name
Me?
starts with a B. Yeah, you. Yeah.
Bandit.
What's his name?
Roadie
Starts with
Goldie.
The
B.
right hand
Me,
corner.
hold on one
Bandit.
second.
Up in the upper right hand
Alrighty.
corner now. Okay, because he was
Mhm.
saying, well, you can't enter a debate if you don't know anything about the subject, and how dare you ask questions? Like,
Oh,
yeah,
Bandit.
like. So my question to you is,
No,
I mean,
what
I do
what I was saying to him was he comes in here as a to have a debate, but
A learner.
he's coming in like he doesn't know anything about the subject. You should at least have some sort of knowledge about what you're going to argue for or against if you're going to debate a topic.
Yeah, no, that was cool.
maybe
Like
that's so on
in
his
this
Well done,
platform, we're
Stamy.
not talking about like two
Good to
people
see you,
talking
by
at
the
the
way.
bar discuss some random topic. This is a show put on for people, and you would
Swords of reason.
expect there to be two people
Reason?
to have a idea what they're going to argue about, not just what do you mean by this? Oh, well, I'm just asking questions. Like
It's
it's a
So-
complete disservice.
Let-
to
let me
the-
show you. Let me show you an
the
example of what he's
entertainment.
talking about. Okay, is your
Okay,
name Carolina?
yeah, that's me. Yeah,
Are you sure
Carolina.
about that?
What do you mean?
No. Okay, I mean, I'm just asking questions.
Checkmate.
Okay.
I'm not sure about
You
that.
might say you're Carolina, but I'm not entirely sure that it is Carolina.
Oh.
Especially it was given to you by the government? Your name? Like, did you put in a
Why are you
birthday?
asking me those questions? You should
Oh.
already know.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. It's kind of
No.
weird. I'm just
No,
asking questions,
given-
okay?
Given by her parents.
But the
no,
point, the point is,
maybe
by her
maybe by
parents.
the government. If it was by the government, I don't trust it.
No,
Me neither. I
the
don't
parents
trust
submitted
government.
it. The government approved it. Now it's
But
not
the point of
true.
is a lot of people tune into this show for entertainment value too, and you know,
It is entertaining.
and know
Why,
it all.
thank
I
you.
mean, he. I mean, I don't want to hear two know it all people arguing like that. I like the entertainment part of it too, and so it just seems to me that that's a little bit of arrogance to say, "Oh well, I'm
You
going
don't
to
know
be on the
enough.
show because I know about." Yeah, you don't know enough about. I mean,
Yeah.
you could have a debate
Well,
about.
I don't know if you listen to me,
They're-
but I
they're not gonna
literally
listen to you
said
anyway.
that every time I hear somebody from NASA, I just want to give them Surrealist because they're so unlikable.
Give them a what? I'm sorry.
Surrealist.
I didn't.
I want to put
A
them
Surrealist.
face down in the
head in
toilet.
the toilet. Yeah.
Where are you from?
Okay, because
Mexico
they're so
City?
unlikable. Yes, I'm from Mexico.
No, he's
Mexico
from
DF?
Jerusalem.
DF?
Do
I
you
saw
like
the
it
outfit.
there?
He had the outfit on.
I wouldn't either.
But hey, speakeasy, real quick. I was looking up the answer to your question about the oxygen on the tanks. They had carbon scrubbers, so as they're
Yeah. Fucking duh. Easy, fucking idiot.
Yeah, that's
you know what a carbon
that's what we're
scrubber
calling
does?
out. Like
Do
that
you
when
know
we
what it
go
does?
to answer.
No, go ahead.
Right.
Go ahead. Keep going.
Yeah.
So what it does, since Rowdy knows everything, is
That's carbon.
when you exhale carbon dioxide, it chemically changes it so that it can be recycled. So you don't need an oxygen tank large enough to sustain the whole thing. And also with if they didn't have carbon scrubbers, you would actually have to have two tanks because you would have to have one that would take in the carbon dioxide that you breathe
Oh,
out.
shut up, you fucking
Oh,
cunt, will
Bricky?
you? For fuck's sake, get a fucking
Let
life,
him
will you?
finish,
I think
Greg.
he was
Let him
saying. I
finish.
think
Oh
he
my
put that
God.
question out there to prove that there wasn't a moon landing at all.
You'd have to have two carbon
Yeah,
scrubbers.
but you see the way you
You're
just
that
you just
messy,
got
man.
given the answer and you still denied it.
I didn't deny anything yet.
No,
he
I'm
just
talking to
kinda going-
Carolina. That's what
denied
we're
it.
talking about. Like when
Oh.
you say that we're arrogant for saying that like the
Not
attitude's
you,
wrong,
Not you.
that's
None of
not
you guys.
arrogance.
That guy up there.
Well,
Not
yeah,
you.
hold on. So okay, well, so
Yeah,
see
see
how
the
I
way
get
like
my
he explained, he was like he even didn't explain it fully. Like he got the first sentence out, and then both you and Gowdy both scoffed and laughed at your head. Like you are the arrogant ones. That's what we're trying to point out.
where
And
did you get
that
this
guy,
information about
this
the
guy up
carbon scrubbers?
here, he's smarter than the rest of us.
Where did you get the information about the carbon scrubbers?
I just Googled, did they have
Why are you asking questions? You should just listen to him.
carbon scrubbers? Because I know what a carbon scrubber
Smarter
does.
than the average bear.
Do
We-
scuba
I-
divers use these
I just
to
want to
stay
answer
I
this.
stay
believe
underwater
so.
for longer?
They
I just want to
use
answer
them in
this real
subs.
quick, boys.
Do
Boys, I
scuba
have the
divers use
answer
it?
to this.
Do
I've been
parachute jumpers
prepping
use
for
it?
this debate. I'm doing this Saturday. So the carbon scrubbers are not used to store oxygen.
No, it
Only
converts
to
it.
clean the oxygen you are already breathing in.
Is that what I use in my grow
So,
room
like,
to filter the fucking
What I
shite?
did is I took what NASA provides. It's 0.84 pounds of O2 per hour, right? At rest. That's what the suit consumes at rest. That's what they've provided. So you do that times the 2 hours, right? That's 1.68 pounds of O2 needed, right? That would be 269 liters, right? But at 14.7 psi, that we're already way too low. The tanks they said they used, can hold 3.9 liters. That's the internal tank volume. And the capacity is 5,000 psi approximately because they use a high pressure oxygen tank to save space. They're short by like 218 liters. Where are they
What if
putting
I had
all that
multiple
oxygen? That doesn't fit in that bag they have.
What
There's so
about
much shit
multiple
they have to
packs?
fit in there.
What about spare packs? Did they not
Well,
just
hold
have
on.
spare
Does
packs?
Teriak, Bandit, do you guys have an answer to this question? Or the rebuttal?
He gave so many numbers there. I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to look it up.
Oh, you see how you guys just deny the
I-
truth? He
No,
gives
I
you
did-
the answer, and you guys just jump to hurrying and searching for another one.
I
that,
don't know anything
that,
about what
that
he
was the
just said, but I
example. When
know.
when I jump straight to like, oh, well, then that proves it. It's because
Yeah, and when Speakeasy gave those numbers, I didn't just shit on him saying he was full of shit and lying. I took what he said, and I'm trying to find out the information for myself, see if he's either right or if I can find information.
Yeah,
it
see
wasn't
the way
my
you
whole
scoff
argument.
and
Why
laugh?
would so you're
I'm
gonna
a
find the
denial
information
denier.
for yourself
He's
like a
gonna Google it.
liberal or whatever Emmett kept calling me? Oh, you're gonna be all libertarian and just open your mind and explore
Yeah,
for the
just open
new
your
answer?
mind, bro. Just open your
Yeah,
mind.
Open your
that's like
mind,
Let's
man.
just open your
keep
mind,
searching.
bro.
Keep searching.
Have you
Yeah.
seen their paper?
So
If you look at the
We're all
paper-
easy.
together,
Let me
man.
say something.
The simple counter is that like you're factoring in like normal air versus pure oxygen,
Wait there, is Speakeasy really
Sorry?
debating JS?
and it's low pressure in space.
Okay, listen.
Yeah,
Can I say
you're
something now?
debating
Can I say
JS.
something now before I leave? I'm going to leave anyways, but I just want to say something before I leave.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't know anything about what Speakeasy just said, or what this guy that knows everything said, or what any of you guys are saying. All the numbers.
Why, thank
The
you.
point of the whole story is that Speakeasy is using that to prove that there was no space landing. All right, that's
Oh,
the point
woman,
of the story.
please, I
Not
like
the
to
numbers.
make
Not
all
what
the
they had.
Oh
sandwiches
my
so
God,
that you
yeah.
come
That's
back.
what the point of
Hurry
the
up
story
and
is. It's
make me
not
some
the
of these
numbers.
Are you sure you
It's
want to
not
have that
Prove
debate?
the
Just
moon
look
landing
who
was fake.
you're
Yeah.
empowering right now.
Honestly, my
Just
God.
here right now.
Doesn't it kill you
I'll be
inside a
right
little
back.
bit to know
Right
that?
here.
This guy's up
Right
here.
now.
This guy's up here checking the
15
math to
minutes,
make
I'm
sure
out.
that Speakeasy's numbers were correct. Like, what? That's just so
Yeah,
weird.
because
Like,
I'm
to just do
saying
that. Like,
the critique he has is a myth in terms of what they're doing is they're trying to factor in normal air versus pure oxygen. You
Emmett,
understand
is
the
that
difference,
your
correct?
sister?
but that's not
My
the
sister,
point of what he's
no.
No,
I
the
mean-
point
Sounds like
is the moon landing was fake because she's believed this on Dogma, guys. That's the point.
Yeah.
and all these little
Yeah.
things.
See the way she's
point to that.
agreeing? Yeah.
All these little things point to that, but to figure out the math and all that, I mean, why don't you go figure out the math that it took for them to hit the moon and that kind of stuff? Like, what? I
Lady,
mean,
you should not be
we
talking
have
about
so
math.
much proof
Right? You
that they
should
did
be
not
making a
land. So it's
veto
not
right
really
now.
the point of the numbers he gave. It didn't matter. We didn't have to know what the numbers meant, or even if they add up to the correct thing. The point of the story is he's using that as proof of why there was no moon landing, and that's what you accept. You don't accept the numbers are exactly right. They might not be exactly right, but that wasn't the point of what he was trying to say. But whoosh.
Would you say the
You
same
sounded like Kamala-
thing,
You sounded
Caroline?
like Kamala Harris
Yeah.
there.
Okay. Go ahead.
Would you have say given that same diatribe if Speakeasy's evidence had been in support of the moon landing?
What? Say it again.
It-
In support of the-
Beautiful answer,
Yes,
Caroline.
yes,
Beautiful
yes,
answer.
yes.
I
Yes.
expected
I
nothing
doubt
less.
that.
Yes.
I
I'm
doubt
gonna
that.
say why the answer why. I just-
Because
Yes. Can I
it
explain
would
why I'm
go
gonna say
against your
that?
dogma. Because if Speakeasy's
No.
evidence was in support that the moon landing actually happened, you would be calling it out as bullshit because you don't believe in the moon landing. You got your dogma going.
But I wouldn't be taking the numbers and adding them all up and everything. I would just be listening to his reasoning and say, okay, that's what may be a reason, and this may be a reason, and this may
His
be a reason.
argument
That there
was
was
based
a-
Why
on
you're
was
a
a
mathematician?
landing. That
His
there
argument
was
was based on numbers that the equipment that they had couldn't do what he says it does. So it's dependent upon numbers.
Yes, but
It's-
why are you going like in the background to check his numbers? Like, don't you just believe
Because
his
it's
numbers?
a debate, Caroline.
Oh,
I know, but
I believe
I didn't
numbers.
know we
You
had
told
a
me.
number.
I didn't look, bro.
Guys,
I thought this was a
why don't you just
discussion, not
believe
a
everything you're
debate,
told?
like
Why
someone's
don't
gonna
you
be
just
Yeah,
arguing
and
on
not
your
look at
Why
it.
don't you just open
I mean,
your
I didn't
mind
know
and
that
believe
this was a
everything you're
debate. I was
told?
just-
It's that simple, right? It's not the
I
way
know,
to
for real, for real.
I don't believe-
That's how
what
I
I'm
feel.
saying is that
Easy,
I
That's
don't
how I
understand why
Earth's
you go
flat.
around
feel.
Tell her about the
grab
Earth's
numbers
flat.
to check.
For fuck's sake,
That's
this bitch will be
strange to
thinking
me.
the Earth's flat once easy tells her what. Honestly.
I mean,
You
a lot of these
don't
people that are
just
checking the
believe
numbers believe.
everything.
I mean,
Listen,
I thought it was a
listen.
discussion. I didn't know. Like, oh, a debate.
Don't believe
Oh,
everything everybody
okay.
tells you, right? Okay, because some people may be lying, right?
I was just
Think
wondering
of
why.
that one.
I came on here to
Bro,
say
just
that he was
open your
arrogant.
mind,
That's what I
bro.
was debating. Just that he
I'm
was
a denial
arrogant, saying that
denier.
this guy was
You're
asking
muted,
questions,
Easy.
like,
Mute.
Oh,
nobody
drink.
nobody knew
Drink
what
up,
what
drink
it
it
It's a
was.
up.
speakeasy
Drink it
show.
up,
That's
nerds.
usually what happens. But yeah, as much as I'd love to continue this, there's never no good time to do this. But we didn't hit the 300 goal.
Oh.
My fault.
Hot seat, and we're gonna be wrapping up
My
here.
bad.
So does anyone? Well, first for the debaters, why don't you guys go ahead, tell everybody in the chat where they can find you.
Okay, I'll start real quick. Thank you for having me on, EC. You can find me at Count Emmett. I have different debates. I do different things over there, including art. I've been building Warhammer lately. You can see a tank
hell yeah.
right now. Look at that beauty. So I've been doing
You
that.
paint your miniatures.
I did paint it.
Hell yeah.
And I will be continue to do debates and just entertaining stuff for the people who watch me. So thank you
Fuck me,
once
I'm doing
again
an
to
Irish
EC,
goodbye, me.
and thank you to Rowdy for the debate, and hope you all had a good time.
Thank you.
For
Thank
sure.
you for coming. Great job tonight.
Yeah. Same exact thing. Thank you, Emmett, for participating, giving me the time to vent my insecurities, my delusion. I don't know, whatever it's going to be classified on that side as. Thanks, Easy, for allowing me the opportunity to try to make my claim or poke holes and ask my questions. And I think, I started a channel so I could try to get to 50 subs so that I could live stream these kinds of things. I really like these conversations. But as he said in the intro, I have a full-time job. This is not my priority. I just find enjoyment in VK, got me hooked. And just this kind of free thinking, open your mind, man, kind of mentality. It helps me learn, right? For every door that doesn't open, I learn from that. So I appreciate everybody's patience, and it's a good conversation.
That door of your mind.
Well, I'm just saying, man, you look into it, bro. I mean, these people that claim the things that they know, and then I ask 2 questions, and all of a sudden I'm the bad guy, and it's like I actually just don't understand you. My mom might have had too much Tylenol, like Teriak says all the time. Like I maybe I just actually don't know. But it's just interesting that when I poke a couple holes, ask a couple questions, these people actually don't even know why they believe what they believe. And so I just have always been fascinated by that idea of trying to figure out why people believe what they believe and where it comes from.
Why?
Why, oh why?
Well, I
Yeah, man.
appreciate that, Rowdy, and thank you for coming. You did a good job tonight. Does anyone
Hey,
else have
thanks, man.
anything they want to shout out to the chat before we wrap up?
Yeah, just real quick,
Give
Carolina.
Speakeasy more money.
Carolina,
Yes.
do you know what an Irish goodbye is?
Irish what?
I
An
do.
Irish what?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
No, I
God,
don't.
cook.
I
I
don't.
do want to say I'm mad at her for stealing my answer, which the whole debate was.
I don't know what
What?
it is. But you don't need 50 subs to get on StreamYard and have debates.
No, that's true. I just like the idea of
No, to
streaming
stream
these
to
on my
YouTube,
channel
he's
or
saying,
whatever.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. I rollerblade for fun. I rollerblade with my
Where do you
dog.
work?
Just like-
Yay! No.
yeah. Hey, I'm working on a debate with JS about this. We'll save that one for
Oh,
next
Lord.
time. But yeah.
Can I shout out my channel to everybody?
Fair enough. Fair
But-
enough. Bandit, you got anything for us? Carolina, you got anything?
I do. I want to shout out my channel. It's called Carolina in Fort Worth. It's cop watching.
Oh, Claire, I misclicked. Oh. Oh no, I misclicked. Oh. Oh, not watching that. Yeah. What should we do now? What should we do now? Kind of annoyed. Oh, I misclicked. Oh no, I misclicked when she was showed in the channel. Oh no. Such a bad person that I am. Oh no. Best misclick ever, hands down. It happened. Oh no. Oh, is this? Oh yeah, this fucking guy is so unlikable. I never want to see you again, but this guy is unlikable. I wonder what the Brian Shapiro versus. Oh, I want to see what happened. I really want to see what happened. Thank you all for your support. You guys are doing amazing. Oh man. Can't Emmet go live? I'm live. I'm live right now. Let's see a little bit of it.
You can't interrupt. You can't. No.
Yep, go ahead.
Again.
Study, which, by the way, these studies have just come out in the last couple of years. You could look it up if you would like on your phone. By the way, you want to go back to 50 years or 100 years ago, then why do you use a cell phone? I'm just curious. Why do you use a cell phone? You can laugh, but if you want to go back to the way things were 50 or 100 years ago, we were a slavery nation. Are we still a slavery nation now? Do you want to go back to
50 years? It was a slavery nation. This fucking guy.
Slavery? Should black people be allowed to vote? I'd love you to answer those questions. But anyway, going back to that Rutgers study, if you have multiple baby daddies.
What the fuck? This just started. This is, oh wow. Oh, the ending was big. I'll see the ending in a second. I didn't see you go live. Would have been here earlier. Thank you to you, Caleb. Yeah, it was funny. We're gonna see these for a little while. This started super heated, apparently.
There's a much higher rate. In fact, a 24%.
He's so mad. Look at his fucking face.
Higher risk of physical violence and sex abuse. A Halpern study. Among other studies, you're likely to be below the poverty line if you have multiple baby daddies. Now, you might tell me right now, and I would believe you, if you said, I got through it. My kids grew up to be great people. And I would say, I'm happy for you. I think that's great. But why is it okay for you, but not okay for them? Why is it okay for you to say, well, you know what, I made some...
It's not about whether or not things are okay, bro. It's nothing to do with whether it's okay, bro. This fucking guy. What the fuck is wrong with this guy?
Maybe you won't say it was a mistake. I don't know. I'll ask you. But why would it be okay for you hypothetically to say, I made some mistakes, but, you know, everything turned out okay. My kids turned out okay. Why can't other women use those same excuses if they have kids after 30 or if they want their own career? If you want to be a stay-at-home mom with kids, I think that's great. Go ahead and do that. But if you want to be out there in the workforce and be a doctor or a lawyer, you should be allowed to do that too, and Bible thumpers shouldn't be telling you what you should or shouldn't do. That's exactly what you do, Rachel. So I'd like you to explain to this audience right now why it's okay for you to have 3 baby daddies, why it's okay for you to take those risks and those studies that I just mentioned for your kids, but why is it not okay for everybody else?
We will switch over to Rachel for her 5-minute rebuttal. Got the timer set for you, Rachel. The floor is all yours.
So what you just heard was amateur hour of somebody who does not know how to make an argument, somebody who doesn't know what a debate is or how to have a debate. You can't interrupt. You can't.
Oh, great. Now we're interrupting. Now we're even interrupting. This is going to be amazing. This is going to be a great debate. I can tell. I can tell that it's going to be a great debate. K2 link, please, mods. What? Oh, what the hell happened here? Good to see you, Vic, by the way. Nobody practices when they preach, move on. Link, please, mods. He has a vein popping. He was mad. He was super mad.
No.
Yep, go ahead.
Again, amateur hour. This is the person who did the ad hominem attacks. He didn't present an argument. He just said, what about you? He used a tu quoque fallacy. What about you, though? This debate has nothing to do with my life or your life or
Yes,
my
it does.
personal life or your personal life.
We gotta mute you.
Okay.
You're going to interrupt.
Control yourself, Brian.
Yeah.
Sean, please mute Brian.
Staggering lack of self-control. So again, another fallacy, a straw man fallacy. My argument was not that I can tell women what to do. My whole entire opening was just explaining what has happened to society in general, going over data. There was no condemnation of working mothers. There was
Hey Joseph, good to see you. He doesn't even mean what Adam means. Looking forward to the new cartoon. This is gonna be great. The new cartoon is gonna be amazing. Kubik, I missed the show tonight. The guy Emmett was debating was trolling to the max. The guy was debating was insane. He was actually weird. I don't even know what to say, to be honest.
There was no condemnation of women who need to leave abusive relationships like I did. There was no, we need to go back to slavery, which was 50 years ago, I guess. Again, not sure how this person is employed in media.
The
but,
19... just so you know, it's the 1960s. Okay? 1960s. But wait, no. 1976 is 50 years ago. Jesus Christ. I'm old.
All that aside, he did not address any of the arguments I made, which were that, actually what he did was support my arguments by saying, yeah, when families are broken up, it's bad for kids. When we see...
Watch, and I think after all that, I am now retarded. Thank you, Joseph. But I thought woman suffrage means woman suffering. No. Wasn't that what happened? Married to 36 was for real.
Divorce, rampant divorce, children raised in single household families, it's bad for kids. Yes, it is. Now, if everyone was only getting divorced in instances of abuse or abandonment, we would see divorce rates much closer to numbers that we had prior to no fault. You would see, if you look at surveys, the reasons for divorce, things like legitimate physical abuse are very far down on the list. They're usually like 4th or 5th. The number one reason is irreconcilable differences. I fell out of love. Mr. Johnson down the street makes me feel sexy. I need to find myself. And the kids are resilient and they'll get over it. What I'm against is this frivolous breaking down of families to chase personal happiness. The kids don't get over it. We have massive studies on what happens to children after divorce.
I'm not old as fuck. Leave me alone.
And as Brian brilliantly laid out, it's very
good
bad
looking.
for kids. We see
I'm a good old
outcomes
looking
for children
bra.
coming from broken homes. So the argument is not no one can get divorced. The argument is divorce should only be permitted for very good reasons. That was the historic norm for the church. I'm not saying that women can't work outside the home ever. I'm saying that mothers already have a full-time job and that pushing them to work outside the home, creating the two-income trap that's been laid for us by feminism, reduced women's choices. It didn't give us more choices. There was never a time when women were not allowed to work. It just wasn't the norm because women already had a full-time job, especially prior to the birth control pill in 1965, when most women had an average of 3 to 7 kids, depending on what time frame you're looking at. That's a full-time job. It didn't make sense to send women out to do men's jobs. It didn't make any sense to push them outside the home and force them to work. And now women like me who want to stay home struggle and find that they can't and find that they have to work when all they really want to do is be at home raising their own children, and they're forced to try to outsource that, which is why most women only have 1 or 2 children anymore. You can't afford to put 5 kids in daycare. So we have very small families. We have...
This is actually true. I've seen people who... I made math, and there was mathing done. And in some cases, it was just more expensive to just send kids to take care of them. Just saying. He's the T that will go in specifically so he can... Oh, you. Oh, what the fuck? Gramps. Shut up. I'm not grandpa.
Lower birth
I'm not even
rates,
grumpy.
and we have unhappier women who are now trapped in a different set of bad circumstances with abusive cohabitating partners instead of a husband who loves them and takes care of them. We're trapped in this two-income trap. We have women who are trying to juggle everything and balance everything and are struggling to do that, and they're reporting higher levels of anxiety and depression. I'm not here to condemn women. Brian's here to condemn me personally, apparently, which is the actual ad hom argument. If he had an actual argument rather than just pointing at me, that would be fine. But if all he's here to do is say, well, but you got divorced because you were in an
Now everybody's gonna call me grandpa, abuelo, abuelito Emmet. No.
abusive marriage, that's actually not an argument. It supports my argument that you should be able to get out of abusive marriages, and you were. You were actually able to get out of abusive marriages prior to no fault. No fault means you don't need a reason, and the other party does not have to agree. And that's where I think that we went wrong.
Thank you very much for that rebuttal from Rachel. We're going to... So we're going into the 40-minute crossfire.
Shut up, Orino man.
I'm going to trust you guys, but if there are interruptions, I do have to jump in and break it into 90-second responses. So, handing it off to you.
Oh, there's going to be interruptions.
Well, first of all, for somebody that wants to stay home, you're certainly out a lot debating people. So I
Shut up,
don't
Saint.
understand that argument.
Well,
number
are you
one,
aware of the... Well, let me
was
address that,
was that
since
10
this is
seconds,
the back and
or
forth.
Can I just finish?
Well, this is
'Cause
the back
that
and
was-
forth.
I know, but that was like 10 seconds.
But you already
You
got
just-
it wrong. So my
Okay,
children
well,
are...
you got everything wrong.
My children
got
are
everything
grown.
wrong.
No, I got everything right.
I know they're grown.
They're
Can I
grown
just
up
finish?
and out of the house.
Can I just finish?
So
Okay.
I've never
I
said
finish?
that women can't leave the house when their kids
I-
have grown up and left, and that
Okay.
they can't...
Do you
like,
believe women
leave-
should be allowed to vote?
Do you think women are chained to the kitchen? Do you
I'm
think
asking you a
chained to
question.
the
Do you
kitchen?
think women should be allowed to vote?
I think it would be better if women and many other groups didn't vote. I would categorize women as one of the groups that should not. Yes.
Is there
Be
any other
blessed.
demo that shouldn't be allowed to vote, or is it just
Yeah,
women?
I think there's a lot of different ways that you could limit suffrage that would make everything a lot more fair and a lot more efficient. I think that if you're taking more from the system than you get,
Shut
that
up.
would be a great way to limit suffrage. You'd have to be a
Stop
net
calling me
zero
grandpa.
taxpayer. You can't be taking more than you're getting. So if you're getting more in SNAP benefits and welfare
So
than
voting
you're paying,
should be based on how much you pay in taxes, or if you pay
it should
taxes?
be based on whether you are contributing to the system or not. If you're taking more than you're contributing, no, you shouldn't be having a voice in governance. You should also have to take a civics test proving that you have some rudimentary understanding of how our government works.
A lot of people wouldn't vote for Donald Trump if that was the case. But anyway, so you don't think that women should be allowed to vote? You don't think women should be allowed to vote, at least if they're...
Would you vote?
Wait, wouldn't that be an argument for him then? He shouldn't be for it? If he's Trump would not have that. Wouldn't that be like a thing he should be for? This is kind of weird, but okay.
Would you like me to explain why?
No, do you know why the birth rate is so low?
No, he doesn't want me to explain why.
Well,
I will
I
anyway
find it.
when I
I
get
find it interesting that you want to take away one of the most fundamental rights of a woman.
You call me papi once again and I'll ban you for a day. I swear, I hate it.
Which is being able to vote. By the way, women are, as I think you're aware, bringing children into this world.
Not enough.
Well, yeah. Why? Why is that? What's the number one reason why women aren't bringing children in?
Do you want to know like the actual correlate?
No, I want to know the
declining?
polls of the last 2 years, and women have asked, because I have the studies right in front of me right here. What is the number one reason, Rachel, why women aren't bringing kids into this world in the last 2 years? Do you know the reason for
I
that?
can tell you what the actual data says. The data says that the number one correlate to declining birth rates around the world in every culture, regardless of income or religion, is women's access to higher education and pushing them into
Not
the
true.
workforce.
So according to the Johns
Yes, it
Hopkins
is
School of Public Health, which have been polled for the last 2 years.
Everybody's
they've
getting
done it
time
8
out today.
times. The Johns Hopkins School of Public Health, I'll take their word over
Everybody's
yours.
getting time
They
out
say
today.
the number one reason why women don't want to bring children into the world is something called the economy, Rachel. Now let's talk a little bit about...
My GDP, no, not my GDP. Oh no, not the GDP. Even she's mocking him.
About the economy
what's
real
that?
quick. Hold on. let's talk a little bit about that. Let's talk a little bit about that, Rachel.
Okay.
Why are people losing their medical coverage? Why are people losing their food stamps?
What the? What? What is? Oh no! He mentions the economy, and the first thing he mentions about the economy being fucking idiot and fucking idiotic is this. Oh, okay.
Is it because they're just lazy and they don't want to work?
Okay,
You see, because
we're doing another straw man argument
it's a straw man.
yes, because
everything's a straw man argument.
I'll explain how you're wrong.
Yeah, I'll explain why you're wrong.
The only people who do have replacement birth rates are the poorest people. So if it was economics, we wouldn't see that the only people having children would be the poorest among us. And historically, everybody has had children during times of
So
much,
it's because of
much
poor
worse
people.
poverty.
You're saying the reason why is because poor people can't bring people into the world.
No, I'm saying
So,
listen very
I'm
carefully and
listening.
try to understand.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
More GDP. People don't want to have it, but the baby and then 2 seconds later, it's like, well, yes, I understand that the poor are the ones who have the babies, but it's because of other reasons.
The poor people are the ones having the babies. So the people who have the resources are opting out because they think their job is more important, because they want to take vacations, because they want to pay for a second vehicle
So when the
and
people
a
that
bigger
aren't
mortgage.
poor are polled, and they're saying that the reason why they're not having kids
What
is
does she
because of the
say?
economy.
It's
Are
because
they
they
lying?
are prioritizing a higher material standard of living, yes.
So what has changed then in the last...
Materialism.
So
Atheism
what
and
is-
materialism.
Okay,
Sister.
so you think it's atheism.
It's
You think it's
atheism and
because they don't
materialism.
believe in God, and
It's
that's the
because
reason why
they're
they're not having children?
prioritizing having stuff
Right.
and having a career over
So
having a
what
family.
should we do about that? What do you think? Do you think taking away health care and
I think
and
what we
food
should
stamps
do about
is the
that,
right
I'll
thing
tell
to
you
do?
what we should do about it is what I'm doing right now, what Andrew does all the time, which
Well,
is
if you actually
explain why
if you actually care about the economy, yes, that's exactly what you should do. You should get rid of entitlements, because entitlements are actually destroying. I will not say anything about that last one. It's annoying as fuck.
atheism is retarded, and why you shouldn't hold to secular materialist worldviews that have no grounding, that have no fundamental basis for morality, and lead you into deaths of despair, and lead you into an antinatalist position where you won't even reproduce
You know
yourself.
what? I think you saying that makes you retarded. So first of all, to use that word and to call it's
Oh, retard is my favorite word. It's so dumb. He's so stupid.
It's not cool for her to use that word, to say that just because we don't believe in what you believe, that people are retarded. Because,
Bro, that's retarded.
Okay, good. So let me be very clear, okay? Everybody has the right to believe in what they believe in. Everybody has the right. You can be a Christian, you can be an atheist. To call people retarded because they don't believe in the religion that you believe in, or they don't believe in God, is so beyond absurd and bigoted in nature. It's ridiculous.
Is that what you're
It's
saying?
no, I think you are. So what I was going to say,
Do you have an argument?
what I was going to say, just be quiet. Make Andrew a sandwich and be quiet. So
that's pretty misogynistic.
20 million. Andrew, do you have a cigarette? Because I need one right now. So listen.
I know it's got to be embarrassing getting your butt whipped by a.
This is so weird. Why do they do that? It's like, oh well, let me be as misogynistic as I can in accordance to my belief because I'm being attacked by. So dumb. It's so dumb. There is no pappies in chat. I got kicked out this chat. I called them all tarts and I got banned. It's maybe real decision just made it funny.
Housewife.
Yeah, you're kicking my butt, Rachel. Calling everybody retarded because they don't think like you is a wonderful argument to make. So, 20 million people in this country have lost their health care because of what is in the big and beautiful bill. Millions of people have lost their food stamps. And while people that are sitting over there think it's funny that people in this country are struggling, living paycheck to paycheck, many of those people can't afford to have a child. And if they have multiple children, they have to work 2 jobs. They have to work 3 jobs. Now, what happens if a woman hasn't met the right man and she's in her 30s. What does she do there? What happens if a woman is a single woman trying to raise children? What is she supposed to do to raise those children? You know, the people who you support are against unemployment benefits, they're against maternity leave, and they're basically against every government program that would help that mother raise that child. These are the people that you support. So while you can call people
We're just like, I'm so tired of this bullshit.
retarded for simply not agreeing with your religious beliefs, you're mocking me for making arguments, and yet you want to insult everybody that disagrees with you. Let me be very clear.
Notes where at least the Brian fallacies. My God.
I support. Wait, hold on. 10 seconds.
At some
10
point,
seconds.
I have to be able
okay,
to
at some point you will. Finish the sandwich. So the point that I was trying to make was, I want everybody to believe in what you want to believe in. I'm not going to call you retarded because.
Still so mad about being called retarded. Okay. People gave me a little bit of shit because I was so annoyed at virtue signaling. This bullshit is virtue signaling.
Because you don't want to be Christian, because you don't want to be Jewish. By the way, I'm not an atheist.
It's a virtue signaling, okay? And you call that retarded.
I do believe that there is a higher power. I just don't consider myself an extremely religious person. I would never call you all retarded because you don't believe in the same religion that Rachel believes in. I don't live my life based on a book. You can. I choose not to. That doesn't make me retarded. It doesn't make you retarded. I know a lot of very intelligent people that do not believe in God. It doesn't mean they're bad people. It doesn't mean they're retarded. That
Rachel's just so down, just like, the fuck? I have to listen, I have to be here? I have to still be here as this star that keeps on and on and on, spurging about the retarded.
That is not an argument, Rachel. You're insulting millions and millions of people in this country that
done?
don't believe in what you believe in. Go ahead, Miss Retard, go ahead.
So that was yet another straw man
Oh, another
ad
straw.
hom, not an argument, because, and I'll explain why. You know how long the birth rate has been below replacement levels? Any idea?
I'm sorry, are you asking me a question?
Yes.
What was the question?
How long have birth rates been?
What the fuck? What the fuck is this guy? He's, oh, I want to, oh, I'm gonna punch him in the nuts. Ah, stupid, stupid ass bitch. Whenever I see Brian at the bed, I see how red he is at the start and skip to the end, see just how tomato color he gets.
Been below replacement
I'm
levels.
going by the last.
What if Tomato and Brian know each other? Can you imagine? If they're part of the same family, like cousins. Their cousin, it was something to behold. I don't know how she kept her train of thought that would have been peace. Like how red he is and how calm Rachel is.
2
Yeah.
years, according to the John
How
Hopkins School of
long,
Public
answer
Health.
my question, how long have the birth rates been below replacement?
The data I have are the last 2 years.
Okay, he doesn't know, so I'll
Yeah,
tell you.
so tell me.
It's been for about 50 years.
Okay.
So was Trump to blame for the birth rate being below replacement in the 1980s?
I didn't say that.
Okay, what caused it then? During the prosperity of the early
What-
90s,
what I-
when we had
okay.
one of the best economies we've
respond.
had,
I'll respond.
why was the birth rate below
Sure.
replacement
Sure,
then?
sure. So I'll answer that, but I'll start by saying this. I don't know what's so funny.
Because you're retarded. You're actually retarded. Just stop. What do you want me to tell you, Brian? Oh no! Imagine these ketchup babies. No, it would be an anomaly. First off, not even the tomato would touch that. Okay.
I have the study for the last 2 years. Now, I didn't bring up the study for why the birth rate was lower 50 years ago.
Oh my God.
And the reason why I didn't.
Fucking idiot. This fucking idiot guy.
Is in my opening monologue, what I told everybody is that I care about what's going on in this country.
But I disproved
right
your point.
now.
My point disproves your point.
What are you talking about?
You
It's
said
the economy
you
right
said,
now.
You said
right now.
yes. You said the reason women aren't
Right
having.
now.
Yeah. You
Right
said
now.
the reason is this.
Right.
I'm telling you, it's been this way for 50 years, so it can't be anything that's happened in
I
the
just
last
gave
2
you
years.
why women are not having children.
Are you not
now.
able to follow logic?
Are you not able to listen to logic? I just told
That's
you.
not logic.
I just told you right now the reason why women aren't having kids now. Now I know you care about 50 years ago. I care
No,
about
I'm
right
talking
now.
about consistency over
Okay,
time.
and
Yeah, it's consistency over time. It's talking about why it happened over time. That's the point of the thing. It's telling you how. Why, oh why? Why? Why me?
right now, the #1 reason is the economy. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Why don't you pay attention?
What I'm
Why
trying to
don't you
explain
listen?
to you is that even in the 90s, when the economy was at its best, women were still not having more
And
than
times
two.
change, and people change, and women have different opinions.
Bandit, you magnificent bastard. Fuck off. Fuck off, you. Come on. Jesus Christ.
What I'm
of why
telling
they're
you
doing
is
different things.
this disproves your theory.
No, it doesn't.
You can take one survey.
No, it doesn't.
What you have is one survey. How many people were asked the question in the survey?
I have it right here. 18,000.
18,000.
Yes, 18,000.
And they
John Hopkins.
Right. So you don't think that it could be the case that when they say it's the economy, they're not saying we're starving. They're saying, look, I want to go on a cruise every year. I want that second vehicle. I want a higher standard of living,
Wait,
and
hold on.
I would prefer
get
to
this
have a
right.
job and work.
So the
I can
reason
have
why
stuff.
women aren't having kids is because they want to go on a cruise.
It's
That's
because
not
they
retarded.
want a higher material standard of living. And
Okay.
so
All right. How do
now
you know that?
Well,
How do you know that?
you did this big long monologue, so now I'm going to do one. If you know anything about the economics of the last 50 years and the birth rates, you would know that prior to pushing women into the workforce in huge numbers in 1970, most women with school-age children stayed at home. Overwhelmingly, there was only like 6% of kids who had a mom that worked full-time. During that time,
Yeah, that part of the debate is pretty fun, but I want to see the ending because people be telling me that the endings are. Oh, and there's the okay. Let's see the last part of the question.
Join the draft, whether they're man.
I believe in Orthodox Christianity, and I'm not going to get into a Bible
Of
debate
course
with
you're
you
not.
because
No, of
it's
course you're not.
beyond the scope of this.
So
Okay, let's see. It's like today. Oh, I thought you were gonna come with the Bible thumpings. Like, no. You don't know anything about me if you thought that was gonna be what I was gonna do.
During the 70s, there was a big goddess worship revival in the West that coincided with feminism, and that they do still now. If you go to TikTok, look up the hashtag witch.
We'll get there. We'll get
You
there.
will see feminists showing you how to perform ritual abortions, how to worship ancient goddesses like Lilith and Inanna, and they take it very
Well, you
seriously.
really are
Do you
nuts.
know that I'm not nuts?
you
Witchcraft.
are absolutely crazy.
Okay,
Batshit
well,
crazy.
I'm not crazy. Witchcraft.
Sticking your tongue out.
Witchcraft is the #1 fastest growing religion among young women in the West. Did you know that?
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know why?
So that's not me.
You know why?
That's them telling you that.
No, I know
They're
that.
telling you they believe it.
I am very very
Now, whether
aware
you
of
believe
that.
witchcraft is real or not doesn't matter. They're
Well,
saying
you know why?
they believe it.
You know why I feel that way? Because I think most people that are into that think that it's inclusive. It's not.
Oh my god. It's inclusive.
Oppressive,
That's
maybe
right.
like
That's
Christianity.
actually correct.
Okay,
I feel
I'll
I feel
check
like
that in a
maybe
moment.
it's empowering.
So you love witchcraft.
I'm going by why I think you can make.
Witchcraft is cool, you guys. It's very inclusive. It's very
Well,
progressive.
you believe in the Bible, right? And God killed 2.4 million people in the Bible. Is that oppressive? I don't know.
I believe in Orthodox Christianity, and I'm not going to get into a Bible
Of
debate
course
with
you're
you
not.
because
No, of
it's
course you're not.
beyond the scope of this.
So here,
this
we only got a couple minutes
Show
left
me
here.
So do you have an argument? Tell me how feminism has improved the lives of women and children when I just opened with all these statistics proving that
I'll use your argument because I want to
worse
move
off.
on to one other thing, but I'll just use the argument that you used 20 minutes ago. It's retarded.
What's retarded?
There's a lot of
Feminism?
problems. There's
Feminism
a lot of,
is
okay, so hold on.
retarded?
There's a lot of problems in
So
this
he
country.
agrees
I think we all know. Okay, there's a
You
lot
didn't
of.
answer the
there's a lot-
question.
I'm
How has-
finished. Hold on. We have 3 minutes left here. We have a lot of problems in this country. We've talked a little bit about it, right? Education, healthcare, jobs, debt. This is why Republicans, women, female Republicans, are not entering. The reason why is because this is what Rachel is focused on. She's not focused on those other topics that I just brought up. I think a lot of people are. It's an uninspiring ideology that you have.
Talking about?
I'm talking about your ideology. I'm talking
Patriarchy?
I'm talking about your ideology
What's
and the
my
reason
ideology?
why
What's
I
it
think you've
called?
made it very clear to everybody what your
Patriarchy.
ideology
Yes,
is. I think it's very
patriarchy.
clear what you think women should be doing.
I don't think anybody knows what women should be doing according to Brian. I have no idea, okay? Oh, I have no idea. Let me go ahead and answer your question with a completely different thing that has nothing to do with what I'm... It's so dumb. This guy is absolutely insane.
So, listen, as I've said
Having families with good men who protect them and take care of them, yes, I think that's great.
and what if a
Are
woman...
you against that?
And what? Absolutely not. What would you say to a woman that hasn't found the right man? She's in her mid-30s. What should she do?
Go to church.
Go to church.
Yeah.
So you think church will help her
I think
find...
she could find a good man in church.
But there are women out there, 30s, 40s,
Yeah.
that haven't found the right man.
Well, is it that they haven't found the right man, or is it that they've been through about 50 men and haven't wanted to lock any of them down?
You shouldn't talk about yourself like that, Rachel.
I've been with a handful, like less than 5, so. No, I'm
Without
talking
feminism, you would not
I'm
have been allowed
talking
to break up with those men.
Without feminism, this guy, this fucking guy.
I
Right?
didn't.
Would you agree with that?
I didn't.
You weren't married to any other men?
I was, but I
Okay.
didn't initiate
100 years
divorce.
ago, you wouldn't have been able to divorce them, right?
I didn't divorce them. I was abandoned by an abusive person.
Okay, so
Yes.
100 years ago, you wouldn't have been able to.
Yes, you would have. I just told you that in the year 1900, 55,700 divorces were granted to women who were in abusive marriages. So yes, I would have. And by the way, one more thing.
Disagree.
I would be able to be here without feminism. This is a very
would?
stupid, silly rebuttal. Yes.
it's not stupid
Mary
at all.
Wollstonecraft, yes, the anti-suffragists were having public debates against suffragists in 1848, you dumbass.
I understand that.
So women were allowed.
Oh, so they were allowed to do this kind of thing? Oh, wow. I would never known. Oh, wow.
To speak publicly. Women have always been allowed to speak, they've been allowed to write books, and they have been allowed to be part of the public discourse even far before they could vote. He is ignorant and doesn't know his history.
Yeah.
I hate to
So-
do this, but
so-
we really do have to transition. I hate to do it, but we do have to, as we are limited on time, as we've already gone.
She called me a
over
dumbass, but
time
okay, go ahead.
For the cross section.
I guess I can't respond to that.
And just well,
Well, don't be a dumbass.
someone has to have the last word during the open dialogue.
Go
So
ahead.
We
No
do
problem.
have to go to the Q&A, which I'll ask you
Sure.
folks to get ready for in just a second. But first, I want you to get ready for some groundbreaking news from Farm Easy Bank, your trusted ally in health and well-being.
Oh my God. Please.
Nearly and parasitic infections. We
Holy fuck, how long this goes?
Get that viral moment going, man.
We are ready for you.
By the way, I welcome anybody going up there asking questions, man.
So with that knowledge being known, if a requirement wanted a physical
Up there asking questions, man. So
yeah,
thank
so
Oh, that's avarice. That's avarice. That's avarici. Okay?
So
Wow,
you
so
stated
cool.
that you wanted a physical like requirement to join the draft, whether they're man or woman. And so with that knowledge being known, if I was just a man like at the age of 16, could I just like dodge the draft by eating a whole bunch of ice cream and dodging the weight requirement?
Well-
and requiring me to go to the draft. So
Well, I mean, there are obviously exceptions to the rule.
No, you said that the rate requirement, so we would know it, right? Which means
I was
that-
referring, right, I understand what you're saying, but we were talking about women. Obviously, this debate's feminism. Hold on. The argument is, right, and a lot of people make the argument, women aren't physically strong enough. Obviously, it doesn't make sense if a man eats.
I don't know where the camera is. I'm not modern day debates. Fucking guy working the equipment right now is having a big problem. Or the hoodie is the best thing.
It's a lot of food.
Yeah, but I can
to
see
dodge
it.
the draft.
There's no
What I'm
camera right
considering-
now.
Maybe I misspoke. I'm talking about women specifically because a lot of people think that women shouldn't be allowed to serve, right? Which obviously I disagree with. So what I'm talking about is the same standard that a man would have to go through. let that apply to the woman. Does that make
But
sense?
are you talking about the draft or just voluntary?
I'm talking about both. I'm talking about both.
So you want a physical requirement for the draft?
If they're
going to
be fighting
to be drafted if they pass the benchmark?
If they are going to be fighting in battle, in war, I'm not talking about office jobs or something. You know, listen, I respect J.D. Vance. I respect his service. I don't like him personally. I don't like his policies. But J.D. Vance didn't go to war, right? He was in an office, and I believe a woman would have been able to do the same job, regardless of her physical attributes that J.D. Vance
women
did.
To be drafted.
But
okay.
if they would pass that physical threshold, yes.
Crucible has the picture.
All right, Brian, what's it like debating a woman where you can't just default to asking to see her penis?
Is that a serious question? I don't even know what that means.
We'll go to the next question.
Very intelligent question. I would ask for a little bit more, but I would assume that probably nobody's asked to see his penis in a very long time. Go ahead.
Hey, so
he's 16
Go ahead.
years
Go
old.
ahead, ma'am.
I heard you say that men and women have different talents and strengths. You said that men might be more strong than women with
Maybe.
a couple of exceptions.
Mhm.
I've seen a lot of hardcore modern feminists defend transgenderism and the
Mhm.
right of biological men to go into private spaces for women,
Mhm.
which can lead to
Who is this?
increased risk of assault and abuse of women.
Mhm.
How do you believe that this modern feminism advances the lives of
Yeah.
real biological women
Mhm.
when they aren't safe in their protected spaces
I said this on
anymore?
Pierce Morgan yesterday. I've been very clear on this issue. It's a good question. First of all, let me just say this right off the bat. I believe you're a man when you're born a man. I believe you're a woman when you're born a woman. Now, I'm still going to call people he, she to be respectful to them. No.
Why? That would be disrespectful.
I think I'd like to see a study that says if you're a transgender woman, you're more likely to commit a crime if you're in the bathroom. I'd like to see that stat because I haven't seen that stat. With that being said, I can understand how some women would feel uncomfortable with that, right? Transgender women should not be on the playing field with biological born women.
It's not enough
I'm
twang.
very clear on that, and I think I think most Democrats agree with me on that, but some are wrong that disagree with me on that. I think it's very unfair. With that being said, if we're talking about sports, I think there's like 8 or 9 transgender women that are in Division I college sports. I don't think it's a top 5 issue. I don't think it's a top 10 issue. But I've been very clear on my opinions on that, and I think it's wrong. At the same time, I know people who are transgender, and
The T
I treat
was
them
a
with
share with the
respect.
cartoon
Is it something
Brian
that I
on
would
it.
do? No, but
That says, "Show
I
me your
treat them with respect.
dick."
I don't care whether you call somebody he or she. That doesn't affect my life. I don't know why it would affect anyone else's life, just being respectful to them. But I hope I answered your question.
I'm talking about like modern feminism, like modern
I'm
feminists.
not a feminist, so I'm not sure. Be specific. Like,
Just like we're debating modern feminism,
Yes.
like modern feminism has morphed into allowing men into protected women's spaces.
you're talking about transgender. Okay, so be specific. You're talking about transgender women in bathrooms? I can't answer your question. Be specific.
Like protected spaces, like you
Locker
can
rooms,
lie and
bathrooms.
say that you think you're a woman even if you're not a transgender.
Mhm.
Like,
Well, here's my opinion on that. So I gave you my opinion on the sports aspect, on the bathroom aspect. If there's a study that would show me that transgender women are more likely to commit a crime.
All right, let's go.
In a woman's.
Okay, let's go. Let's go here.
Was to literally eliminate
the
invention
of that.
Whenever
It would be like 1928, the
Okay.
founding of Planned Parenthood with Margaret Sanger, and the same
Okay.
thing in the UK
So
with the
it
Marie
was literally
Stopes
founded on
project.
a genocide.
Well, I'll look
project.
that up. You can find me on Twitter, and I promise you I'll answer your question.
I would love to see the response to that.
I will.
He will
Shoot me an
never
email. I put
answer
my
that
email
question.
address to everybody, and I'm
He will
happy to
never
answer
answer
all
that
the
question.
Okay?
Great.
Yep.
Okay, get him, Rob.
How's it going, Brian? I appreciate that you said that like you had to bring up the personal stuff. I think that is true, and sometimes people don't understand when you're.
So for
having
those of you who don't know who this guy is, I had a few debates with him, and this should be a
Rob
very
Knorr.
should be a very
The great Rob Knorr,
funny
everybody.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I was actually giving you a compliment. I'm sorry. It's difficult in debates like this where there's a personal nature and you have to bring in things that are relevant to people's lives. It's not really an insult, even when you're implying she slept with 50 men. I understand how it's important to this debate, and I appreciate that. So, given that, feminists such as Melissa Fabello and Caitlin Berg have written extensively about the problem of men adapting feminism
This reminds me of yesterday, by the way. After I got libertarian to be like, yes, I want authority. I went over there for a little while just to say hi, and they were having a little bit of a discussion on feminism, which I found out to be very interesting. I might look at it.
Feminist talking points in order to harm women. Given allegations that have been made against you of
Allegatings.
financially exploiting women and your treatment of Savannah Hernandez, who was assaulted by a man,
I'm happy to
and
talk
how
about
you
that.
mocked them, do you think,
Happy
and
to
this
talk
is the
about
question
that.
to both of you, do you think that you exhibit those same sort of toxic behaviors of
Happy.
men embracing feminist talking points in order to attack women?
I'm happy to talk about that. So first of all, I'll start with Savannah Hernandez. By the way, nobody's been arrested in that situation.
It's really funny that he always does this kind of bullshit. And by the way, when they get arrested, and by the way, they never been convicted. And when they get convicted, and by the way, it wasn't that bad. It was it was a weaponization of the. It's so dumb.
I've been talking to Savannah for 3 years. Never have I ever condoned violence or said somebody deserves to be assaulted on either side of the aisle. I've said that on 4 national networks since that incident happened. I said it on Pierce yesterday. My issue with Savannah Hernandez is this. And by the way, the worst thing I said to her was I called her a grifter, a right-wing grifter. Okay? Now, I also interviewed somebody that used to work with her at InfoWars, had her on my show, agreed with me. That doesn't mean that anybody deserves to be assaulted. I've said
And I also interviewed, and I also. This fucking idiot.
that over and over again. The family and the man who pushed her, which I know he regrets doing that, they've had death threats. There have been people that have threatened to rape the wife and the daughter. I've had plenty of private conversations with them and their attorneys. With that being said, I've also said, if somebody gets arrested, charged, and convicted, let the chips fall where they may. What I don't like are people like the Cam Higbees, like the Nick Sorters, and others that go to political rallies and they're looking to get that viral moment. Now, do I know if Savannah Hernandez wanted to be pushed or not? No, I don't. But I do know that when you go to these types of
Oh, it's her fault? It's her fault? Is he what? What the hell?
events, and you're looking for that viral moment, and you're not a journalist. That was my other issue with Savannah. Her first job was at InfoWars, okay? She's never wrote articles about anything. She's not a real journalist, and when you go around the country asking people what's a man and what, by the way, I'm not a journalist either. I never said I was. When you go around the country saying what
I'm a radio host, so let me go on and tell you I'm more. You know what? It is true. Rob has the third wrangling his guitar so high that every time he plays it a little bit, fucking thing goes into a solo, okay? This guy could probably go into hours, into solo tardiness hours, just because of the way he was wrangled by Rob W. Snore. Gosh.
what's a man and what's a
This
woman,
is kind of turning
that
into
doesn't make you a journalist. And by the way, any allegations that you've talked about, any, are false. And why do I say that?
We do have to wrap this up.
Okay, well, this is
You'll go on
important.
forever.
I had a death threat yesterday.
Well, this was important. Well, let me tell you about this. This is important. Blah 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 blah.
Where somebody said they were going to go, they put my address out there. I got into this business knowing. He asked me the question. I'm answering.
Everything.
It doesn't even have to do with the
Then blame him. It wasn't about feminism.
Just
He
real quick
asked
follow-up.
if you adopted feminist talking
He made
points
claims.
to attack women, and
So
you're
the answer
talking
is
about
no.
people doxing.
The answer is
I'll
no.
just say real quick, I understand it seems your argument there is you have to be careful with accusations or it could lead to death threats.
The answer is no.
You call
No.
Trump a pedo all the time. They just tried to kill him like 3 days ago.
Who's they? Who's they?
The person that
The person.
was the
Thank you.
anti-Trump.
Thank you. The person.
Yeah. Will you retract you calling Trump a pedo, and will you acknowledge that rhetoric?
What I have
helps lead
said.
to damage against
What I
him
have
and
said
threats?
over and over again.
Over.
I believe just like I believe.
And over again. And over again. And over again. Okay, let me time wrangle some more. I got a little bit of time wrangling. I'm gonna go to my solo right now.
With Bill Clinton. That both
Caleb,
Bill
have a
Clinton
good
and Donald
night. Thank you
Trump
for being
probably
here.
did some
Good to see you.
horrible
Have a
things to
have a good one.
Donald Trump is also a liable sexual abuser.
Oh my
Donald Trump
God,
is also named
this is
30,000
actually
times in the
insane.
Epstein files. And if you're going to say that I believe that Donald Trump may have done some horrible things to kids, then maybe you should call out the other side too. Donald Trump just asked for, 6 Democrats he called for them to be executed 3 months ago. Donald Trump is the guy who said, rough him up, I'll pay your legal bills. So if you're going to call out one side, you better call out the other one too. You're done now.
The next question.
You're done. I answered your question.
James, since Rob said that was a question for both of us, I just want to quickly say this guy who is the white knight defender of women and
I never
wants to
said I was
protect,
the white knight.
You want to protect women, yet your very first DM to me was asking how many beers my husband had to have in order to
I did say that.
work
You know
up
why? I'll
work
defend
up
that.
the guts to have sex
I'll defend
with me.
that. I'll defend that. And it goes to what Rob Noor just said. Here's the reason why I said that.
What the fuck? So this is even worse. Will people up to discuss how the moon landing fake? You want to come up to see the to tell me the moon landing is fake? Sure. I'll have you up.
She put out a tweet.
I shared a tweet.
Excuse me. Let me just answer. Let me at least defend myself. She put out a tweet, a retweet, whatever you call it.
I just shared
Doesn't
a
matter.
tweet about
She
it.
has a large platform, and she retweeted or whatever you want to put it, a story about me with all the worst. My sister passed away at the age of 37. The person in this article.
Oh my God! Everything's a story with this fucker. Everything. Well, let me tell you. And I personally know and my father and his I statement. He is an I statement. He is an I statement.
She doesn't care. Yeah. Again, she doesn't. She can give two shits.
you
I'm
can't be
answering
precise.
why. I'm defending why I called you that and why I said that.
There's
Because I
no
was.
excuse for you to say
Oh, okay,
that
but
to
it's
me.
an excuse
You
to
don't
call
know
people
me.
retards. Get lost. Go ahead. Excuse.
I'm saying you don't give a fuck about women.
No, I don't give a fuck about you.
You are a sneaky fucker, is what you are.
You're a sneaky fucker, is that what? You're a sneaky fucker. Oh, that was good. That was actually really good by Rachel.
He pretends to be a feminist so that he can get into women's
Move on.
spaces
We do have
and
to
do
move
things
on.
to them.
Please, you
Yeah.
defend to be a
We're gonna go to
Christian.
the
You're a
next
fake
question.
Christian.
We're ready for you. Go ahead.
Okay, so Brian, we would agree that a man that turns 18 years old cannot willfully opt out of conscription, correct?
Yeah.
What duty to this country can a woman opt out of?
What duty to this country that can a woman opt out of?
Can they not
Without
opt out of?
consequence.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess nothing.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know?
Exactly. The other point is we would also agree that men, unfortunately,
Did Andrew ask a question?
Enjoy.
Workplace. If you want to be a doctor, oh, I'd like to see that DM. I don't remember saying that.
You said
Go ahead.
we'll see about that. I think
Yeah, I
plenty
never
of
said I
people
was
are
going to
buy
sell as many tickets
for
as
me.
you. I never.
Help get the abolition of slavery passed.
Yeah, I thought that was Abraham Lincoln. Am I wrong on that?
That was a war, right?
Yeah.
But there was two different.
So women
parties.
ended slavery.
Women helped move the abolition movement. You know, there's an abolition.
I
movement,
understand
right?
that, but you're
Okay.
you're making the case that that's a bad thing. I'm trying to understand.
He's saying women
Why
had
are
a
you-
voice without suffrage.
Yeah, they still had a voice. They were put
Okay.
on a
You
pedestal.
think
They
that's
didn't
bad?
need political equality
No,
in
it's
order
not
to
bad.
have an effect.
So what's your question then?
The question is, women could still have influence without having suffrage.
Well,
I
yeah,
agree with
that's kind of what we want in society, right?
Yeah, I think that's what I want. Yeah.
I don't want women to suffer. I'm trying to understand what the question is.
Oh, wow, very clever.
Go ahead, sir.
All right. I'm a Hindu, so I.
By the way, I'm sorry. To
Oh no, not the Hindu. Not the Hindu. It took me a while to see what the fuck was going on.
Interrupt you. I'm very aware that everybody in this room disagrees.
Hindu, so I.
By the way, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm very aware that everybody in this room disagrees with me, but that doesn't stop me from coming here. And
In DMs, you said that you were going to sell at least as many tickets as me.
oh, I'd like to see that DM. I don't remember saying that.
You said,
Go ahead.
we'll see about that. I think
Yeah, I
plenty
never
of
said I
people
was
are
going to
gonna buy
sell as many
tickets
tickets
for
as
me.
you. I never said that. This is why people don't want to debate you.
All right, we do have to go to the next question.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm a Hindu.
Yep.
I really do believe in like gods and goddesses too. So why do you think mocking other religions is a good thing about
No,
feminism?
I wasn't mocking other. Okay, so give me the statement that I made. Mocking other religions.
So like when you in your own debate, when in this
Yeah.
debate you were talking about like she said in her book about
Right,
like there's
right.
women like mocking about like
Right.
Hindu gods.
Yeah, I was mocking her. I wasn't mocking religion in general. Let me be very clear. I'll clear this up for you. I believe everybody has the right to believe in whatever you want to believe in. You can believe in.
Let me tell you this, okay? Oh, I have the talking point. Let me tell you. Oh, religion, talking point. I have the belief, okay? I have the belief that you can believe in whatever you want to believe. Also, Donald Trump sucks, okay? Let me tell you about Donald Trump. He sucks, and he's sucking every time. But you have the right to believe in whatever you want to believe. It's like, it's all he has. It's pure TDS and liberalism talking points.
My problem with religion in general terms is that too many people, like Rachel, push their beliefs on other people, and if they don't believe in what she believes in her God, she calls people retarded. I want you to believe in what you want to believe in, and you have that right to do that. I would never want to take that right away from you. I don't care what religion.
He really believes that he's like the savior of some kind. He has like savior complex. It's kind of fucking weird.
You guys could believe in the tooth fairy if you want. You have the right to freedom of religion. I would never want to take that away from you, sir. I've been very clear on that.
I think this is going to be our last question.
Mr. Shapiro and Ms. Wilson, can you each say something kind to each other?
That's the best question. Go ahead, Rachel, you first.
I decline.
Yeah. Well, here's what I would say, and I'm not surprised she would say that. Because before we were in the green room,
We're asking for something kind.
I know. Before we were in the green room, I said, hey, I'd love to shake their hands. I'm happy, even though obviously we have our personal grievances, which I think both of us would agree. I was
Yeah, that you started, bitch.
happy to shake their hands and be professional. I said, hey, have them come.
Okay, so one. Why do you want me to rewind? Here?
Very clear if you want, then I would never want to take that right away from you. I don't care what religion you guys could believe in the tooth fairy if you want. You have the right to freedom of religion. I would never want to take that away from you, sir. I've been very clear on that.
I think this is going to be our last question we can take.
Mr. Shapiro and Ms. Wilson, can you each say something kind to each other?
That's the best question.
What did he say?
Can you each say something kind to each other?
That's the best question. Go ahead, Rachel, you first.
I decline.
Yeah. Well, here's what I would say, and I'm not
Let's
surprised
see.
she would say that. Because before we were in the green room,
We're asking for something kind.
I know. Before we were in the green room, I said, hey, I'd love to shake their hands. I'm happy, even though obviously we have our personal grievances, which I think both of us would agree. I was happy to shake their hands and be professional. I said, hey, have them come in. Love to say hello to them and be kind. They declined. I was trying to be professional. But I will say this. You're an opinion.
Just to clarify, that Rachel wasn't here yet when.
Okay, well, whatever. That's. Andrew was here. You said he was in the other room, right?
Andrew was here.
Okay, and I said they're both welcome to come in, and I'm happy to say hello to them.
Okay, what's your nice thing you want to say about Rachel?
Gonna have to think about this. Give me 10 seconds here.
Oh my god, this fucking guy. Oh, this fucking guy. Man, I hope he gets his 50K and gets to fight Andrew. Fuck this guy. I mean, the guy before the Hindu was the woman suffrage. Oh, I'll check that in a moment.
I owe nothing and no respect to a person who's going to publicly try to accuse me of believing things I don't believe, saying things I don't say, and being promiscuous, which I've never been in my life.
Okay. So
let's not pretend there's a pretense of professional decorum here, because
what was
there's
the
just
question?
not.
Was the question say something nice about one another or attack?
Something nice about each other.
Yeah.
Nope.
Okay, we'll
I
go to the next
decline.
question.
I decline.
Good.
Actually,
I decline. What a bitch. This was the guy. This was Rob. Okay.
Andrew has an argument where he talks about women had influence early before they had the right to vote, universal suffrage, and he has an argument. He positions it as they got the temperance movement passed. I'm going to just do a little twist for you. They also wrote a book. Harriet Beecher Stowe wrote a book called Uncle Tom's Cabin, and it helped propel the abolition of slavery, which you somehow thought still existed 50 years ago.
I have to press you to a question.
Okay. The question is, how do you answer that question? Where women had influence, right? They
My wife said, I swear Brian is trans.
didn't have universal suffrage, but they were still put on a pedestal, and they were able to influence society and help get the abolition of slavery passed.
Yeah, I thought that was Abraham Lincoln. Am I wrong on that?
That was a war, right?
Yeah.
But there was two different.
So women
parties.
ended slavery.
Women helped move the abolition movement. You know, there's an abolition movement,
I understand
right?
that, but
Okay.
you're making the case that that's a bad thing. I'm trying to understand.
He's saying women
Why
had
are
a
you-
voice without suffrage.
Yeah, they still had a voice. They were put
Okay.
on a
You
pedestal.
think
They
that's
didn't
bad?
need political equality
No,
in
it's
order
not
to
bad.
have an effect.
So,
Yes.
so what's your question then?
The question is, women could still have influence without having suffrage.
Well,
I
yeah,
agree with
that's kind of what we want in society, right?
Yeah, I think that's what I
mean,
want. Yeah.
I don't want women to suffer. I'm trying to understand what the question.
Oh, he's so dumb. He's actually retarded. What the? Really?
Question is.
Oh wow, very clever.
Go ahead, sir.
All right. I'm a Hindu, so
By Hindu.
I owe nothing, and
That is all we have for Q&A. I do want to make sure that we get the closings in, so we
Okay.
do actually have to jump into the closings. These are 3-minute time sections. I've got the timer set for you, and Brian.
You want me to go
you're-
first again?
Yes. In each case, you'll be going first. The floor is all yours, Brian.
Thank you, everybody, for being here.
Gonna get some sleep. Economic grain going
I do a
on.
lot
Stay
of
based,
shows
stay
that are
blessed.
way far to the
Everyone
right.
in chat and make good
I'm happy to
debates,
do
bro.
them, regardless of whether
Thank
people agree or
you.
disagree. But
Have a
I'm gonna
good
talk about something
night.
else very
2:30.
serious.
I'm probably
It's
gonna
an
go to bed
emotional
too.
thing.
I'm
And
like
when
I was
doing
getting. I'm
debate
getting
prep
sleepy and
for this debate, I learned of a horrible story that
my
I am
my
very
head
sad to hear.
hurts.
That you had lost your 10-year-old son. in a
Oh
car
no, my
accident.
head
My
hurts and
condolences
I'm
to your family.
sleepy
It's
and
awful. And unfortunately, we have something like that in common, Rachel. And I am truly sorry that happened to you. I wouldn't wish that upon anybody. When I was 12 years old, my whole family got into a very serious car accident. I lost my grandmother. It's the reason why my sister passed away a few years ago, because of her injuries. And I learned at a very young age.
What the fuck is? Why is he like this? What? Oh, he's such a party pooper, awful person. He annoys me. There's a lot of people going through shit. Actual shit. Come on, guys, I'm sleepy. Fine, I'll open the panel. I'll put in a moment.
how precious life is. What does this have to do with feminism?
Nothing.
Life is really short.
Nothing, you
again,
bastard.
I say again how sorry I am that your family had to go through that. It's horrible. And the reason why I talk about how short life is, I don't want to tell you guys what to do. I don't want to tell you guys that you can't vote because you're poor. I don't want to tell you guys that you can't be in the workplace. If you want to be a doctor or a lawyer,
I don't want to tell you guys what to
stay-at-home
do.
mom with kids, I think that's all great. I don't want to tell you what to do. When I was 14 years old,
Fucking
my dad
God.
introduced me to two radio hosts, Howard Stern and Don Imus. I didn't really like Don Imus very much. I said, Dad, I want to be like that. I want to be on the radio one day. And my family supported me. And I had to work really fucking hard, pardon my French, to get to where I am, to be able to even do something like this, to be able to go on Pierce Morgan, to be able to do those things. And I'm very humbled by that. But it wasn't because I'm a guy. It wasn't because I'm a male. It's because I worked my ass off, which I'm still doing every day. And if a woman listens to their dad growing up and they want to be a radio host, or they want to be a doctor or a nurse, or maybe they're poor, but they're still involved in politics and they want to vote, I say, do what makes you happy. Live your life. Don't listen to somebody, no matter what religion they are or who they are, tell you what to do with your life. I'm doing what I'm doing now because I worked hard. It has nothing to do with my gender or because I'm a woman. We all have tragedies in life, and I'm sorry for yours. And I wish we didn't have that in common.
Oh my
It's awful.
God, what an asshole.
Don't let other
Look at the condescending tone. This is actual condescension.
We all have
This is like the kind of bullshit. Oh. Look at his face.
tragedies in life, and I'm sorry for yours. And I wish
And I wish
we didn't have that in common because it's awful.
What the fuck is wrong with him?
Don't let other people tell you what to do. I know there's a lot of people in this crowd that probably disagree with a lot of what I said today. And listen, that's okay. We have the freedom to agree or disagree with people. That's what makes this country great. But we're all human beings.
Fuck
I'm not
this guy.
perfect. I make plenty of mistakes.
Oh yeah,
I've made
it
plenty of mistakes
shows.
in my life, and I've probably said things in my life that I
Fucking
regret.
shows.
But I own it. And so thank you all for being here. 5 seconds. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, James. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. I appreciate it. And I wouldn't have it any other way. I love having good debates, and I appreciate all you guys being here. Thank you very much.
We could go over to Rachel for her 3-minute closing as well. The floor is yours, Rachel.
Very disappointing. We had no arguments from Brian whatsoever for why we should believe that feminism has been beneficial for women and children. He wasn't able to provide any data, any sort of measurement whatsoever to show that, hey, before feminism, this was what happened, and after feminism, this is what we got. We didn't get any of that. What we got was a whole bunch of logical fallacies and a person who doesn't understand what an argument is or how to debate. I'm going to list them off quickly, but join in the comments on the live stream if you caught more of these than I did. These were just some of the fallacies that we witnessed tonight from Brian. Non sequitur, argument from incredulity, straw man.
W Radio, but for the two, he's Andrew's cartoon fucking spawn out. He is. He's actually Andrew's cartoon.
Ad hominem, category error, tu quoque fallacy,
The dumbest,
appeal to authority, argument ad populum. And on top of all that, we got moral outrage, we got appeals to your virtue and your emotions, and what we got from Brian ultimately was the best argument against feminism, because what feminism produces is emotionally incontinent, weak men who can't control themselves, who have violent outbursts, will insult you, will be angry and combative, and then try at the end of the debate to bring up your dead child and not even let you get through a debate in a professional manner addressing the topic at hand without crying and bringing up your dead son, who you probably don't want to be thinking about in the closing of a professional debate that you're trying to get through. So when he says, do what you want, man, follow how you feel. Life's short. Do what you feel like, you know, just follow what you want. Follow your emotions.
guy.
I would say no. Don't do that. Find a strong, virtuous man in your life who knows how to hold boundaries and protect you, who can control his emotions, who can be the force of strength and stability that families need that we don't have anymore. Don't be a male feminist like this. Don't be this emotionally incontinent, just going all over on a tangent, unable to control your thoughts, unable to control your emotions, just spewing and vomiting emotional appeals to people in the middle of a professional debate, bringing up dead children, bringing up your abusive ex-husband. Be the kind of person who can actually handle getting up here and having an argument, making an argument, sticking to the topic, controlling yourself. And the fact that I, a housewife from the Midwest with no college degrees, no professional training, am better able than him to do that, just shows you this is the kind of men that feminism has produced, and this is why society is all messed up.
Joseph Romano, thank you very much for the enormous, huge $10 super chat. Just Gus, thank you very much. Yeah, this guy.
With that, I'm going to hand the microphone over to Sean, who is the leader of Uncensored America, who is the host of these debates. Want to say, folks, thank you very much for coming out. Sean.
Hey, we're gonna go into the 3-minute thing. Go get your actually, it's fine. Go get your stuff. Okay. If you wanna go to DebateCon is in Dallas in the 18. Go get your tickets, go to them. Good to see you, Scott. Yeah, today was a great day. Had a bit of fun. Okay, for all you people that don't believe in it.
Make ready.
How do you say it, these? Huh?
Fire.
Ooh, careful, Fred Astaire. Action's still pretty awkward in these suits. Range is clear. Charles, check the target. Maggie's drawers. Really? No.
Maggie's drawers?
He's completely missed the target. Missed the backstop, too. Come on.
Any idea where it went?
Nothing I can see.
It could be in orbit. No one's ever shot a rifle here before, so... For all...
Wait, is this really? Okay, that's fine.
We know that bullet...
I can move on. What do you have to say about that, huh? What do you got to say about that? We all know that it's true. There's Marines in space now. You guys were like, let's get into a panel. Let's do it. Should be back. Should be back. What's up, K2?
I was only talking shit in chat.
Yeah, but you decided to be like, let's go, guys. So.
Come on, guys.
Come
I
on,
always
guys.
do that. I always do that. Come in, guys. Emmett's
Yeah.
sleepy.
I am sleepy.
Let's go tell Mr. Bill he has frosted tips.
That's exactly what I was gonna do. I was gonna raid Mr. Bill.
Keep in, guys. Let's go tell Mr. Bill he has the best frosted tips on YouTube.
Yeah. Like be
You
real.
go to bed. I'm just fucking messing around in chat. It's how I stay awake.
Yeah. I will probably go to bed. I'm actually tired. Like I
Yeah.
I
Let's
usually
rate
don't
Mr. Bill.
I usually don't stream
rate-
at this time, and I was already kind of feeling weird.
It's all good. I just talk shit. Okay, everybody, we're gonna go raid Mr. Bill. You
Yeah.
tell him frosted tips in chat. Put frosted tips in chat.
We will put process tip in chats. Hey, Bandit, before I leave. Yeah, what did you do to that bitch? She was mad at you.
Who,
She
me?
sounded like a boomer.
Yeah, the
moon.
Christina.
I know the moon landing was real because when it went around the moon, it caught a picture of the dead astronaut that was left behind when the moon landing ship took off.
That's true. I saw that picture too, but since it's from NASA, you cannot believe it.
Yeah.
Well, hey, just real quick, Emmett, it's probably a good thing that you stopped that video when you did, because think about the setup of it. Guy shot a bullet, and they said, "Oh, it's in orbit." You might have just. I think the ending of that video is the bullet comes back around and hits one of them.
Oh, that's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool ending.
But yeah, I think she was just like more agitated because like I like I was real adamant about like, dude, you're coming up here acting like, oh, I'm just asking questions, bro, and it's like, dude, like,
did you realize that I won that debate in the first 5 minutes of my opening statement? There was in the first minute of my opening statement that was a minute long.
Oh, I came in after opening statement, so I didn't even.
My opening statement was super quick. It was justification comes from, in this case, from the government. There is no other justification. If you want to make it for like God or whatever, it would still be in the same subjective to the government that is still there, so it's justified. And in his opening statement, he says, "Oh well, it is kind of it is justification, but I'm talking about whether or not it was real or fake. Like that's a different question."
And then I was spurging in chat saying she was lying because hold on, I want to make sure I get the right date here. Not Caroline, the boomer lady.
Oh,
she said that we didn't know about the shrine until now. That's false because somewhere between when they first developed like the photographer, some dude in 1898 took a picture of it.
Of
developed
what?
the negatives and founded the shroud of
the Shroud of Turin.
Oh, the Shroud of Turin.
She lied. That was known way in the 1893.
I don't know anything about the
that
Shroud.
Guy took the picture.
Well, hold on,
look at it. It's interesting.
Because I think she was so backtrack just a second. Potato had a video about this, and I think what she was addressing is that, all right, so yes, what you're right about, like when you photograph it with a camera in a certain way, you can see like the face in such a way that you can't really see it with the naked eye. But what she was getting at is there was some sort of technological advance that happened fairly recently that was used on it to determine that there was, I'm drawing a blank exactly what it was, but it's something that we had to have the technology to verify, like that it wasn't a fake.
She lost me at AI.
They did a whole. They
Yeah.
did a whole bunch of testing. Like before that, they found pollen on it from around where Jesus was buried. They found it has all the marks where his wounds were, and to do that, they literally need lasers, and they did that with the laser, and it only made like a tiny little square.
Yeah.
I should just Emmett trying to cover that one time. It's actually pretty amazing.
I'll
the one
check
guy
into
did
it.
it with Tucker Carlson.
I'll check into it. I'm
So,
not. I'm
I
not.
don't
I'm not into the Shroud of Turin that much, but I can take it out. I can check it out.
I'm just saying it's interesting. Just check
It
it
is.
out.
It is interesting. Yeah.
Because it's not paint. It's like on the surface, not in the surface. Like it's like literally how the shadow people were made on the sidewalks of Japan.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we were talking about the
It-
evidence. At the end of the day, we were talking about the evidence of what
Yeah,
happened.
I just wanted to say that's what I was spurting about in chat. And I'm like,
Yeah.
she's lying. Because the guy like the old fashioned where you had to develop the film
Mhm.
like that. Like after you take a picture, you take the negatives. That's how he saw it. The original.
Yeah,
That's all I was saying.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about the
she
other person.
tries. Yeah, he was talking about Carolina.
Carolina.
In Fort Worth.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to say what I was spurring.
Wait, that's the same one that I don't remember who Rob was talking to, but she came on
It's her.
afterward in the crackhead granny.
Yeah, it's a crackhead granny. Yeah. This is what I
did you
told
really-
the speaky when the speaky was like, "Look at these," and I said, "Look at the people who's following you. Don't you feel ashamed?" And he just laughed. It's because he knew. I knew who she was. She's granny. She's crackhead granny. Yeah. If you don't know who
Isn't
crackhead
she
granny
the one
is,
that's like, I saw the Challenger blow up, and then I'm like, tell her that she asked if she's seen the Blue Jays dancing in the parking lot.
no, that you're
Is it
talking
that
about.
one?
You're talking about Base Grandma.
Oh,
Base Grandma
my
is the
bad.
one that saw the Challenger blow up. The crackhead is another person.
Oh, they sounded
Crackhead-
alike.
Crackhead Granny left, or she came in right after Base Granny left, and was the one that because I pulled up another screen. I was trying to double check something when she called me out. So I'm like, hold on, I gotta get back to the main screen. Like I was kind of lost there for a second. I kind of had a feeling she was trying to call me out.
Let me see. I got it.
I just want to say also, I won the white night. You guys all suck. I won it. It's mine.
Like 12.
Yes.
Why would you want a model of Dusty?
The information shared in these
doesn't matter.
It's not a model of Dusty. This is what you got wrong. It's not a model of Dusty.
It seems like you really want me here.
It's
I'm Christian.
It's one of the
Killer.
Emmett's mini figurines.
Yeah, and it's actually very well done, and it's actually pretty cool. It's just the White Knight of the Panelverse, which is a mythical creature that goes around the Panelverse saving all the hosts. You know. So this is Carolina.
They saw some secular stuff going on in there where they don't base all their laws on that church. I asked him, my question was to him is if we became Christian nationalists and then we based all our laws on Christianity, what would happen? But then you start throwing all these other countries in. But I said, what would happen? Put your thinking cap on. What would eventually happen? He couldn't answer. So, I'm the winner. So la ganadora in Espanol.
Well, what I would ask is,
oh my gosh, yeah, this is why I don't respond to people talking in Spanish on panels, because you all sound dumb. I sound dumb when I talk in English. I understand that, but that's the way I can communicate with you. It's not me trying to virtue signal. You guys sound dumb and nobody understands you anyway. And it's retarded. Stop it. Stop the cap.
Well, we're almost a week away to Happy Cinco de Mayo.
Mm-hmm. Happy Cinco de Mayo.
Then Emmett's gonna wear a sombrero.
Okay, I will. I have sombreros.
No, you need
on your golf Emmett thing.
Oh, you want me to go
shake one of
goth and put a sombrero on?
But you You need to get a special sombrero. You need to get a Blue Jay sombrero.
No, it's no way. No, not
A
doing
black
that.
sombrero. It would go with golf, Emmett.
I'm
I
not
was
this-
talking about your pixel art. Put a sombrero on that, and then put like a maraca. Wait, whatever the thing is with the beads inside that you shake around. We're going uchikaracha, uchikaracha, cha 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 cha. Maracas. That's it.
I see if I can find the best part of the whole thing. I think this is the best part of the whole
It's
thing.
right at the end.
And then I'm saying the Soviet Union did not have an official state religion controlling their government, right?
That's what you say.
Therefore,
I don't know,
Therefore?
Rob.
you tell me. Therefore,
since they can't have a state religion controlling our government, but it's the government, not the.
They made
let's
it
see.
a crime. if
Official,
you
can't have an
criticize
official state religion
certain
controlling our
bird.
government. But the Soviets murdered the Orthodox Christians, so they're not secular.
but my definition, you're saying, according to your own definition, Rob, you've disproven
She sucks
yourself.
at that argument.
Yeah.
Premise one, in order to be secular, you can't have an official state religion controlling government.
Okay.
Premise two, Soviet Union did not have an official state religion controlling government. Therefore, conclusion,
So they're not secular. according to
yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Because why? Because they murdered him.
Do you understand your mistake now?
No, because your definition's wrong.
Oh my God!
Now you're
she
no.
sucks
That's
at trying to
a
make
different
that
argument.
argument.
Your argument was based
It
on
was
my
the Blue
own
Jays
definition.
inside the
It was
Soviet
disproven by the
government.
fact that the Soviet Union disproved it.
Can't have an official.
Calm down, K2.
Oh
state
my
religion controlling our
God!
government. That's what
Yes.
your definition of
Suck.
separation of
Okay.
church and
Okay,
state is.
Grandma.
When I asked you, I said, that, how can that happen in a dictatorship?
Do you acknowledge the Soviets were a dictatorship?
Yes. Do you?
Did they have an
and
official state religion controlling the
Joseph
government?
I
Stalin
don't know. I told you I didn't have
said
enough
he was a
They
information.
did not.
too.
And
So they must have not been secular, huh?
no, the definition of secular that we're going by for this argument is don't have an official state religion controlling government.
Oh, so now you're saying that separation of church and state does not have anything to do with the government. It has everything to do with the religion controlling the government.
It's a state religion, yes.
Okay.
That's what I've been saying the whole time. You understand? Like I have to say, you may be one of the dumbest people I've ever met, and it's amazing.
I'm dumber than. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
If like for
Really?
example, if I said,
Go ahead. Ask me.
if I said like any basic syllogism,
What's a syllogism?
a syllogism's like where you have one premise, then another premise, therefore a conclusion.
Is that your definition or is that the real definition?
That's what a syllogism is.
Okay. A syllogism is what?
So it would be like premise one, Caroline likes everything that is red.
Okay.
Premise two, roses are red. Therefore, conclusion.
Violets are blue.
All right, we'll see you later.
Okay, if that was trolling at
Don't
the
you
end,
agree with freedom?
that one was
You don't
kinda
think we should have
funny.
freedom?
No, I think you're an idiot that's not worth talking to. You're trolling.
All right. It's like,
Violet
yeah,
or
it's
blue.
10 and a half out.
Therefore, violets are blue. Hockey bitch.
Oh, I gotta save that one.
You know what?
Kieran, violets are blue.
I should have figured out a way to bring that in when talking to her.
You didn't know who she was?
I just gotta remember.
I knew who she was, but I forgot about the Caroline likes everything that is red. Roses are red. Therefore, violets are blue.
Therefore,
I-
Oh,
Da da dee da da da. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna send you all to
Mr. Bill. All right.
Mr.
Let's
Bill.
remember Frosted Tips in chat and
Hey.
Mr. Bill's chat. I
At
want
least you can do is say
Tips.
Frosted Sleep in chat.
Just
Any
say
last
Frosted
words,
Tips.
K2?
That lady sounds fucking insane. And
She's insane. Thank you for the support and everything, Bandit.
No problem.
Have
You
a good
take it
one.
easy now.
Take it easy. All right. Enjoy the thing. Enjoy the thing. Enjoy going to Mr. Bill. I hope you enjoyed the debate. It was a very good debate. It was fun enough. It was a little bit of a shit show, to be honest, but there's nothing I can do, okay? I can do what I can do. I cannot do what I cannot do. Let me see. I'm just setting everything up to go to Mr. Bill. Okay, there we go. Yeah, everybody, have a good one. Take good care of yourselves. Say hi to Mr. Bill. Be happy, be well. Thank you for all the support today. To all of you that supported. Have an excellent night. And take care, y'all.